Teruvan Saranai, my dear Dhamma friends. As usual, 9 p.m. Sri Lankan time, we are gathered. We are gathered in this way to listen another episode of Buddothpado sermons. I would like to worship and grant permission from Buddothpado Aran Mahanse at the very outset. So we have been discussing. We have been uh, revealing the absolute truth which was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2000 years back. As we discuss these things daily, by now you might be knowing that this is the only place that you can listen to this absolute truth. So, if I recall you again, what is this so-called truth? The truth is that there is no such a living being within us. But it is very difficult for us to understand as we are coming from the mundane world. Since we have been feeling a self always residing within us, so we haven't felt even at for a moment the non-soul state so far. So what Lord Buddha wanted to uh, see is the truth. The truth is the state of non-soul feel. So if it is the if Lord Buddha says this non-soul state is the truth, or non-soul feel is the absolute truth, so what are we feeling right now? So we tend to feel that what we feel right now is the real feeling. But Lord Buddha said that that is not the absolute truth. This is not the feel of the absolute truth. But again, how can you deny that we? How can we accept that we are feeling right? The feeling that we feel right now is not the truth. It's not the absolute truth. So how can we comprehend? How can we understand? How can we just imagine? So that is the challenge that we have. So that's why Lord Buddha said, if someone could find a needle in the stack of hay, but feeling this absolute truth, the non-soul state is not that much easy. Finding a lost needle in a stack of hay would be possible, but seeing this absolute truth is still not be possible. That's why Lord Buddha said people the the number of people who sees this truth can be taken into the nail bed. So it is compared the amount of soil that is taken to the nail bed when compared with the people who understand this truth. But the rest of the soil which is found in the entire earth, entire globe, is had been compared to the people who do not understand this truth. See what sort of a rare opportunity that is. Seeing the truth is that much rare. If someone shoots an arrow towards one single hair of horse, so there is a possibility, if there is a possibility of splitting it, that single strand of hair into hundreds pieces, but still getting this proper understanding of truth is not, it would be harder than that even. So those are the examples those were brought about by Lord Buddha by himself to show us how difficult this this understanding is. This understanding cannot be taken very easily, and it is also not heard readily. So it has to be, uh, if you happen to listen to this particular absolute truth, it should be a Buddhottpada era. So Buddhottpada era generally lasts in about 5,000 years. So now almost 2,500 years have already gone. Now this Buddhottpada era would be there for another 2,500 years time. But during that period, the amount the um, the amount of people who understand this Dhamma is very very limited. For our luck, see how fortunate we are. After even 2,500 years, again a fresh episode or fresh um, through these fresh sermons of Buddhottpada sermons, so-called Buddhottpada sermons, again reveals the same truth in the midway of this Buddhottpada era. So it will last for about another 2,500 years. So the sustainability of this Buddha's doctrine will lie upon your hands. Why I say that? If you could understand this Dhamma, so you can be a noble friend to another one. So likewise, this Buddha's doctrine will spread. So if you are not able to grab this truth, so that will be the end point of this Buddhottpada doctrine. That's why Lord Buddha said, if people want to, if you want to see me, you have to see Dhamma. So once you see the Dhamma, once you comprehend the Dhamma, once you realize this Dhamma, it implies that you have seen me. So Buddha is everywhere. Buddha, Buddha he himself did not assign a certain time period. So Buddha is alive. The problem is that is there with you all. You are not capable of seeing Buddha because you don't know and you don't understand this Dhamma. In other words, you are very reluctant to see or understand this truth. So if you have enough courage to see this Dhamma, definitely the path will be automatically open up for you. So it is available for you. And if you have the will, if you have a good will, and if you have the courage, so door is also always open for you. That means Buddha is there for you to go and see. That's why Lord Buddha said, come and have a look. You will understand this Dhamma. You can see me even in this moment. So that's why Lord Buddha said, this moment is the moment that you understand this Dhamma. So this moment is the moment that you enter into the uh, noble state of Nibbana. So Nibbana is not a state that is achieved after the death. So what is the way of understanding or realizing this moment? So what you have to do is just try to you have to understand how this moment has been created, how this moment is formed, has been formed. So this will make you to feel this, or this will brought about the wisdom of Chututpapada jnana. Chututpapada means this moment, the feel of this moment. So feel of this moment is should be devoid of self. Self shouldn't be found within this moment. So if you do feel that you are living in this very moment, that means you are far away from the truth. So you if you feel this moment without the self, so you are almost there in the state of nibbana. But how you achieve this kind of an understanding, how you would see, how you would feel this non-soul state in this very moment. In order to feel this absolute feeling or the feeling of truth, you have to have certain, you have to acquire certain kind of understanding first. Excuse me for a second. So, sorry for the interruption. So, we have been discussing how how we could, how we can see the non-soul state in this very moment. So, Lord Buddha said, non-soul state, the feel of the non-soul state is another name for the seeing Nibbana. Seeing Nibbana is not possible without prior understanding of this moment. So, what you have to understand in order to see that there is no self here is the Dhamma or the system. So, the system that make you to feel a soul state of aliveness, or mechanism of which what is brought about the feel of aliveness is to be understood, needs to be understood. It is little bit complicated if I say so. So let me put in another way. So you have been feeling a self right now. So how do you make sure that you are living in this moment? Can you think? So it is some sort of a challenge for you. So at this moment, how you know that you are a living being? So only way to express these things only through the feelings. Feelings in the sense the sensory inputs. So in this moment you are hearing something. You are hearing this noise or this voice or this sermon. So this is a sound sense. So if you feel this sound sense as a real thing, so in that very moment, this moment is the moment that yourself has been created. So if you feel this sound that you hear right in this moment is a real thing, that means there is a person who is keep listening to this sermon, this sound. So that is the way how you can figure out there is a living being within me right at the moment. Otherwise, you can't express. So if you if you are eating something in this very moment, think about the taste. So this taste itself makes you to feel mm, some kind of temptation. There would so in order to have this temptation, there has to be a person. There has to be a living person. This is the way how you can. This is the only way you can figure out in this particular moment a living soul is there within you. But Lord Buddha said, but Lord Buddha said is something totally opposite for that. The so-called feeling, if this so-called feeling, or as in the prior example, we took a certain taste, no? So if this feeling is not kind of a true feeling, would it there be a self to perceive that feeling? There is no chance of being a self there. What Lord Buddha wanted to show is the taste that you felt or you feel in this very moment is a not real kind of a perception. If it is not a real perception, there is no way of creating a perceiver on the other side. So that was the effort made by Lord Buddha to convince us that we are living in a world of perceptions. These perceptions are not true kind of perceptions. So how can we deny that these perceptions are not true? It is very it is very challenging either. So in order to explain that thing, Lord Buddha brought about a concept into the world. That concept is known as Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, or in English it is known as dependent origination Dhamma. Through this dependent origination Dhamma, or the concept, Lord Buddha wanted to uh, convince this world the the perceptions we live in a world which is filled with perceptions. So the changing nature of the perception will bring about a life feeling for us. So this for life feeling is renamed as self. So if these perceptions, so Lord Buddha, through this dependent origination Dhamma, Lord Buddha showed, tried to convince us that these perceptions are not true, not real. So, if these perceptions are not real, there is no way of creating a so called um, living, alive feel. So, this life feel, now we can, if we are so sure, if we become so sure about these perceptions as not true, so then we have no doubt that there won't be a chance of creating a self or a life feel within this very moment, in this very moment. So, how can we say these perceptions are not true? In order to understand that thing, Lord Buddha gave a nice kind of mm, explanation to that. That is known as explanation of five aggregates, or in Pali terms, it is known as Skandha Vigrahaya. How these perceptions became real things for us. Through these five aggregates, if you understand these five aggregates, it will be not very difficult for you to understand the perceptions that you believe to be real are not true, not real. So what are those five aggregates? In Pali, Lord Buddha explained Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. So the Vijnana means the final result, the fifth one. What was the final result? As we said, the feeling of the liveness. Feeling of aliveness is the ultimate production. The first one is the Rupa. What is this so-called Rupa? Rupa in English term for Rupa is form. So form, then name, then volitional formation, um, then the perception, then goes, it will create this alive feel. What is this form? Form is none other than a vibration or the projection of the vibration. Actually, entire world has been created as a result of this initial vibration. This vibration is formed due to formation of two different polarities, two different endings with opposite polarities. So two different endings means, let's say for an example, positive and negative ends. So this statement is well explained in Majja Sutra. So in Majja Sutra, Lord Buddha explains this two different endings, about these two different endings in very um elaborative manner. So whenever there are kind of two different ends being formed, generation of energy in between, a packet of energy in between these different endings would not be preventable. So whenever there is some sort of different polarities has been formed, generation of some kind of uh, energy or some kind of a force in between will not be prevented. So this force is able to give certain kind of feel. This force is able to give certain kind of a feel. As a result of that feel, some sort of projection will be created. That if that projection happens to be in the form of light, that is the point where you see the light. In other words, that is the point where the vision is taking place. So how this vision is brought about? After creating different endings. Two different ending had two different creation of two different endings were causative factor had been a causative factor for creating an energy. This energy had been a causative factor for creating some sort of feel. That feel is known as name. So if this feel this feel becomes a causative factor for creating another results, that is the projection. So this projection would be the result. So the light will be the result of the name or the feel. So this projection, if this projection mm, got created as a form of light, that is the place where the vision is taking place. So if the vision is there, the so-called eye faculty gets created. So see how this explain stage by stage, step by step. So one becomes when initial thing becomes a cause. So another kind of a result will be created. So that result would be a cause to the subsequent result. So that particular result then again will be a cause for the next result to happen. So likewise, this is known as cause and effect Dhamma. That's why it is known as cause and effect Dhamma. It goes in that way, in sort of a ascending order, one after another, one after another. So whenever there is certain kind of two different endings got created, that is the moment where and some sort of energy gets generated in between. So that energy then is capable of give certain kind of feeling. That feeling is known as the name, form and name. After that, some sort of projection will be made. So as a result of it. So if that projection happens to be the light, that is the point where the vision takes place. So if some sort of a vision is there, that is the place where your eye faculty is formed. So it is very well explained. So up to the level of senses. So this is the eye sensor. So your eye sensor had not been there earlier unless there are some kind of a collision or some kind of a initial polarities got created. Then and there it gets created. So we call for the initial um, product of energy as vibration. So that is capable of creating more and more subsequent vibrations. That means this energy will be producing, keeps on producing more and more perceptions of light. So after creating one, after creating a single episode, it will again keep on creating more and more perception of the same kind. So that will bring about some kind of a real feeling. So we tend to feel this vision that is made within our eye sensor as real thing. The light that you perceive through this eye sensor as a real kind of a light. So this explanation of five aggregates are very, very important to understand these things. So this same scenario can be seen in other sensors as well. So if you take the eye sensor, so we took the eye sensor, then we'll go to the ear sensor and see, right? The initial kind of polarities, initial two different polarities get created, and in between there will be some sort of a force will be generated. That force was will be enable us to feel some kind of a feel though, so that feeling will lead to form some sort of a projection that if that projection happens to be in the form of light, in the form of sound, in that particular point we tend to hear a sound. So that is the very moment where our ear sensor gets formed. This is the second sensor. What was the causative factor for creating this sensor? Is the initial uh, polarities, different endings, two different creation of two different endings. So in Majja Sutra, Lord Buddha said like this: "Jo bante viditvana machuradana pasute." Tambruhi, I can't remember these things. If someone is capable of seeing this underlying truth in each and every sensory sensor, he is he will become a noble. He will become a noble person. So now you know the mechanism of which these sensors get formed. The same initial vibration would be the causative factor of creating each and every sensor. So what happens next? Then what happens? The different sort of perceptions which have been created within the different senses, then what happens? All these things combined tend to aggregate each other. They merge each other. They amalgamate each other. Then what happens? Sound came, vision came, and tactile sensation came from the skin sensor, and taste also contributed in certain ways, and smell. So all these things now mm, getting merged each other. Now what will happen? Another brand new kind of sensation would, brand new kind of perception would then be created. So that brand new perception would be known as the chair. This brand new kind of perception would be perceived as the tree. This brand new kind of perception would be felt as your own mother, own father, or as the reflection of you if you happen to see it through the mirror. If you see yourself through the mirror, the particular perception had been formed with the help of these five senses. Now see, what you absolutely see as you in the mirror is not a true kind of a thing. It is just a perception. Absolutely, in that perception, can you find something to be taken as real in it? No, it is a projection of some sort of an energy. So when this all the perception combine each other, that is the point where your mind has been formed. After combination these things, this perception, we call it as a thought. So the initial building block of the mind is a thought. So now you how this thought has been formed. Only we we call collectively we call as human beings this is a chair, but we have been dealing with a perception. How this perception had been brought about only through the senses. So now you know the light is not a real thing because you know how it has been formed. Now you know the uh, sound which is formed within your ear sensor is not real, and you know how it has been formed. Now you know the perception of the chair is just a perception, nothing to be real, taken as real in it. It is also some sort of a mental fabrication. Likewise, if you apply this knowledge into the rest of the worldly perceptions, in the rest of the materials that you deal in day to day life or interacting with in your day to day life, all the things have similar kind of a origination. That's why Lord Buddha said, if in order to understand your mind, you just need to examine or understand the structure of one thought is enough. That is well explained, can be well explained through these five aggregates. So the five aggregates, the understanding these five aggregates is so important in this understanding of your mind. So now you are thinking that you are interacting or you are getting used, or you are interacting with the uh, members of the family in the society, in your workplace, and all these things, all these interactions are there in your mind. Nothing can be said as true kind of things. All these are mental fabrications. So now you know, now it is not very difficult for you to understand that you have been living in a world which is created in your own mind. So there are 8,000 billion people in the world. We can possibly say that they live in their own different worlds. So in that particular world, in those particular worlds, they themselves also they are live in their own world. So you yourself live in your own small world. So you are thinking your height is this much, your complexion is this, and your hair pattern, the way you comb your hair is this, and how you talk, and your social and your designation, all the things are as they are as thoughts in your mind. That's why Lord Buddha said, you are living in a world that is created within your own mind. In Pali terms, it is said as chitte niyati loko. So in that particular imaginary world, you think that you have been born in this world, and it is again another thought. And also you think that some other day you have to leave this world. So again, it is another thought. Absolutely, that you have not been born in this world. You are, you have no such a so-called birth as believed by the conventional people. In the absence of a birth, would there be a death for you? So death cannot be found. Who could understand this truth? You know that you are living in your own mind. Now you understood the nothing can be taken as real which can be found in your mind. So you have been cheated or you have been deceived so far for such a long period from your own mind. Your mind cheated you for such a long period. Now it's high time to get the true liberation from your mind. It is very easy. Now you know the mind is the medicine. So you will no longer be deceived, or you will no longer be tricked by your own mind. You know how this mind works. You know how this illusionary world created by your own mind. So what you would bother? So do you assign any value for these unrealistic worldly or perceptions? No way. Whatever it comes, in which form it comes to you, maybe in the form of gold, maybe in the form of valuable vehicle, maybe in the form of a reputed designation or reputed job. All these things are your mind creations. So what is the point of assigning value for this? And what is the point of assigning a self kind of a value to your own self even? So you know now, me, my mind concept is also there as in your own mind as a thought. Thought have no value. Thoughts have no value. So you don't feel like assigning a value to yourself as well. And also you know now there is no such a living being as me, as you. So with that understanding, then you start to deal with the rest of the world without the self. You know how this, now you can see more than ever before how your mind works, because you don't assign any kind of ownership to these things. So your mind keeps on form, creating more and more thoughts. The happy things, beautiful sceneries, uh, deadly wars, and mm, um, dismissal of your loved ones. Everything would be created as thoughts in your mind. So, would it be there any kind of a suffering within you? No way, because now you know everything is come, everything comes as thoughts. There are no value for the thoughts, and you don't ever assign any ownership to these thoughts. So, what eventually happens, whatever comes as thought, you just let them go. This letting go does not happen intentionally, it happens automatically. Why is that? Because you now you understood the reality. Now you understood the way how mind behaves. So do you want to interrupt it? No. Do you want to stop it? No. Other than keep watching how this mind works. Just what else you can do? Nothing. So that will bring about certain kind of a stillness to you. So that is known as the noble stillness or the noble solitude. Or Arekanta Sile in Pali. Again, it will bring about certain kind of awareness. That awareness is the awareness that is acquired after liberating from the mind. So, for that, we call it is not the ordinary type of awareness. It is a certain kind of a super awareness. Through this super awareness, you can see whatever things happen in the mind, you can see them very clearly, as you can see the riverbed uh, when the waters are clear and calm. So this is the super awareness that you would gain after seeing this truth. So if it remains static, that is known as the state of adhigata samadhi state. The stillness and the super awareness will lead you to the supreme state of nibbana. That is the state of Buddha. That is the way how you could meet the noble friend as well as the Lord Buddha. So, when I start this explanation, I started with realizing that I started highlighting the importance of realizing this moment. So we didn't go backwards or forwards from that. So we just wanted to show the possibility of seeing the truth in this very moment that is known as Buddhakshanaya. So it is a so kind of beautiful Dhamma with utmost clarity. So while inviting all of you to join hands and be a part of this Buddothpado team, I'll conclude my today's explanation. Good luck. May Noble Triple Gem bless you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Pages from the Buddothpado. Buddothpado Volume 1 to start the session today. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 34, third paragraph. Then we ask you, now where are you? Are you the body? No. Then aren't you the mind consciousness? Yes, you are. Then there is no point of this body, is there? Then, is there a life form in this mind consciousness? A living thing? Now, this is the point where we all get stuck. Upasikawa, there is no life in the mind consciousness. Aryan Mahanse, when you look at sound and color and realize that they do not exist, then the mind consciousness ceases to exist. Because without sound and color, the mind consciousness ceases to exist. When the mind consciousness ceases, nothing is alive, and you realize that your self identity is an illusion. All your thoughts cease to exist. All concepts get destroyed. Even the concept of earth get destroyed. Only the empty universal space remains. Upasikawa, only the universal space remains. Aryan Mahanse, the mind consciousness does not own people. It does not own anything. The mind consciousness only thinks. Upasikawa, it is only a thought. Aryan Mahanse, is there any person in a sound? Is there a thing in a color? When you realize that there cannot be a living feeling in a sound and in a color, and you stop believing in them, your self identity ceases to. Aryan Mohanty, isn't it amazing that you are able to hear this truth? You are very fortunate to hear this sermon. Upasikawa, yes, I have done a lot of merit to hear this sermon. Aryan Mohanty, once you realize the pure truth, you will not cry when your husband dies. You will not cry when your son dies. We hear a lot of stories during the time of Buddha, where the noble ladies receive similar news. During the time of the Buddha, there was a story about a lady from a noble family who was giving alms to disciples of Buddha. She received a message from the war ground saying that her husband and all her children were killed. She read the message and without any remorse tucked the piece of paper on the belt on her waist and continued to serve food to the disciples, saying that she got news that she lost her husband and all her children on the battlefield. She had already realized the pure truth, therefore she did not get disturbed by this sad news. Upasikawa. There is no point in feeling sad. Aryan Mahanse. Now, where is the husband that you thought you had with you all this time? He is only a thought. The shape of the spouse, his body, the coldness or the warmth, the feeling to the touch, they are only thoughts. Upasikawa, everything is a thought. Aryan Mahanse, it is only a thought when there is no self. What else could there be? Upasikawa, that is true, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, is this me? Once you reach home, you will start thinking, is this body me? The Buddha said, Rupang Attano Samanupassati. Rupa Vadanan Samanon Passati. We think that our body is mine. It has life. That too is only a thought. Upasikawa, I understood Aryan Mahanse. Aryan Mahanse, the Buddha said that we believe that this body is mine. It is me and it is alive. There is no such thing. That is called Sakkaya Dittiya. It is a false view that I exist. A drushti. It means false view. Upasikawa, තෙරුවන් සරණයි Honorable Sir. A lot of merit to you. Aryan Mahanse, තෙරුවන් සරණයි. May the blessings of the Noble Triple be upon you. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Tirasana, everyone. We'll start to have a discussion today. I think Aranvasi will join later. So I think the discussion that we read, can you start the discussion, Sudharma? Is there?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Yes, I can start. What she focused on was it's a continuation of yesterday's discussion. Yesterday, actually, we were focusing on 10 fetters and how we gradually get rid of these defilements as we understand the truth. Truth is actually, as today's section also focusing on this Bandula Mallika's, I think that Queen Bandula Mallika's story, where how when she received the sad message of the death of her husband and some children, still how she was not shaken, because she by that time has liberated from the thought. She has realized the emptiness of the thought. So as every day, in every sermon, what Aryan Hanse repeatedly mentions is understanding the true nature of this thought. There is the nothingness of the thought is the science, or the actually the secret of liberating from the world. So this part actually deal also is connected to awakening to the moment. So awakening to the moment is also nothing but seeing the true nature of the six sensory faculties, and how when the sensory faculties perceive an external kind of perceives something, how ignorantly people feel that it is something that is, which exists out there that we see. And but when we know the real scenario, how it is just a vibration, it is due to the occurrence of vibrations of similar frequencies, some manifestation of uh, these vibrations occur, and with that this continuous sparking happens, and we feel as if something existing. With this feeling of existing, some power, actually with this sparking, some power is also generated, and that with that power grows into this mind power, or chittaropana bala, and it connects with the nervous system, and so we feel as if we see something out there. So when we understand that it is just an illusion, it is just the rising of the five aggregates, nothing but the five aggregates, uh, form, feeling, perception, mental formation, and consciousness. There onwards, one does not get deceived by this manifestation of the five aggregates, or these sensory faculties, sensory inputs. And then again, it helps. Actually, that is what Aryan Hansi mentions as nothingness, also emptiness in the thought. With that, one liberates from the thought, and there he or she experiences the emptiness of the world. Otherwise, that the 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 world, actually the stuff made up of great elements, although they are also just non-existent, they are also vibrations, but still here nothingness is not demolishing everything around. You may have the same life, you may have the same surroundings, same environment, same kind of stuff, but still that burning, since you know that they are just thoughts, nothing but your thoughts, that burning will not happen. So, Dr. Kokila,
I think
Ye-
Sudharma.
yes, Dr. Kokila, actually,
So shall
yeah,
we concentrate a bit more about what because Shani was trying to say something about the men like what is it called, Manovinyane? Is it the
mind consciousness.
mind consciousness? Yeah. So the
Yeah.
mind consciousness is the most trickiest part here. So we'll talk about a little bit like that about this. So here, what happens is it is not the thought that is the problematic thing. So thought will be there, and it is not the actual the light. It is not the problem. The light is not the problem. The sound is not the problem. The smell is not the problem. Actually, what is the problem is the thought that they are there, that they are real. So that is what is important here, because mind consciousness is where the thoughts, you feel the thoughts are real. That is where you feel the alive feeling. So this should be taken very clearly, otherwise you will think that the thought is a problem. Thought is not a problem. Light is not the problem, sound is not the problem, the smell is not the problem, the taste is not the problem, the touch is not the problem. The problem here is not knowing that they are real. No, that's the wrong way. I think I put it in a, I don't know whether I put it in a correct way. So not knowing is the ignorance, not knowing that it is not real. So that it is not actually there. So this manifestation is like a part of a film where you put a headset on and then you can see a lot of things. So likewise, our life from like even now, like surrounded by stuff, like stuff. And then you can hear things, you can see things, you can feel things. Thoughts will be coming. But what happens with Dhamma is that the notion, the thought that these are all real is the thing that will vanish. So the drushti, or the concept that these are real, is the one would be shattered. Nothing will happen to the actual thoughts or the data. So we need to take this very clear, because when we understand that they are not real, thoughts will continue to come. Light will continue to happen, sound will continue to happen, the touch, smell, taste will continue to happen. It will continue to happen until there's one last thought, because in that talk, there was a talk about how when there is no stimulus, how that system ceases to work, because the system ceases to work when there is no thoughts, and thoughts are not happening when the actual sensory organs are not working. So what happens here is actually identified in a thinking world. So we think about the birth, we think about the death, we think about the life, we think about everything. But this thinking world is not real. This is very difficult in the initial bit, but then with repetition, this becomes very clear. And then what happens when someone understands Dhamma is this burden that we have. Burden is actually because that we have taken them as very serious. When we take things serious, when we take actually not, the word serious is not actually good here. When we take things as available, no.
Real, isn't it, Dr. Gopila? Real,
Yeah, when take
actual stuff.
Yeah, whatever that word, yeah, real. When we take things as real, what happens is we feel real too. This is what this happens when this happens, is that cause and effect thing that we talk about every day. So what is the cause and effect? If this happens, this happens. So what is happening? If you feel anything real, if the sensory organs are, whatever the sensory organ outcome is taken as real or felt as real, definitely the self vibration would be there. So this is the understanding of how the self arises. This is very important so that someone understand how self arises. If not, we don't understand how knowing that chair is a mirage, how am I going to be diminishing? How am I going to understand that there is no I? This is where the most important part. What is the important part? The important part is understanding that when there is a thing, there is always a self, because this happens only in one stimulus. So when the stimulus is taken as real, definitely there will be the self vibration. So this is happening as the telepathy effect. So you keep getting this fact again and again and again and again. One day, what happens is one particular moment, one stimulus will not be felt as real, and then you will not be felt. So if this happens, this happens, but if this doesn't happen, this doesn't happen. Can you remember the Sinhala part of it? Can someone tell the Sinhala part for that? Idang, can't remember the actual. Yeah.
Dr. Kokla, you meant the Pali version or the
Yeah,
Sinhala
Pali
version?
version.
The Pali is imasming sati idang hoti, imasuppada idang uppajjati.
Yeah.
I can't remember the rest, sorry.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
So actually we are talking about that one because that is the cause and effect. So if you don't get this properly, you don't get the rest of it. So we need to pay attention to this. So why are we listening to this Dhamma? Why are we listening about a chair? Why are we trying to understand what happens to the chair, or whether chair is not there or is there chair? Why are we talking about a chair? And suddenly it comes to the light. It is only in one stimulus we talk about this. And in that stimulus, if the stimulus is taken for granted or taken as real, definitely the telepathization is happening to the self vibration. But if it's not real at one particular moment, if the stimulus is not real or not felt as real, then you will not feel the self vibration. Then we call it non-self vibration. There's no non-self vibration. Actually, there's nothing called non-self vibration. It's just another perception where you get because there's no self vibration there. It's just an emptiness you feel. That is the emptiness we talk about, not the emptiness of the world, not the emptiness of the anything else. We are not talking about emptiness of anything else. I think I tried.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, that's very clear. That's what actually I was trying to ask. This emptiness, we get confused at the very beginning because when we hear that it is the emptiness that you experience when you liberate from the thought, it's not clear. I mean, one may not understand at once. And Dr. Kokila, then again, uh, even when we understand the wisdom of truth, understand the concept, and when we actually practice the kamatahan also, what happens is stimuli will occur as usual, but that stimulation will not be as strong as before, isn't it, Dr.? Would you like to explain it further?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what happens when you hear Dhamma or this truth about how self vibration is appearing in each stimulus. It's such a relief to know that there's no actual self there. It's just something which is arising. Something, there is a cause, and you understand, okay, then it means when the causes are not there, the effect is not there. That's such a relief to know that. And that itself brings you so much happiness, just to know this. And then we keep understanding that, okay, the stimulus, if the stimulus is felt as real, definitely we are there. Then we try to understand why the stimulus is then not there. Why are we talking about the stimulus and why it is actually not there? Then we understand how perceptions work, how vibrations work, how this the whole the sensory world works, how the thought will capture the whole thing, how we have this film in this thinking world. It's a thinking world. So we are inside a thinking world. We need to come out of that thinking world, but we are inside a thinking world. Even if we are inside a thinking world, the burning will actually definitely reduce as soon as we start to hear this Dhamma, because it's such a relief to know that there is no actually self. It's only there because there is a cause, and when the cause is not there, actually the self is not there. It's such a good thing. So then we keep listening to Dhamma and we try to understand why the stimulus is not real. And we keep understanding that. And one day, when you keep listening to this Dhamma, you will definitely understand that even the light is not real. The light is a production of the eye. Light is just the vibration, like a speedy vibration of the eye. But we felt it as real. And we understand that the sound is the speedy vibration of the ear. We keep understanding this because to us, the sound sounded so real. The lights seemed to be so real. Let alone the beach, let alone the forest. Just the simple light. We feel that it is so real. Let alone the birds sound, let alone the vehicle sound. We feel that the sound is real. How about the other stuff? So we keep understanding this, and more we listen to Dhamma, we keep understanding more and more about this real beauty of the world, how we are actually, how we were beaten by this magic, how we were blinded by the magic, how we were led into like a bubble of thinking. It's like walking in a dream. It's like walking in a like inside a film. But no, we didn't feel like that, because when we are actually feeling that, we don't feel it as a dream, we feel it as real. This is my brother, this is my sister, these are my sons, these are my daughters, this is my husband, this is my wife, this is my parents, these are my parents, and this is my house, and this is my country, and this is my world. The sky is mine, and this part of the land, it is mine. So we keep thinking like that. I mean, it's such a shame to know that we were cheated by our own consciousness. It's such a beautiful thing to know that how these things worked, how these things led to our suffering. Well, Lord Buddha has once said, there is happiness in such a way, but if there is a happiness in some way, I would not be telling this Dhamma. Because in one way or other, it's only suffering. You might feel happy for a bit, but that is actually, again, is a suffering, because we don't have to describe that far, because we know enough about suffering, isn't it? We don't have to say much about that. So we were led in such a way. What happens when we hear Dhamma? We keep understanding this slowly and slowly. We keep understanding how we believed that the light is real, how we believe that the sound is real, how we believe that what we feel in the skin is real, how we believe that what we feel in the tongue is real, how we believe that what we feel in the nose is real, and how we believe, this is the most difficult part, how we believe that the thoughts are real. That's the most difficult part, because we feel that it is mine, it's my private thoughts, it's mine, don't take my thoughts, they are my personal things. Other stuff we might be able to understand, but the the thoughts, it's very difficult to understand, because you feel it is such a personal thing, so we can't really come into that understanding that is actually not real. So we keep understanding this because Venerable noble friend Aranwanse actually keep telling us. He never stopped telling us. He kept telling us in about 8 to 10 Zoom discussions. He kept telling us. Everyone else kept telling us. Whoever who can tell this kept telling us, no, wake up. There's something to wake up from the dream. Please wake up from the dream. We are, sometimes it's difficult to wake up, it's very difficult, but it's okay. You have to have some courage to actually wake up. One day you will wake up. How would you wake up? You would feel a moment which is not real. One stimulus which is not real. You will completely feel it because there you're not thinking. It just happened because you have been mastering this for a long time. You have mastered this. What have you mastered? You have mastered that it's only a thinking process, and then we have mastered that whatever the perceptions in that thinking process is not true. And then we have mastered that whatever the sensory organ perceptions, they are not true either. They are just rapid vibrations of the sensory organs only. Yes, we have mastered this. And then one particular moment you will feel it. It is so important that you not miss that, because that particular moment will teach you, then you don't feel the feel of existence in that. But the stimulus, whatever the sound, whatever the light, whatever the feel, it will be there. But just the feel of existence will not be there. So that is what I wanted to explain, and that is what is going to happen to everyone. We may not have patience for this because our mind doesn't have any patience. Mind doesn't know that. Mind only knows how to chase things. Mind only knows how to believe things. Mind only knows how to imagine things. Mind only knows to be proud of things, or be happy about things, or be sad about these things. Anything. Yeah, but that is mind. But mind is not true. So when you keep understanding this, whatever the emotions, are they important? Well, not really. It's just part of the game. It's just a part of the game. So if there is no self, what's the importance of the emotions? There's no doer. There's no person who is actually sensing this. So the importance of the emotions, importance of the sensual world diminishes every day. It diminishes. Dhamma becomes part of you. Is there anything to add?
It's very clear, Dr. Kokila. Sorry. Very clear, Dr. Kokila. Actually, how can one believe when we look at a certain section of our living room or whatever, the other part is not existing? We can't believe that at once, no. But the illusory nature of mind consciousness is that we tend to believe that although right now I'm in the living room, the kitchen is there, and everything else, I mean bedrooms are there, but only through this true knowledge or wisdom of truth only, we come to actually self-realizations gradually that we live only for that particular moment.
Yeah, but Sudama,
Then,
you have to remember,
yeah,
even for someone who has attained, like even Lord Buddha or Arahant will know that the next room is the kitchen. That is not the problem, because the feel of existence is not there. So it's very subtle. These things are very subtle, because it is the actual the knowledge, the data, everything will be there. Nothing has happened. It's the same thing. It's just that the telepathization to the self vibration will not happen, because the Rahatan Vasi has become the non-self vibration. Yes, Saroja, what were you trying to add, Saroja?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හැමෝටම everyone and තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. Yeah, when you were talking about the Dhamma, when we realize the Dhamma, it's always within us. You said it always working inside of us, because everyone is hanging with the outward, that they are thinking the color world is existing in outside, and the sound world is existing outside, and the taste world, and the our words, which is creating through our 5 senses. Everyone is who didn't realize the Dhamma, who doesn't know this Dhamma, then they are hanging with the outward because of our 5 senses. They can't understand how it's working, and then how it's stimulating. This pattern they can't recognize. Because of that, I think we are in an illusory world. Once we realize the Dhamma, we are starting to wake up. Means starting, we realize how our senses is working in this moment, how we can hear. I believe like that way. I'm apologize, and if something wrong when we are talking in English, so please apologize. And we try to explain with you our experience about this Dhamma, to give this world. So until we are hanging with the world, we don't wake up for this moment, I believe. You can explain more if I'm wrong.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Thank you. I think we were talking in that direction. So, is there anything to actually describe, or Saroja, do you want me to tell anything?
Describe further, yeah.
Oh, about which part?
After waking, after we realizing the Dhamma, how it's work from our inside.
Yeah, actually, I think it's important. Once the importance of actually realizing or actually feeling the no self feel, that's the beginning, kind of, to understand that the doubts will be gone. That's very important, because we have doubts about Dhamma all the time, even though we hear there's no someone. We just, so when we try to imagine things, there's always doubts, because we can imagine anything. If I try to imagine about America, if I haven't gone to America, and I might imagine something and I'll always have some doubts about that. And always I will try to think about ways to reach America. You know, I'll be thinking, is it this way, or is it that way, or is it better to go by, like, should I fly, or should I go in a ship, or there are so many various questions. But what happens is, if you actually feel this for a moment, that there's no self, then the question part stops. Those three fetters are actually because of that, because the doubts cease, and we don't we understand what is being said and how this is happening. And you might feel it again, and this keep happening until you realize that it is the normal thing. So there's always what Lord Buddha said, that if someone has an idea about this, that person will definitely become the non-self vibration. It's not a non-self vibration, non-vibration, sorry. Yeah, become the non-vibration, because you just for one stimulus you might feel it initially, but then slowly, with the help of the noble friend, you will keep understanding how this ignorance works. So it is very important to follow the noble friend to the end, because we can get trapped everywhere in a lot of steps. So someone like Haran Wahanse is very important for someone who is actually trying to understand Dhammas, because in every step, I think the ignorance is also different, because the way you look into things become different, because what you feel real is different too. Because if someone is actually going in this path, you feel like awakened from the dream, but then you kind of get attached to that. So the noble friend will definitely tap you and say, wake up from that dream too. Like, it's such a beautiful Dhamma. This Dhamma, I think everyone should hear it, everyone should try to understand it, and every one of us should try our best to tell it to someone, isn't it? Anyone can add something to this discussion?
Theruwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah.
I think what you said at the end was quite important, and particularly when one is traversing the path, when we talk about the three realms, the sensual realm, the form and the formless realm, until one is still languishing in the sensual realm, the pruthaggjana, or the people on probably the beginning stage of the path, everything that happens, because the external world to a certain is at the beginning very real, and then with the understanding of the true Dhamma, that importance and the belief that it is real gradually starts diminishing. but still, because that feeling is quite tangible, one kind of realizes that there is still more to go, more to progress, more understanding of the Dhamma is required, so on and so forth. And therefore, the motivation, the tendency to keep on listening to the Dhamma, to discuss the Dhamma, and so on, is still very much prevalent, because one can feel the suffering, isn't it? One can feel the burning sensation the moment something happens with a loved one or some incident at the workplace and so on. But as there is progress further from the sensual world to the form and the formless realm, that is where, as you quite rightly pointed out, the tangible feeling of kind of languishing in a particular spot and kind of goes away, because it becomes more refined. There is that innate calmness and tranquility that starts emerging as one ceases to be trapped in the sensual realm. And then the pitfalls are many, but the pitfalls are very hard to kind of discover, isn't it? And that's where the importance of the noble spiritual teacher is, because one may think that, oh, I've kind of now I've understood what has to be understood, and I'm feeling very happy and calm, and this must be it, kind of thing.
No,
So
actually,
that
there's a bit of thing that that should be added to there. Like, there is no whatsoever, there is no confusion there, because there are very specific, distinct points. So, if someone has felt the vibration, and that is the vibration which will die down. So, it is very, very clear what is to happen, what is. So that's important. I think important thing, that there's no guessing game here. It's not a guessing thing. So yeah, I can just add that. I don't think I can tell more about that, but I'm very, very like can say, like it is. So that's how the Ananda Swami Nwanse, Venerable Ananda, is aware that it didn't happen. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, so there's no confusion about that usually. I mean, very rarely we hear, very rarely there are stories like in Lord Buddha's time, that there was a very one man in Nwanse who didn't know that it happened. So there are very remote areas where they talk about that, but usually if someone is fully aware about the path, it's clear. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, but there is still a tendency, Dr. Kokila, to probably not understand or distinguish the difference, because that is why the Buddha said, for those who have reached even the state of anagamihood, that, even a little bit of dirt is still dirt, and that the right effort is still required.
Oh yeah. So the what happens there is, I think I get your point now. You can feel like a sense of satisfaction. Yes, it is there, but definitely it's not due to ignorance that it happens. I mean, it's not due to, how can I put
Actually,
like
I think it's ignorance right along the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is ignorance. So there is like, like kind of lingering, I would say, lingering in kind of one status. It is a possibility. Yeah, I get your point. It's a possibility, but definitely I don't think it is the thing that they won't misunderstand that they have achieved something. They would be just happy with what they have, that's what is going to happen, I think. I don't think they will misunderstand or overestimate. I don't think it's going to happen. I think what is going to happen is they just be, like okay with it, because they already feel very good.
And the other point I just wanted to raise was to Sudharma's question earlier about when she said that, a person believes that when one is in the hall that the kitchen is still there, and what you said that, even arahats still know that there is the next monastery so many miles away, and so on. At that point, that Pali term nasanna sanni, Dr. Kokila, so that means that there is a perception, but the perception lacks the current or the egoistic self-perception, and therefore doesn't carry the weight of a vibration, isn't it?
I don't know how you actually connected
The
them.
nasanni thing, because it says it's not there. You can't say that there is no perception either. You can't say that there is a perception, and you can't say that there is no perception. I think that is the meaning of it.
Surangika, it is wrong. Surangika, it is about the self vibration that is. So in this path, it is about the self vibration, not about anything else. So we have to be careful in interpreting it in another different way, because we are not talking about the samatha or the what is it called, the concentration meditation.
Yeah, I don't know what's that question, but I know the Arahata stage is there's a perception, but it's
That's what
small. Yeah,
that's a
yeah,
very
there's a
important to
perception.
explain.
There's a perception because normally everything is happening, no? But nothingness is
Yes,
there.
Sarana, that's what I was
Then
trying to
yeah,
add.
yeah.
The whatever the word that she said in Pali, that is not about actually about the chair. In the sense, I don't know whether I'm trying to put it in correct way. It is about not feeling the self vibration in this path. Someone who is already in the path correctly, it's about the self vibration. But in concentration meditation, this can be different, complete in a different aspect. So as Aranwanse said, everything is there, but what is diminishing is the self vibration. So what is happening is absence of self vibration, and that is actually I think Aranwanse can add to that. I don't know whether did Surangika get the point? I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Gokula, what I was trying to say was nasanni means, and Aryan Mahansi has explained this also to us so many times, that there is a perception, but the perception lacks the vibration. As you pointed out, there is no vibration like Pruthakjana, lay people, but you can't say that there is no perception either.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say there's a difference between the self vibration and the sensory organ vibration. So that's what I was going to highlight. I don't know whether you got the point. because sensory organ vibrations would be there anyway.
Yes, that's right. I mean, that's because the sensors and the organs function right till, yeah, that continues to function anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, of course. I think
Isn't
what
it?
Sudharma was trying to clarify was that feeling of existence, isn't it, Sudharma? If you're on the call.
No, I don't think she's there at the moment.
I think she has left. Yes.
Yeah, I think Aranwanse can add something to our discussion today, because we are actually in the end part of it. I think we are going to run. No, we have about 11 minutes. So Aranwanse can add something to our discussion. It would be great. Don't know whether Aranwanse is in a position to talk.
Yeah, it's okay. Kokila, what you say? Yeah.
No, Aranwanse.
What's the question? Yeah. I've not heard that.
No, it was actually discussion about
yeah, I've not heard that. I don't know what's the question. Perception is the question? Is Arahata stage, there's a perception or no? That's the question? What is that question? Turanka, what's that question?
Sudharma asked the question at the beginning about when a lay person is in the, say, for example, in the kitchen, they will think there is something out in the garden, for example, because of ignorance. And then Dr. Kokila was explaining that, saying that even arahats still get that perception, still understand. Isn't that, Dr. Kokila, that, like that day we explained, R.N. Mahansa, that the Buddha said in the next monastery, Venerable Anuruddha, I have to go and see Venerable Anuruddha in the next monastery, so that thought still comes to the Buddha, but that doesn't mean there is ignorance.
Everything is normally happening.
Is normal.
Thoughts also, thoughts also, everything. There's a mind sensor is working now. Everything is happening. There's nothing any change, but inside transformation is an inside. Pain is not there, but it's normally system is working. Thoughts also there, but not pain, not inside pain, not any vibration inside. But normally everything is normal there. That is why we explain that everything is happy or sad or everything is there, but no sad. What's the sad? But happy is there, but nothing any pain, any how is telling that? Happy is there, but nothing any inside
feel of existence.
Yeah, reactions. Inside nothing any pain. What the word is that? Is I always told this Sinhala words, Dhamma discourses, deyak nona satutak, deyak nona dukak, deyak nona adara, deyak nona gina. What is the meaning? Is avadiya, is awakened the moment. Is what is that awaken? Is you are not in the dream. So dream is gone. Dream is going, film is going, but you are not in there. It's okay.
Yes.
Everything is normally there, like a film. But nobody is there. This experience is very important. That's why perception is there. This perception is no value. No any value, this perception. This sanya sukuma is a Buddha's word, is gana sanya sukuma. What is the meaning is that? What's the meaning is that? Sukuma, sanya, is sanya not any, how is this? Not any highlighting. Sanya is there, but no any signals, any highlights. It's sukuma sanya. This normally where there's a meaning is you can see, but normally it's like a camera. Not any body is there because not inside any pain. Who's telling this? Suranka, do you understand what I say?
Yes, Saran Mahansa, it doesn't carry any kind of
Yeah.
vibration or existent field or any kind
Because
of
nobody is there. Because
Yeah.
who are you? You are not body, you are not a mind. Who are you? You are only the pain, no? You are only the value, no? You are only the current. No,
Yes, Saran.
there's no current. That's why there
Yeah,
is no you. First, you want to understood what you are. Who are you? You are not you are not any sensor. Who are you? It's a power. That's why defilements is you. Because defilements are fading. There is not anybody. What's that experience is? There's a non. How is it telling that? It's not anybody is there. If someone is there, you, how is a Buddha's word is?
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado,
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Everybody wants to live a happy and contented life, isn't it? But from the day we were born, aren't we suffering? Maybe due to a sickness, maybe due to losing parents, or maybe due to various natural disasters, accidents, maybe loss of legs, hands, and maybe we have to depend on others. So likewise, we face lots of suffering day to day in our life, isn't it? Physically as well as mentally. So we need a way out of suffering. We search for a way out of suffering. Even we are healthy and living a happy life at this moment, a disaster can happen at any time, leaving you physically and mentally unstable, isn't it? For that, we can't implement a time. But always we try to find out a way out of the stress by doing lots of rituals, offering pujas, flowers, worshipping, praying. Yes, but we get some sort of relief. But if someone has wisdom, he will want to find a permanent way out of suffering, isn't it? So we know that Prince Siddhartha has seen these 4 signs: an old man, a sick person, a dead body, and a monk. In other words, impermanence, suffering, death, and a path to liberation. So this has inspired Prince Siddhartha to find the way out of suffering. Don't we see this daily? So even we also see this daily, these signs. But have we even thought of ending the suffering permanently? Even though we see the same 4 signs in everyday life, we see people getting old, relations get sick, they die. Say, as for my own experience, my father was bedridden for 8 years. Though he was a very strong, independent person, ultimately he had to depend on everyone. And he suffered and died. And death is something we even don't like to talk about, isn't it? But it is inevitable. So we go to others' funerals But did we ever thought that someday I will die too? No, we just say then that one is dead. And if we see and if we think almost all the important people we have known are dead. Say the actors, singers, politicians, musicians, presidents, businessmen, doctors, nurses, soldiers, children, friends, parents, pets, monks, they are no longer there, isn't it? Even if we take our own personal lives, people we cared and loved, they are also dead and gone, isn't it? But someone would say, yes, so that is life. Don't worry and don't think about it. But there are some people who are still suffering, even after 20, 30 years, thinking about their loved ones. Why did this happen to me? This won't happen if my father was there. Oh, I wish my child is here. So we suffer due to a thought. For example, we had lots of disasters in our country, isn't it? We had a war, a tsunami, bomb blasts, earth slips, landslides, floods, droughts. So some happen naturally, say the tsunami, landslides, floods, droughts. But there are man-made things as well, artificially created. So how can a person even think of killing another person or an animal? If we take the war is a creation of the mind, a thought in somebody's mind, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that we suffer due to thoughts. So in the mundane world, everything is happening. Even in Lord Buddha's days, all things were happening. Say Patachara and Kisa Gotami, they suffered due to the loss of their children, husband. Even nowadays, same thing is happening. If we take our life, aren't we a Patachara, a Kisa Gotami, a Kujjuttara, or a Kukutumitta? So more or less, we have also undergone this suffering, isn't it? So is there a permanent way out of this suffering? If we actually want to get rid of suffering, we should find out how Patachara, Kisa Gotami, has get rid of suffering, isn't it? And not only that, they have become Arahat. They have attained the Arahathood. Say a person who has lost everything goes for a concentration meditation retreat. then what do you have to do? Then you have to focus on your breathing or focus on something else. This might give you some temporary relief. But say once you come home to the familiar surroundings, the memories will come back definitely. Just like you can't keep a rubber ball underwater. As soon as you release the hand, it will come up, isn't it? So likewise, in concentration meditation, what happens? You suppress the thoughts, but at any moment it can come out. It can come out with anything you see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. But in insight meditation, what happens? You understand how the thoughts are created. And you know how the thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And you know the telepathizing system, how it works. How these past perceptions becomes new perceptions. Say you have lost your husband and the thought of the husband comes repeatedly, and you feel your husband in whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell. So you see him everywhere, you hear him everywhere, you hear his voice. Say when you drink coffee, you might remember that how he liked to drink coffee and how you used to drink coffee with him. Also, when you smell a nice smell, then also you might remember that this is his perfume. So likewise, the thoughts, they become so powerful, so real, and you get physically and mentally weak. Sometimes you don't feel like going out, not to meet friends, not to do anything. Just sit somewhere and suffer and think and suffer. And some go into depression. So this might go on for some time. So you might want to get rid of this suffering and think of going for a retreat. Do some concentration meditation. But what happens as soon as you sit down to do the meditation? The thoughts comes back. It happens naturally from the system. One can't control it or suppress it. So what happens once you return from the meditation? The thoughts might become more powerful. The me is powerful. But Lord Buddha has shown us a way out of suffering by preaching a non-soul Dhamma, a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? It is the dependent origination Dhamma. So we know that attachments or disattachments gives us the suffering. So how can we get rid of attachments and disattachments. So in 84,000 Dhamma sermons or in Tripitaka, Lord Buddha has shown a way out of suffering. It happened 2,600 years ago. Though it was written in the Tripitaka, there was no one who could read the hidden meaning of it. So it was actually hidden there for a long period until our noble spiritual friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa revealed it once again to the world through Dhamma Abhijna. So this is not knowledge. This is not in a book. So Dhamma Abhijna arises when all the sense of self dissolves, which means there is no self, but only Dhamma itself, which is revealed through wisdom. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa shows how this thought is created and how this suffering is created. If we take this stimulus or the aramuna as real, we have to see this reality, how this illusion is created. So the only path to see this is this insight meditation. So we have to know that everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, taste and feel are merely thoughts. Death and birth also are thoughts. So someone can suffer due to thinking that I am going to die, but that's also a thought. So thoughts are different from person to person. If we take animals, various animals have different thoughtful worlds. So we can't say whose world is true, isn't it? Likewise, the world created by senses is not true, because it is a creation due to a speedy vibration. So this cannot be seen through mind, but could be seen through wisdom. So likewise, one can't attain Nibbana through mind, because mind is an illusion, a creation, a sankata. So Lord Buddha has given some examples that rupa, or what is seen, is like a foam bubble which won't last. Feel is like a water bubble which also won't last either. Sankara, or the formations, are similar to a banana stem, and the consciousness is similar to a mirage. These similes were given by Lord Buddha. So it is very true, isn't it? So we suffer due to a thought. So even at this moment, even if one thinks I am going to die, and can suffer due to that particular thought. But thoughts are not real. Even if we think I'm going to die in future, it's also a thought at this moment. So even if I think my father died in 2018, it is also a thought at this moment. We can't actually implement a time. So we have to see through wisdom, not with the mind. So what does that mean? See through the wisdom and not with the mind. We know that the senses creates the mind, isn't it? But when we talk about wisdom, wisdom is not created through senses. It is actually to understand the senses. So if someone asks the question, what should I do to attain Nibbana? So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo. There's only one way to attain Nibbana. It is to see the truth of the stimuli. Aramune Satya Dakima. Which means to see how this illusion is created. Lord Buddha has also said it's even better than seeing a colorful film to see this, how this illusion is created. So actually there's nothing called mind. Mind means how this illusion is created in the first place. In other words, mind is the stimulus which comes every fraction of a moment, a vibration. So we know that the stimulus comes from one of the senses, either the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, or the mind. So is this world we create from our senses, is it true? So if it is true, then all the animal world and the world we perceive should be the same, isn't it? So we will see just how a bird sees the world. Actually, the birds, they see a very colorful world. They can detect UV spectrum also. Their vision is clear. Even when they are flying, their vision is very clear. So if we take a fish has a 360-degree view. So it seems that they can even move their lens forward and backwards, like a camera. Like a camera, it can be focused. So they have a very clear vision under the water. But as we know, the humans can't do that. So if we take a horse, how does a horse see the world? They also have a 360-degree field of view. Also they have a excellent motion detection and also good night vision. But they can see shades of blue and green only. So again, if we take from a human, it is different, isn't it? So if we talk about an elephant, they also have a good night vision. And they see shadows of blue and yellow. And they don't see far. It seems that they can see only up to 10 meters. But they have a superior sense of smell and also hearing. And it seems that it is difficult for them to judge the distance, especially straight ahead. So if we take a dog, how does a dog see the world? They see the world in shades of blue, yellow and grey, rather than the red-green spectrums of which humans can see. Actually, they are colorblind to red and green. But they have a good night vision and a higher sensitivity to movements. So likewise, animals have their own world, isn't it? Even an ant, bee, a worm, a fly creates their own world. If we take a worm, worms do not have eyes and they cannot see. They cannot see images. Instead of that, they perceive the world through the skin vibrations. They are also sensitive to light. So they can identify day and night to keep them, so they can keep their skin moist. So if we take humans, so even in humans there are colorblind people, isn't it? So they can confuse red with green, orange with yellow, or purple with blue. But the most common type is red and green color blindness, which means these colors appears as shades of yellow and brown. And also there are some people, very rarely, there are people who are totally colorblind. They see only the shadows of black, white and green. So when we talk about seeing the world, whose world is true? We can't implement it, isn't it? Not only the scene. When we talk about sounds, it is also different. So if we take a cat, they hear far better than humans. They detect high frequency sounds up to 64,000 Hertz. Dogs hear frequencies up to 60,000 to 65,000 Hertz. Whereas the human, we can hear between 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz. So we know that animals, especially dogs, they often can detect or sense the impending waves of vibrations, just like a tsunami. So what does that mean? That means they can hear the deep earth rumbles or low frequency vibrations. This we can't hear. As humans, we can't hear this. Not only that, even dogs' paw pads, those are highly sensitive to low frequency vibrations in the ground. They also have a very good sense of smell. So all in all, what we can say is that everyone, humans, animals, no matter what they are, they have their individual worlds, isn't it? So we can't say which world is true. As we are talking about humans, we should know how our mind is created. For that, we have to go back to the radiant mind, because we also came from a radiant mind, which was very clear, pure as a white sheet. So we can't implement defilements in a radiant mind. So we say the baby's mind is very pure. But even he has the glue for the attachments or disattachments. It happens later, once the mind is created. So if we take a newborn baby, when the baby is born, if he does not take his first breath and breathe naturally, we say the baby is dead. So we resuscitate the baby and try to make him cry, isn't it? Because he can't survive without breathing. Here I just wanted to add that in Vata Sutra, Lord Buddha has said, wind does not blow, rivers does not flow, pregnant women does not give birth. So what does this mean? This means that everything is a natural phenomena. So likewise, as we were talking about the baby, so after the baby is born, he is given to the mother to feed. But nobody taught him to suck the milk, isn't it? But he naturally sucks the milk. So likewise, after some time, he sleeps, gets up when he is hungry or wet or warm. All this happens naturally. The system starting to work, isn't it? Though he does not speak any language, he only knows to cry and smile. He will smile when he is comfortable. He will cry when he is uncomfortable. We all came from there, isn't it? So what happens once the baby grows up? He starts to turn his head. He starts to turn his head towards sounds. Follows with eyes, actively moves hands and legs. These things happen naturally. So we can see that the system is working. So you must have noticed that the babies, even they are small, they cry when there's no one around them. Though they don't know how to tell it, they feel it. Even though still he does not recognize mother, father or siblings, he feels that somebody is there. He feels the mother's warmth, feel the sounds, feel the touch, feel the smell. Even though they can't express it, they feel it. The existent feel is there. Later, he recognizes the mother's voice because it comes repeatedly. He recognizes mother's smell, mother's touch, and the shape as well. But still he can't place it, and no names are attached. And later he turns to sides, crawls, sits, stands, and walks without a name. He also looks at colorful objects, sounds, recognizes mother. So when mother leaves the house, the child starts to cry. We have those experiences, isn't it? Some children even have temper tantrums, like screaming, kicking, and shouting. As the language skills has not developed properly, they try to communicate in another way by shouting, kicking, or screaming. So what happens once the child goes to the Montessori? The sounds and colors are introduced. For example, the teacher might show a picture of an apple and say, "This is an apple." So with the sound, the shape and color of the apple merging with the smell, taste and feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta, combines to create an apple in the mind sensor. Likewise, the sounds are given: table, chair, wall, tree, board, book, pencil, chalk, teacher, mother, father, school, a friend, car. Likewise, all are sounds. And now the world is creating. And not only that, the colors are also introduced: red, blue, yellow, green. So now the apple will become a red apple, car will become a blue car, tree will become a green tree. Now the existent field becomes the alive field. The me who sees the apple is created. Self-perception is created. Me who sees the father, me who sees the teacher, my mother, my sister, my school, all are created. All these are perceptions. So now the duality is created and I am here who sees the teacher. So now the repeated perceptions, the sounds, gives rise to the wanting to keep them. This is my pencil and my mother. The value comes automatically. He wants to keep it. He gives a value to it. So in Mahanidana Sutra, Lord Buddha has explained it. It's just like a whirlpool which goes around collecting things which is around, it's like absorbing things. So this is our story, how the bhava is created, how the samsaric journey is created, how this soul is created. Actually, if you contemplate properly, you will see there is no soul, there is no me. But we think there is a soul. So more thoughts, more repeated thoughts, the soul is powerful. So to know the Trividya or the threefold wisdom, the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, Chutupapada Jnana and the Ashvaksha Jnana is very, very essential in this path. It is to see through wisdom how this illusion is created. So Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana is when one sees how the first thought was created in the child. So without knowing this Trividya, there is no path. So one should have this wisdom to see through this illusion. So in other words, to catch the magician who creates this magic. For this, we have to listen to true Dhamma with the correct vision or Samma Ditti. And now you can see that we can't get this through knowledge or by doing concentration meditation, because it can be seen only through insight meditation and contemplation. It is not easy because whichever way you take, you will get caught to the illusion of the mind. So once you listen to Buddothpado sermons and the understanding deepens, one realizes the science behind how this mind is created with one vibration. And in that one vibration, one thought or one aramuna, the birth and the death also creates. The 31 planes of existence is also created. So we have to understand how this one thought is created and how the light and sound was created in the first place. So once you contemplate deeply on this, you experience it through yourself, that actually there is nothing called light and sound either. that all are creations due to speedy vibrations. This is explained in Majja Sutra, which means if there are two different endings, there's a power generated. So likewise, as long as there is a duality, there will be a power. So imagine you are in the space where there is no duality. Then you can't place a me. There won't be a name or a form, isn't it? So now we know that thoughts are created with sounds and colors. And there is nothing in a color wave or a sound wave, isn't it? So when somebody sees through wisdom, it leads to cessation of suffering. Actually, is there a me who is suffering? No, there is no me who is suffering. So likewise, the ignorance starts to dissolve, because me or soul is also an illusion created by the speedy vibration. It's a current, the current underneath. So this current loses power, which means the power of the soul or the self vibration dissolves, isn't it? So it is very important to know that whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world at that particular moment. So there is no specific entities called me and the world. Both are same. Chutupapada jnana. When one sees that every single thought is created the same way. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aran Mahansa gives this example. You don't have to cut each and every mangoes to see the inside, because we already know that it is white, isn't it? So the one who is in the path, he will feel that me or the fire within is diminishing little by little. It happens gradually. So likewise, every thought is a vibration. Mother, father, sister, car, house, taste, smell, sound. So whatever you name it, all are vibrations. And there is nothing in a vibration. It is just a creation. For example, when you clap, there is a sound, isn't it? But we can't place from where the sound came from. We can't implement the sound, isn't it? So once you know the truth, the self-existence, the existent feeling dissolves. In other words, the defilements, the desire, ill will, hatred, all starts to dissolve, which is the Asraksha jnana, one of the threefold wisdom. It's just like the guideline which shows that one is in the path to liberation. The defilements are fading. So if we take day-to-day life, people run after success. They think whatever they do is not enough. They are driven by desire and thinks it brings happiness. To collect things, collect knowledge, collect trophies, collect memories, collect money, and so on. So what happens? They run with desires, like the deer who runs after the mirage. They have goals, targets, plans, maybe to be better than another one, maybe to maintain a social status, maintain an ego. So always not enough money, not enough power. They want to maintain a powerful lifestyle. So to gain achievements. So they do anything to gain those. Sometimes one country is not enough. So they want another country. So they fight. So with that, getting more and more attachments, desires, ill will, hatred, jealousy, with all that, the suffering. But just look at a bird who flies freely in the sky. They also have a life. They also feel hunger, thirst. But they also eat, they also sleep. They also have a family. But they are free, isn't it? So when there is sunlight, they enjoy the sunlight. When there is rain, they like to sit in a branch so the raindrops fall into the feathers, isn't it? They don't trouble anyone. They live in that moment happily. They live with a feel. So they feed them, the little birds, and let them fly away when they are grown up, isn't it? But in humans, even if they are grown up, they used to look after them. No freedom. Likewise, there are people who work after even retirement. It's just like a habit. So humans, they think a lot. Mind is so powerful. So they plan what to do tomorrow. Maybe to kill someone, maybe to rob someone. But as you know, we all came from the radiant mind, where there was no defilements, isn't it? So how did this pure mind got defilements? because we take the world as real and we stride towards goals, work hard to maintain self. We need to lead a successful and wealthy life. But in path to Nibbana, we do not gain something. Instead, we lose ourselves. So as humans, we are born as humans. Actually, we were like given a chance to understand this, understand the system, understand that there was never a me. From the beginning, there was never a me. It is just a system. So only few people understand this truth. So what happens once you understand this? The illusion of self starts to dissolve. So if one sees that Nibbana is within us, it is the real success. It's the real success in life. It's a system. The senses were working since birth. There is no me anywhere. Senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. If your eyes are open, obviously you will see. So because you have ears, you will hear. As you have a nose, you will smell. Likewise, you have a tongue and a body, you will feel the taste and hot and cold. So you have a mind, its action is to think. All these are natural phenomena and happens due to speedy vibration. Nobody is doing that. But you feel as if you are living. It's also a perception, an illusion. So as long as this existent feeling is there, which came through the zygote vibration, the alive field will be created, just like the two sides of a coin. So as long as the alive feeling is there, there is a death. So it is very, very essential to understand this system, the senses, and see that there is actually no self. So this self, the illusionary self, is created once the mind sense was created and the duality was created. So there's only one way to Nibbana, that is to see the truth in this thought, Aramune Satya Dakima, and see that there is nothing in a thought. So someone is searching to end the suffering. This is the only way to see the truth. So as always, we are very grateful to you, our noble friend Buddothpado Wahanse, for giving us this wonderful Dhamma. Theruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
ආරණ්‍යක.
ආරණ්‍ය
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
නමස්කාර
දෙවනි.
pay homage to you. And Tirvan Sarna, everybody, all.
Good morning, everyone. Therwan Sanai Aranwahanse. Therwan Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma has awakened, volume 1, page number 28. The only time the igniting of the spark in our mind consciousness would stop is when we stop breathing. Upasika, the sparks would stop. Aryan Vahasi. Actually, a spark never took place at all, and life never existed, and none of the six senses ever existed. The mind consciousness has never experienced anything outside. Sound and color do not exist outside. It is all alive. Upasika. Yes, they are all lies. Aryan Vahasi. Then has there ever been anything outside? There's nothing as sounds and there is nothing as color outside. There are such things. Therefore, the Buddha said, Shunya, nothing exists. Unlimited. There is nothing outside. No senses, no stimuli. Aprennital, meaning that there is nothing to experience. No happiness, no sorrow. This moment of realization is called Chitta Vimuktiya, the realization of the pure truth. There is no thought formed at this moment. The mind consciousness cannot exist at this moment. Therefore, there is no thought. At this moment of awakening to the pure truth, you realize that there is nothing as the earth. There is nothing as your leg, your body, your child, your husband, your house. Whatever you saw before, they do not exist because there is no mind at this moment. At this moment of awakening, you become aware that when there is no thought, there are no things, that nothing exists. This realization is the pure truth. When there are thoughts, there are things. After you realize the pure truth, you realize that even though our mind consciousness said it was thirsty, it had never drunk any water. When the mind said it was hungry, it had never had food. When the mind consciousness thought that it went for a walk, it had never walked. Even though the mind consciousness thought that this body is owned by the mind never owned a body. Even though the mind consciousness thought that the mind has children, the mind never had children. The mind thought that the mind had a house, but the mind never had a house. The thought is only a spark made from a sound and a color. Is there a thing in a sound? Is there a thing in a color? Even if you hear that the heat of the sun would increase and turn this earth into ashes, it would no matter to us. Why? Because we know that even the sun and the earth are lies. We know that they don't exist. Now only the empty space will remain. That is the truth. Whatever we thought never existed. Upasaka, the pure truth. Yes, Honorable Sir, Aryan Mahansa. The non-existence, Shunyatara, is very complex. It is difficult to understand. Upasaka, yes, Honorable Sir, Aryan Mahansa. When you understand the pure truth, you cannot believe it. Can you? You feel like you die. You feel like death of all your senses, don't you? You feel like you died. You feel like everything is non-existent and that only the universal space is left. You feel like everything has been demolished. We demolish the concept of children, the husband. We demolish the concept of me, the concept of our body, and the concept of the earth. Now it's just an empty universe. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir. Teruan everybody.
Everyone Sarnai Shane.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Yes, I just joined. Can you tell me the pages you just read?
Pages 28 and 29.
28 and 29.
Yes.
Spoka Foka Mind Consciousness. Yeah. We will continue from the place where we stopped yesterday. So yesterday we discussed about how mind consciousness work and how our faculties function, and how the things outside world is get created, and how I am created, the existence. So the most crucial point here is we always emphasize to look at just one thought, detect one thought, consider one thought, investigate one thought, explore one thought. So then we can understand how the mind works, because mind is always filled with thoughts. The thoughts instantaneously changes. It's momentary thing. It changes. There is nothing called mind, because it changes so fast. So if we consider one thought, in one thought, do we find a person there? Now, how do we feel that I am existing, I am living there, I am experiencing the world? Because of the vibration. The vibration takes place so fast. The rapid movement. The rapid movement. The rapid movement indicates that something is outside there. We feel something is outside there. Then and there it appears and disappears. So the sensation becomes a perception at the next step, and in that rapid sensation, rapid vibration, I'm sorry, rapid vibration, you feel something is outside there, as we told yesterday, something, a chair or tree or a cloud or whatever it is, the sound of a bird, the dog barking, or sound of a motor vehicle, whatever it is, then and there we hear instantaneously, and the next thought starts, and the next thought starts. So in one thought, if we consider one thought, there we see, uh, I am experiencing these things. I experience this sound. I experience this sensation. Oh, you feel, you think that, you perceive that I am the person who always experiencing these things. Actually, it is not the thing. That the faculties starts their mechanism, and in that mechanism you get the itta sanya. There you feel the something is outside there. Then you get the other feeling, the other kind, the next feeling is the existence. That is a kind of a charge. It's a kind of a power is there in that thought. Then it fades away. Then another thought comes into that place. Then that thought takes place and it disappears, and it goes like this. It continues like this. So we feel there is somebody called I am existing continuously. My existence is continuously uh, there. That is how we feel, but that is not the truth. Why? That charge in that particular, if we consider one thought, in that charge you feel that you get some feeling that I am here. That feeling is, then and there it fades away. Then the other thought comes into that place. So this is how it works. So there is no continuous me or I or there. So this is how the people get deceived, because they feel their existence is permanent. That is why Lord Buddha asked monks, is your vision, what you experience, the vision is permanent or impermanent? The priests uh, replies impermanent. Then is the soul or the existence or the I, that we say I, is existent soul permanent? No, it is also not permanent. Why? That feeling, that charge, that power is always there in that thought. Then another thought get started, get created. Then another thought get created. But we feel a continuous chain of experience. I am there, I am there. That feeling is there. That is a perception. We get a wrong misconception. That is a wrong notion, misconception. People get deceived here. They misunderstood. They misjudge that there is a person called me is there. In that thought, the charge is there. I am here. A kind of feeling is there that fades away. Then another thought comes into play. That is the second one. Then the third thought. Then the next one. This one. The trillions of thought get created a day, in a day. So we can't get rid of these thoughts. Are a natural phenomena. Because your mind sensor is there, it always function until your death. So we can't get rid of that. Thoughts is all right, but the problem is this: if the thought brings that you are there, you feel that you are there, and something outside there, if you get attachment, some kind of attachment to that particular thing, a flower, you just take an example for flower, jasmine flower, the fragrant flower. So you feel I like it, your likeness, you are fond of it, you are interested in it. So that is there you feel I get some attachment to this. So these attachment and hatred are the most dangerous parts in this process. When you feel something is attracting, you tend to attract it more and keep it forever. For example, your family members, your room, your job, whatever it is, you feel that I like it, I want it, I am attached to it, so I must protect it. At the same time, the other defilement is the hatred. If you don't like something, you say, I hate it. The whatever you feel, whatever defilement you feel, that is an illusion. Why? The thoughts tells you, your faculties tells you that this is there. The spark is so speedy, so rapid, therefore we can't detect the permanence or impermanence there. So better to understand how the mind works and how I am created. Why are we emphasizing this fact? Because the people suffer. Why do people suffer? The world in the people always suffer in different ways, because they think they are living there. I am. These things are happening to me. Now enough. Oh God, why did you select me? I have suffered enough. Oh, this is how it goes on. The people suffer. Why? They don't know that world is an illusory world. Why is it illusion? So in order to understand that, we come to understand our mind. The mind is always filled with thoughts. Then we try to understand the thought. What are the components of the thought? The components are, you get some kind of sensation. For example, eye, the vision, ear, the sound. So in that, the nose, the smell, the tongue, the taste, the skin, the touch, the mind, the thoughts. So these faculties function, always they function. That is the duty of their faculty. They won't stop until your death. So you can't say I don't want to taste anything, so I'm going to stop this sensation. You can't do it. This is how the people in the past try to get away from this attachment. That is not the way. You have to understand the thoughts are the most important thing. So the mind always get filled with thoughts. We always emphasize to take only one thought at once. When you understand one thought, you know how the mind sensor function work, or the mechanism of the mind sensor. So the ultimate problem is whatever you experience, you suffer. The people suffer. Why do they suffer? They think the world is real and I am here. I suffer. This is the major problem. This is the very important point. People suffer. Suffer means they think the outside world is real. They think it is real. At the same time, I am here, and when I am here, I experience these things, and I suffer. So how can I get rid of this suffer? How I am going to experience the liberation, the freedom? So in order to understand, you have to understand the function of the mind, the process of the mind, the mechanism of the mind. Until you find it, you can't get rid of suffering. Suffering occurs due to defilements. How do you defilement arise? Defilement arise because of your attachment or hatred. Why do you hate, or why do you like something? Because the function of the eye or the ear or the other faculties, they bring always sensation, some kind of sensation. You feel that eye brings always. I focus on pictures, images, the ear sound images. So we always associated the mental formation. The mental formation ultimately brings you some kind of perception. You build, I am here, and some kind of world is outside there. I am experiencing, I am uh, living in this world. I am doing some kind of interaction with this. I have some thoughts about this, attitudes about the world, and about the people and everything. But how they were created? They were created with the help of the thoughts. Thoughts were created in the mind. So mind is always filled with thoughts. The thoughts brings you the outside world and inside you. So this is due to manifestation of vibration. You understand this is what it is. How? With the previous memory, which was given from the childhood in the kindergarten. So therefore, you can't get away from this. As we all know, the child has at the beginning the radiant mind. Have you heard it, Shani? Terulan Sarnai? Yeah, the radiant mind. We always experience radiant mind. The child responds to sound, taste, touch, smell, and everything. But he didn't have any kind of the powerful attachment to these things because his mind is still radiant. So there is some kind of attachment, but not that way, not in the way that is powerful. So the one may suggest that if we continue, if we can go past uh, to the childhood and get the radiant mind, is it all right? No, that is not the way. That is the wrong uh, attitude. You can't go to childhood and again you can experience the radiant mind. No? So how are you going to solve this problem? Because I am suffering, the people are suffering. You know how much we suffer. The people try to commit suicide. People try to kill other people. They do different kind of crime and violence. Why? Because they feel I am there. So why is I am here? Because the thought itself create some kind of power in that mechanism. You feel something outside there. At the same time, you feel I am here. That power, that charge is there. When that charge is there, that you try to develop a kind of concept, a kind of the deep rooted uh, education or the deep rooted concept that myself is there. The self concept will get established there. So gradually it reinforced with your day-to-day experience. So now the charge in one thought will play a small part there. Then another thought comes into your mind. Then there also you feel that charge. I. A chain of thoughts are there. And ultimately you feel continuous me or continuous existence was there or have been there. The I am. I started living at this stage and still I am living. So this is the nature of the phenomenon of the process of the mechanism of the mind. So how are you going to solve? Because you are not going to change the world or the uh, what you experience, the vision or whatever it is just a spark. It is not true. It is an illusion. The illusion goes on. Illusion dominates unless you understand this true Dhamma and practice it. You have to practice it. These two are very important. Listen to true Dhamma, concentrate about it, and practice. This is how you develop your life. When you develop in this way, you will definitely feel some kind of transformation. So I am not that much attached to now these things now. I'm not going to hate that person so much because the defilements get fades away. They fade. Why do they fade? Because you have the thorough you understand the reality of this world, what the world is, who I am. So this is how you solve this problem. You are suffer brings because of sufferings occur due to your ignorance. What is ignorance? You take this world as real. Actually it is an illusion. It is just a spark. It is a manifestation of vibration. The vibration is so fast, it is unimaginable, and the fast cannot be measured. That is so beyond our imagination. So that is why we can't understand this reality. The people in the world tried hard, they endeavored to find this truth, but nobody can. Only Lord Buddha explained this. The world is an illusion. What you experience is just a fantasy. It is not a dream world. You are in a dream world and you are a dreamer. Even though you are awake, you are a dreamer. We are dreamers, and we continue these things in this mundane world, and we suffer. The suffering never end. Why? Because we don't know what the reality is. The reality is world is an illusion. Your existence is also an illusion. It is a power created in that thought because of the spark manifestation of vibration. Now we know how the function of the what is the function of the thought, how they get created, how the mind sensor works, how the other sensors work. The sensors never stop their role. They always sensor different things and brings you to your mind sensor, and with the help of telepathization, and the world is created. Nobody can stop this until you understand the reality. Thiruvan Sarnai Shani. Yes, we continue. A
There was
person.
Mr. Yes, okay. Please do go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, Dr. Sakuntala. Uh, the people suffer due to their ignorance. They don't know what ignorance is. Ignorance is an illusion. What is an illusion? Just whenever you catch something into eyes, when your eye sensor function, there you get the world, and you and the world itself is there in that particular thought. So nobody can get away from this, get rid of this, until they understand the true Dham. Yes, Doctor. Can you continue? Yes.
Yes, Terwan Saranai. I pay my homage at Aramansis feet. Terwan Saranai, all the friends, including Mr. John Bernard. Yes, you were sort of giving a very detailed description about how the self is created as a part of the illusion of the world. Actually, when you say uh, the world, uh, the myself or the self is also a part of that. You can't separate out the world from the self. It's just a part of that. So, as you mentioned very clearly, how the world is created, which includes me, how the world is created, you have to think back. Now, this is what is explained in the dependent origination explanation. That means paticca samuppada, how the uh, thoughts are formed and the thoughts are taken as real. And when you take it as real, when you give a value to that, automatically the sorrow and death, all that are tagged into that. So this is the cause and effect part of the Dhamma also. Same thing is given in different names. So in the dependent origination, what we explain is that for each effect there is a cause, and when the cause is not there, the effect is not there. When the cause disappears, the effect also automatically disappears. Actually, this doesn't happen as a chain that the way that is described in the books, but it is something that happens instantly right at this moment in this uh, uh, sensor faculty function itself. So what happens is that there is a there's vibration vibration also doesn't mean that vibrations are everlasting ones or persisting ones. And the vibration means that is the creation of the sensor faculty. Now here the sensor faculty doesn't mean that the physical organ. Sensor faculty is a function. So function of seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, smell, and the sensation of the skin. So the sensor faculty means equals to the function, and that is where light is originated, sound is originated, taste, smell, and for the skin, warm, cold, and the hardness is felt. So this is where the origin is actually, and because of these vibrations happening in such a fast speed, you feel as if there is a light, existing light. You feel that means the system feels that there is an existing sound, there is an existing taste, smell, but doesn't know what it is actually. There is no naming at that level, but there is something. That is what is described as eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and the body consciousness or skin consciousness. These are actually in Pali, it is the Chakku Viññāne, Sota Viññāne, Ghana Viññāne, Jivha Viññāne, and Kaya Viññāne. So in other words, several words are used for the same thing. That means the creation of the faculty, creation of the sound, and the ability to see something, ability to hear something. So all these are actually words used for the same function. When there is no creation of the sensor function, you cannot talk about seeing anything. Particularly now, if a person doesn't have the eyes, you can't talk about the creation of the eye faculty. You can't talk about seeing anything. So the presence of the creation of the faculty is essential. Now there are instances where you might maybe you are watching the TV, you are engrossed watching something which is very interesting, and somebody walks past you, or maybe even somebody walks across the screen even in front of you, and you don't see it. But in that, if you try to explain that situation, the physical eye was there, and something happened outside, but you didn't see. So what happened in that situation? That means your sensor faculty in relation to that person didn't vibrate, but your eye faculty, will take it as eye. So eye faculty didn't vibrate in relation to that, but the eye faculty vibrated in relation to what was on the screen, TV screen. So then you can very clearly see that the vibration, appropriate vibration, should happen for a person to see. Now, similarly, I think when you take the hearing, it's more obvious. Now, there are instances where we are listening to this Dhamma discussion, and there are so many sounds around, but you didn't hear. Then you will interpret it as, yes, the sounds were there, I didn't hear. But what happens is that the ear vibration didn't happen in relation to that sound. Maybe the sound of a motor vehicle, maybe the sounds of birds chirping outside, or maybe sounds from a spirit sound from a temple. So you say that, yeah, sounds were there. I didn't hear. Then what happens? Your ear was functioning, and apparently that sound also may have been there. We don't know. But because the ear faculty didn't vibrate at that moment, the function called hearing in relation to that topic didn't happen. So therefore, it's very clear that it's solely a function of this sensor, or solely the creation of the sensor faculty must happen to receive that information. So you can apply this actually to all 5 sense faculties and see how clearly it's you can see that always the sensor faculty function or creation of the sensor faculty is a must to experience something. Then it becomes more clearer that depending on the nature of the sensor, what is screened and shaped and cut and polished and given is accepted as something existing outside. So the different animals will have their own sensor inputs or their own sensor action. Now, we don't know how sensitive some of these insects are. The things that even a very mild blow of air or a very minimal vibration, they can feel and they will run away. But those sensors are not there for the human beings or the large animals. Even so many differences are there between the mammals. And even some differences are there between the persons or the animals of each species. So which world is correct? The one created for the ant, or the one created for the bee, or the one created for the human being, a butterfly? So which one is correct? No one knows. There is no way of finding out which world is correct. Therefore, you can very clearly see clinging onto something that is assumed to be outside is completely and utter foolishness. So you can work out on these things and see how the sense faculties are creating this. And now another good example is seeing in the night. Now we are under the impression that light is necessary to see. Then if you take the nocturnal animals who live in complete dark or very minimal light, they don't like to come out to the bright light. They are almost blind. They can't see anything in the bright light. But their sense of faculty is capable of vibrating at that environment. Therefore, they get some light created in that nocturnal environment. Now, similarly, we know that the American Army is using some form of special night vision spectacles or whatever, some form of equipment for them to wear so that they can see very well in the night. So in other words, you can see how clearly the sensors can be modified. And if I think there are some special spectacles formulated now for people who have the color blindness. So they can see something which is labeled as red by the normal, so-called normal person. So like that, these senses can be modified in some way. Therefore, it becomes more and more clearer that the senses create the world, and that world is taken as real. And that is the biggest illusion that is described by Lord Buddha. Now, in the radiant mind, in the child with the radiant mind, they have the ability to see a light. They have the ability to hear a sound, taste, smell, and the skin feeling. But there is no labeling or naming. Therefore, that interprets that there is no thought formation. So when the thought formation is not there, you can't call them actually defilements. But there is a very, very sort of fine clinging or attraction to this light. That is what is called the eye consciousness. Eye consciousness means the feeling that the light is there. And there's in a very, very subtle way, there is this self-feeling. So that is what is meant by consciousness. So self-feeling is there, and that self is seeing something. Now that is why even a small baby, when you show a very colorful, particularly red color, they like the red toys. So when you show a red color toy, the baby will sort of keep on looking at it. And when you try to take it out, sometimes the baby might cry. That is because there is a very subtle clinging or attachment to that color, that light. Similarly, when the baby feels cold, now the nature of these senses are that there is some clinging and aversion, both. Now, if the baby is felt cold, if the baby passes urine sometimes, when the nappy is wet, babies cry. And that is because the baby has some aversion to that consciousness, that feeling on the skin. There is a fine aversion. Similarly, when the mother comes close to the baby feels sort of delighted. There is some clinging to that feel. Maybe the smell of the mother, or the warm feeling of the mother, or talking to the baby and the sound vibration. So like that, in all 5 sense faculties, there is some form of clinging created at that point. That is because of the taints or the fine form of self-feeling, which is actually originally telepathized to the zygote. So these are some of the other points that I wanted to touch in addition to what Mr. Bernard described. Anything else to add, Mr. Bernard or Shani? Do you have any queries on what we discussed so far? Teruvan Saranai.
Tedwan Sarana, Dr. Sakuntala, the biggest problem people have is to
Yes.
understand the myself, the self-existent. Even though we say that is a charge in that, but one particular thought, that it's a charge and it is just a sensation. It's kind of a feel,
Yes.
but they can't understand that it is separate thoughts, and it is they always assume, they consider that I am existing continuously so far.
Mm.
So how would you
Mm.
explain that?
Yes, actually, that is also created in the same way like the world is created. Now, the little baby doesn't have any idea about the self-feeling. That is because there are no thought formation at that point, because self-feeling is also a thought, simply a thought. So the baby has no idea about the self-feeling, but the baby feels that there is some existing nature, but doesn't have that solid myself like thought, because myself or me is a pure thought. So how it happens is that it's actually the data which is fed by the caregivers, the parents, the elder siblings, all that. When the baby is a little bit older, they tend to show that sometimes on the mirror. This is baby. Now we'll take baby, give a name, of course, baby Mali. Okay, so they show the baby on the mirror and say, this is baby Mali. And then sometimes you may have heard even the body parts. Show Baba's nose. Show baby's nose. Show baby's head. This is baby's gown or frock. This is baby's food. Now, little by little, the baby will start collecting all this. Well, it is not the baby is starting collecting. It is an automatic process. Actually, it is a part of the system where this information gather little by little as thoughts. So initially, the baby will tag that appearance on the mirror to the name and myself. This is called myself. This is called baby Mali. This is how she looks like. And then all the belongings will come little by little. The baby's cup, baby's plate, baby's food, the likes and dislikes of the baby. Now, these are actually in very subtle ways put in, fed by the world, actually, by the environment. Now, even things like, now if the baby refuses some food, then there will be a comment from somebody, baby Mali doesn't like this food, but baby Mali likes this food. So when that food, what is called liked one, is offered, then there will be another comment, this is something you like. Baby Mali, you like this one. Now, like that, thousands, not thousands actually, millions and millions of data is fed on daily basis. So little by little, that feeling myself becomes stronger and stronger. And at different levels of ages, the likes and dislikes also changes. Requirements changes. And then over the years, now if the person is like 50 years by now, the data that sparks right now when you call myself, that huge amount of information is sparked right at this moment. The full character certificate of the person is sparked right at this point. This is how I am. This is something I like. These things I don't like. And this is my nature. This is where I am working. I am so and so. And my family, my children, how rich I am. Now, all this information gathered. Now, this becomes a thought by now, what is called the Sakkaya Ditthhiya. initially, or Atma Drushtiya, same thing is being used for the same, two words are used for the same meaning. Sakkaya Dittiya in Pali or Atma Drushtiya in Sinhalese. So these two indicate that the self-feeling is now fully covered with the thoughts, which the system gathered over a long period. Initially, actually, it was just a feeling of sensation. When it is the radiant mind, when the baby is small, just the feeling of existence. You cannot actually call it a thought, but just feeling. Because the baby feels that the light is there, automatically the self-feeling is created on the other side. Similarly, when the baby feels that the sound is existing, that is the sound consciousness, automatically the very subtle way self-feeling is there. That is because of the sasava nature or the tailments, taints. Now this will grow up further, and then by the time the thoughts are formed, when the thoughts surround this initial seed of self-feeling, it becomes very thick and very coarse. And the the Sakkaya Dittiya or the Atma Drushtiya means you always tag the word me. This is myself, my way of doing the things, my likes and my dislikes. So like that, the whole thing becomes more coarser, more prominent and very powerful. And that is what should be initially understood, how these thoughts are formed. So that is the basis. Actually, it's something that grows up. The way that you build up the world, the way that the system builds up the world, this is actually an automatic function. There is no way of stopping it. You can't stop from the radiant mind level. It automatically, as a nature's law, it becomes progress to the level of the thoughts. And this me concept is also becoming stronger and stronger. Unless you hear this Dhamma and then try to disentangle these facts and try to recognize what is this mechanism, you end up having the person, so-called person, who is living as a part of this world, and the level of ego or the self-perception will vary. Some people have it in very high levels, and it equals actually the ego or the self-feeling means the level of defilement. There's nothing different. It's the same thing is being described in different ways. And actually this self-feeling or the Sakkaya Drushtiya is a field. And on top of the field, you have all these thoughts coming up. So the initial, the radiant mind, the baby with radiant mind has this feel only, self-feeling, but it becomes a self-thought when it progresses, and that is what is called as the Sakkaya Dittiya or Atma Drushtiya. Mr. Bernard, did I answer everything that you wanted, or any comments or corrections?
Yeah, you gave a complete picture. Now anybody can understand it easily. Thank you. At the same time, we know, doctor, that the people all around the world, they suffer in different ways. We hear their agonies, we know their disappointment and their bitterness, and sometimes they try to commit suicide, knowing that uh, their value, no more value is there in their lives. So they try to end up their life then and there. So they, without knowing that this world is an illusion. So
Yeah.
how can we help them in this to understand this cause and effect dharma?
Yes, actually, what main thing is how the mind is formed, how the thoughts are formed is something that you have to understand. And also, there is no doer in this process. It is a process that happens. Those two are very important facts. Also, the world is a creation of the sensor level. So these are the basics of the true Dhamma that is taught in our Darshana lessons. So how the world is created and that world is itself is an illusion, and the feeling of myself is a part of that illusion. And this thought process is something which is not under control of anybody, and there is no doer here. It's a mechanism. It's a nature's way of happening the things. And also they should understand that there is a current which is continuing. So even if they end up the physical body in this life, there is no guarantee that wherever that current is telepathized, it will restart from somewhere. It's like that the television set function that is described by our noble friend. Even if the television set on this side has a breakdown and has to be discarded, the same channel can be seen or watched by another TV set from somewhere. So therefore, if they think that by ending up the physical body in this life ends up all the suffering, that is one of the biggest myths. So that is something that has to be understood. If the current is continuing, I mean, there is no way of stopping it from this end. If the current doesn't become zero, that means if you haven't had the complete inner transformation to a non-vibrant state, definitely with the present current, he or she might end up with the worst level of suffering. So it's actually the birth cycles or the samsara cycles are very extremely unimaginably dangerous. There is no way of having any kind of assurance. Whatever the meritorious things that you are doing, how much you are doing, there is no guarantee at all. And you never know where you will end up. And this has been happening for, we don't know, we can't tell it in numbers, maybe billions and billions of years. Because we cannot see the future and we cannot see the past, we don't know how dangerous this samsara cycle is. It is taught only by a person like Lord Buddha who could foresee all these things. So therefore, taking their life off is one of the foolish decisions that a person will do. Actually, the animals don't do it. It's only the so-called human being who is supposed to have a high level of advanced mind will commit suicide as a solution to some problems. I can see Ms. Lalana also has joined. Would you like to add some comments, Ms. Lalana? Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor. Therwan Saranai, Aranwal and Therwan Saranai. Yes, Doctor. The most critical part is to understand the creation of mind, Doctor. That's why we are always dealing with our thoughts. So, and another thing, Doctor, we are understanding of non-form word, that is arupa. That is also a difficult part because something is there, Doctor. Even though we are liberated from the formless form world, the non-form world is another part to understand very carefully, Doctor, because even though we know as a theory, as a knowledge. So we have to understand that very clearly something is there. And also always emphasizing that concept in many sermons, Doctor. So
Yes.
arupa is another critical thing to understand because our mind always entangle. Yeah,
Yes.
we don't know
Yes.
where it is. It happens automatically. That has to be understand little by little. Doctor, something is there. Even though we are saying that we are not going to deal with this thing, and like earlier, that is true. But we don't know. Our mind always try to entangle with somewhere else without our knowledge, Doctor. That's the situation. That's the normal situation of our mind. We have to understand. Even the sorrow, even the happiness, that is also there. So we think when we are very sad, so we think we get into that thought deeply. But when you consider, analyze your mind, the thoughts, that is also a sense of creation. When it, even though it happens, we cannot control over the sadness and happiness. But when we see that it is as a natural process, that also can be reduced, Doctor. That's what I want to say.
Yes, yes, Miss Nalana, thank you very much. Yes, as you said, the Arupa is something, or the formless world, formless level is something a bit difficult to understand, isn't it? Actually,
Yes,
that
Doctor.
is, yeah, that is what is there in the radiant mind level. The
Yes,
radiant mind
yes,
baby, that they have this feeling of something is there existing, but cannot differentiate what it is. Yes, what
yes,
you said
Doctor. We
is,
cannot
yes.
differentiate, but
Mm.
our mind always get attached to that without knowing. It's a process. It is a
Mm.
natural phenomena, yeah, in humans'
Yes,
mind, Doctor.
yes.
So we have to understand that process little by little. Whenever you get attached to something, when you have sadness or happiness, you have to understand that is your sensor. That it is no control. No, we cannot
Mm.
control over that matter, Doctor. Little by little, that understanding comes within this path, Doctor. When you realize it, Doctor, gradually it happens
Mm.
automatically. That test also created, Doctor.
Yes, exactly. Yes, actually, what I mean, uh, what what should be done is to identify that own current. That is the end where you have to sort of catch, and then along that you have to trace and see how it happens. So when a person feels that current, that is the part of the field, that is how the field is described, uh, form of current, form of fire, form of burning. It could be named in different ways. It could be different as happiness. In some instances, it could be like enjoyment, or sometimes that current is described as sadness or anger, clinging, aversion, whatever name is given. They are all different phases of the same current. So this current is it is described as defilements also, and it is also given the name as self-feeling, self-perception, or Sakkaya Ditthhiya. So as I said earlier, these are all different names given to the same nature. So if you recognize, if that means, that is why always we say that turn the camera towards you and then try to identify this current. The way when you train the system to look at the own current, that itself is the only way to get it get it less and less powerful. So when you are confronted with the same situation, you tend to realize that the current which was created earlier becomes less significant subsequently. So identifying the own current means you are identifying the own defilements, also means identifying the level of self-perception. So that is a practical aspect of it. Anything else to add, Mr. Bernard or Shani? Any questions from Shani or anything to add, Mr. Bernard?
Yeah. In this non-form world, if one
Mm,
want to get rid of that
mm,
gradually by understanding
mm.
the Dhamma, is it only the true Dhamma to follow, or do you have to follow both practical part and uh, listen to true Dhamma?
Yes, you need
Oh,
both actually. Yes, you need both. First, you
right.
have to have a very clear understanding about how the thoughts are formed, how this world is created, what is meant by the self-perception of the self-feeling. So you have to have that very thorough knowledge by reading or listening to Dhamma disclosures. And this purification of this knowledge actually should continue, not stop from there, but it happens like sharpening a knife. You continue to have this purification by continuing to listening to Dhamma. And then, of course, when you come to know about these 4 steps of the practical experience, you can very clearly see that the knowledge you had gets automatically applied to that. And initially, it is experienced in a more like a more uniform type of activity, like walking, or even things like sweeping can be used. And then when you get into the track, and then when you realize this is the format, automatically it gets applied to the day-to-day activities. So little by little that self-feeling gets dissolved and becomes less and less significant, and the fact that I am doing this thing, I am doing this work, that concept becomes uh, fading, becomes faded away little by little. And then the system realizes there is only a system working here, and sense of faculties are functioning, taking turns, and there is no doer at the end. So both lines, actually both are necessary. Yes.
That's right. Thank you for this explanation. So, Lana, have you got anything to add?
Yes, Mr. Bernard and Doctor. The doctor correctly pointed out that one day the knowledge will be turned as wisdom. When you come, the knowledge will turn as wisdom, but not at once. That is also some portion.
Yes.
When your wisdom appears more than the knowledge, then you will experience. No one is experienced avadya. So knowledge is, you have to understand this thing because you have to listen Dhamma, because if we don't know this concept, we are not going to practice it. That's why the doctor correctly pointed out that. Isn't it, doctor?
Yes.
Both we have to do.
Mm.
So if listening, understanding, and you have to apply this thing into your day-to-day activities. Then the knowledge turn as wisdom little by little.
That is in Pali, it's Jnana, isn't it? Jnana
Jnana. Yes,
in
yes,
Pali and
doctor.
Sinhala both.
Yes.
Yes.
But it takes time, doctor. It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
yes.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, yes.
According to the person to person, it differ. It differ, doctor.
Mm. Yes.
That's why some are very knowledgeable, some are they have more wisdom, like
Mm.
that, rather than the other. It doesn't matter. One day, the realization comes within you. That is the most important part we have to understand when we are going on this path, doctor.
Yes. I think Lord Buddha's time there was an example where in a pond where there are some lotus buds. So some buds are right at the bottom, some are sort of very close to the level of water, and some already bloomed fully. So like that, different levels, as you said very correctly, different people, different levels,
Yes, as an
understanding.
example, Lord
Yes.
Buddha
Mm.
said so,
Yes.
doctor. Yes, correct, doctor. Yes, yes. We need time, doctor, even.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
We need time. There's no competition between us.
Yes. Yes.
There's no competition.
If you try to have a competition, I think you move away from the track, you lose the track, isn't
Doctor,
it?
yes, that's true,
Mm.
doctor. But before we heard this Tamil, doctor, we had a competition. I'm actually telling
Oh,
the truth, doctor.
yes. Yes.
To understand more and
Mm.
more
It,
concepts than the others, like
mm,
that, doctor. We feel
yes.
happiness even that, I know something more than that person. Like that, that feeling came, no,
Mm,
doctor. Honestly,
yes.
I'm telling, doctor.
Yeah. Yes.
That means yourself.
Mm,
You are creating yourself more power and give more power to the yourself identification, doctor. We didn't
yeah.
know about it. We did everything like this, doctor. That concept
Mm,
behind us.
mm,
Even
mm,
it doesn't come out within us, it has. It has, doctor.
yes.
Okay, thank you, doctor. I am
Okay. Thank
leaving now,
you.
doctor.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the
Okay,
contribution.
okay, doctor. Thank you.
Okay.
Everyone.
Sirvan Saranai. Okay, Mr. Bernard, if we do not have any more questions,
Yeah,
should
yeah.
we conclude the session?
Ms. Lalani emphasizes that the patience is needed. Patience is very
Oh,
important
yes.
here because people
Mm,
want to attain Nibbana within 2-3 days. So that is not possible actually.
yes.
So we
Okay,
have
then.
come to,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
we have come to the end of today's program, today's forum. So we'll meet tomorrow. Thiruvan Sarnai, Aryan answer. We pay homage to you and Thiruvan Sarnai, everybody, all Dhamma friends. Thiruvan Sarnai.
Okay, Terva Sarna, everybody. Terva Sarna, Aran
the dreaming mind. A bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpado on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, let awakening begin.
Major Belgium bless you all. Viransan Aranwansa. Thank you, Aranwansa, for your noble guidance. I think Aranwansa is finishing the first part of the Dharmayatra. Such great service, and Aranwansa going from home to home, village to village. Not the easy one. Sri Lanka, I think it's very difficult temperature status also. Anyway, with all that effort, I think we have to take Aranwansa's message about Lord Buddha's Dhamma. And what is Lord Buddha's Dhamma is no self Dhamma. And how do we understand this no self-harm? So yesterday we have a Dharma discussion in English medium, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. There are questions that arise in that, which is good. And there was a saying that they wanted us to talk, that Aranasi said, see the truth. Actually, when he says see the truth, mind never tells the truth. No. See the truth. You can't really hear the truth in the mind. So, and there was a talk about again Satyajnana, where there was so much lapses in that. So I wanted to talk about that now as well. So, when we go back to the childhood, you should be able to do that properly, because we were talking about how chair is a mental image happen when baby is small. Same way, I was talking about the walking, but they couldn't understand. So the walking started when in Montessori or in preschool, where people say this is walking. Then only the mental image starts, and then they tie it with their action. That's how it works. They couldn't actually understand that at that moment. And that means there's so many problems in Satyajnana. So the mental image, you should understand, mental image gets attached to the outside action. That's what happens. Child may walk, but the mental image is a different thing. Action will happen without any knowledge of action. Now, child will drink milk from mom. Does child know that I'm drinking milk from mom? No. No. The mind hasn't formed yet. But baby is sucking milk from the mother's breast. So what's the big deal? No. But the thing is that milk from mother's breast is a mental image. When that has to be actually taught by someone or even mother, to have an idea about that. So the mental picture doesn't necessarily arise when they start sucking milk from mother's breast. No. So just imagine a baby is drinking water. Does the baby know that they are drinking water? No. So once they are in some kind of a good age,
they will start to know this is water, this is called drinking, so I'm drinking water. That's how it happens. That's the same way that me, mine happens. Baby doesn't know anything about I, me, mine. I, me, mine is a thought which happened after some time. So how did you get a mental image of I, me, mine? The same way as you get a mental image of drinking water. But before that, also the baby drank water. Baby didn't know anything about drinking water. There was only a feel. But after giving the mental image, now the baby knows I'm drinking water. That's a different story. I mean, different era, like new beginning of mind. Same thing with the me, mine, I, me, mine. Self starts when the self thought starts. We are fighting with this self thought, and they don't know. So the Dhamma friends were not fully aware of how to interpret this. So the mental image comes first, and everything gets tied into that. Mental image is I, me, mine, and then you tie the body to that. That's how it happens. Do you get it? So we go back to the running. Okay. Does the child know that child is running when child is little? Or just say standing. Does child know that I'm standing when the child is standing? No. How does the child know that I'm standing? Mental image has to come. How does the mental image happen? Light wave and the sound wave together, the mental image coming. What is mind? What is the perception level? Mind level. It's the light wave and the sound wave. And you tie it to the outside world. And when Narayanan says, are you separated from outside now? Like that's a Sotapanna level. Just imagine. Have you even understood this Dhamma? How can you do whatever these things said in Dhamma? How can you even think about that without even understanding how the mind is formed? How it is tied to the outside? We are only talking about the mental image. Once the mental image has no power, You will be in the fear. So when you say chair is not a thing to me, the whole 3 levels are there. What 3 levels? Sensual world, that is outside. Form world, that is the perception level, that is the light wave and sound wave together. And the form level, non-form level, that is the kind of without the sound level, sound wave. So just imagine you fully realize the mind wave. Cross sound, that's a mind wave. Sound of an alarm, that's a mind wave. Sound of a clock, that's a mind wave. If you feel that the sound wave is true, you are there in different levels. So fully exiting the mind is not easy in the sense fully understanding the mind. It's very important, very important. When did you tie mental image to the outside? You have to come to your Montessori to do that, or preschool to do that. You get the mental image and you tie it to your mother. You get the mental image from preschool and then you tie it to the father. That's how it works. It might happen at home also. Just because child is saying Amma doesn't mean that child knows Amma. But because whenever you say Amma, the Amma jumps up. The mental picture of Amma is jumping out. There's some person who is jumping up now when the baby says Amma. And baby is slowly realizing there must be something related to this word, to that picture. That's how slowly they understand. So the mental image comes first. How does the mental image arise? Light wave and the sound wave together. So drop the mental image. Just imagine your mental image is not a big deal. What do you feel? Like the baby. Only the baby will be, that's the action mind. But you can't call it in the baby because baby has this self-will. But actually in an arahant, when you fully realize that the mind has nothing to do, then it comes to the feel side in the sense awaken from the mind. We can call that. Awaken from the mental image is when the chair doesn't become a thing to you. It has so many layers, as you said, as I said. So awaken from the dream. That's actually an arahant state where there is no power at all, zero power. But you will continue to feel everything. And that feel will not become a thing as well. So will any of these things happen when you have so much anger, so much craving, so much jealousy, so much ill will, malevolence, bad, in the sense, not bad, how can we say that? The friction, the will lower this self when the self is so high, because you can't get angry. Anger is towards the outside and jealousy is towards the outside. If outside is a thing, then only these things happen. So if you want to be awakened from the dream, what dream? Mind world, this mind world. So awaken from the dream is a very specific term, because you can't even have the any part of mind world becoming a thing. So when the mind world is not a thing, Suchya is not a thing, you still see. That's like a baby now. As normal, you see things. You hear things. In the sense, hearing happens, not you hear things. Seeing happens, hearing happens, touch happens, taste happens. Um, Thinking also can happen. How? Without power. So that power of the mental image is gone because you fully realize that mental image is nothing. When the mental image is zero power, whatever you feel is the skandha level or the basic touch, which doesn't have any, and that should not become a thing either. Just imagine it's a cross sound. Now, going back to the same question again and again, because yesterday I was surprised to see how much problems there are there in the Satyajnana side. So, running is a mental image. Jumping is a mental image. Mental image came and from maybe the Montessori teacher, maybe the mother, maybe the father, maybe the brother, elder brother, or someone. You get the mental image. How the brother might say, "Mali Mali, this is jumping. Do this, do this. This is jumping," and my brother might show you. So the little small brother will see, okay, is that the jumping? Right. Okay, I'll jump and see. That's how they learn. That's how they copy. So after that, if that get registered in mind, in the sense the mind starts, jumping is a thing now. And you feel like I can jump. So the jumping mental image is attached to every action you do, every jumping you do. And walking is the same thing. You know, when you're little, you try to become a teacher or a doctor. When you're about 7, maybe 8, you act as a teacher or a doctor. How do you do that? You have to have the mental image to do that. Mental image of the teacher should be there because you have gone to the Montessori or the preschool or the school. Then you get the mental picture of the teacher, mental image of the teacher, and then you try to become the teacher. That's all. But what I'm trying to say is mental image of crow, mental image of bird, mental image of car. How is that formed? The sound and the light wave. If you actually exit from the mind, in the sense mind is not a thing, you might feel then it is the radiant mind status. So what happens when you die? Just imagine a person who has not understood Dhamma dies. What happens? So the mind has given us so much power. Now it becomes a thing. And this mind power has nowhere to go. In the sense, it's there. That's what pushing, in the sense giving the power for the because this existence perception that I am, that existence perception and the self perception of this power, it's very high. So you definitely can vibrate in the synchronized to the niraya. Very high, because already the mind is directed towards the solid side of it, to the outside. If it's directed towards outside, it is so strong. So chair becoming a thing is in the mind. What happens if the chair is not a thing? Then will there be a power? No. Skandha level will be there. What is skandha level? Because now this system is like a small baby in the cot. Can feel, can see, can touch, can even think also. That's the difference. But completely in the feel side. So about the chair, or we'll take another example. Ice cream, right? Ice cream thought. It's a mental image. Just imagine if it's not tied to the outside. Ice cream is a mental image. Mental image is sound wave and the light wave coming together. If you fully realize this, what does it matter? Even if the ice cream is felt as a thing, you don't really care, do you? No. That means with Dhamma power, ice cream doesn't become a thing. Because you fully realize that that's how it happens. And then what happens? You might feel the cold. Is it just the cold? Even the cold word power is not there, just a feel. And that someone has to fully realize that there is no power there. That's where, so this can be felt once with every power in that. As soon as you exit the mind, you can feel your vibration. In the sense, not the vibration, sorry. You can see the skandha, you can feel that. So if the ice cream is not a thing, still an arahant would feel how much cold it is, how much, what color and all that. But does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. So that's a different status. This anatma sanya or atma sanya is self-perception. We are very normal to that. You always have this duality. We have the atma sanya, the self-perception. Your exit from that perception to understand that there is a level like that. So initially feeling it in a fraction of a second, you will feel how much power it has, this vibration. You don't even need to know all this Dhamma for that. You will feel the non-vibration as well. So at that point, you fully realize, wow, when the cross sound is not a thing, you are not there. When the chair is not a thing, you are not there. But there was massive power in the beginning. And you know now it should come to zero. But you should know how the mental image is forming. So go to the Montessori, go to the preschool, go to the mother and see how mother taught you this is bayang or this is water. And you wholeheartedly, the baby wholeheartedly got a mental image. Ah, okay, this is rice. This is a flower. This is my toy. And in the end, you make a mental picture. This is me. Now the story begins. That's where the story actually begins. Well, if you don't know how this mental image began, you don't know what you're talking about. There is always the self thought in every other thought, even though we don't even think about self. Chair arises, self arises because existence perception is there all the time due to ignorance. But what is actually there's no self. It's just the mental image of the thought. Mental image of the chair. That's all what happened. But due to the ignorance, what happened? You felt as you are feeling the chair. That's a big deal. That's the problem here. You immediately after binding in that mental image to the outside chair, now you are here, chair is there. That's what happened. So people did so much meditative states to actually not feel the mind. And they came to the levels of not feeling mind, but self-view was there. Nothing will happen. This is we need to discuss it today also and see how the understanding is. Main thing is go backwards. You need to go backwards and understand where the mental image started and how the tying it to the outside happened. And how was the radiant mind before the mind? Radiant mind before the mind. That's a very good topic. Thank you, Aryan Hansa, for your noble guidance. May Triple bless you all.
The Noble Triple Gem bless you and welcome to the Buddothpado 24-hour PeoTV channel where English Dhamma talks are delivered every day. So first of all, I worship our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's feet for his selfless service and sharing this ultimate truth with all the mankind. And it is important to remind that this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. Lord Buddha disclosed this cause and effect Dhamma after much effort, having fulfilled his perfections throughout an incalculable number of eons. Ultimately, he attained the Buddhahood and revealed this Dhamma of dependent origination. So, let's look at this philosophy to understand the real nature of the self and the real cause of suffering. So, according to the Buddhist philosophy, the self is nothing but the thought power, the power that arises with each and every thought or each and every stimulus. This power that arises with each stimulus is exactly the power that telepathized into the zygote when the sperm and the ovum got combined to form this unified cell. So where does this power telepathize from? That answers the beautiful question whether there is a rebirth for all beings. So Lord Buddha said, when someone asked whether at the next birth, is it exactly the being of this life that gets the rebirth or a different being? So Lord Buddha's answer was, it is not this living being itself, nor a different being. Always this Dhamma in all levels touches the middle path, the moderate. It's moderate. It doesn't fall into any extreme. It doesn't fall into the two extremes. It is there or it isn't there. So actually what happens is the thought power of the last thought, known as Chutisita, telepathizes into another vibration which has the similar frequency. So to say that if the thought power of the Chutisita last thought is very high, it's so powerful thought, kind of, let's say, there was desire, aversion, or otherwise equanimity. Whatever the nature of the thought, the power is not zero. So that additional power, definitely, it's actually a current, some power. It synchronizes into a similar vibration. So if this power is very high, it might telepathize into a being in the hell. Then if it's somewhat, less than that, it would telepathize into a hungry ghost realm. Then, depending on the power, it would telepathize into the animal realm. We know how many types of beings are there. So complicated. Then, next level, it would telepathize into a human zygote. And if it's even less, the heavens, form realm, and formless realm. If it is zero, if the power, there is no additional power in that thought, that is the end. That is the life story of an arahant. So it is so beautiful, so logical. So whatever the power that telepathizes into the zygote will repeatedly occur every moment, every fraction of a second. It is a natural phenomenon. So what happens after the birth is, as the child matures, is this power definitely goes up with the functioning of the sense faculties. The moment each and every stimulus arises, it generates power. Power in the sense, due to the power that actually telepathized into the zygote. Due to that power telepathized into the zygote, this stimulus generates additional power. Otherwise, when the vibrations come together, naturally some power is generated, that is to keep the life going in the sense the system to function. With that power only the system functions. Now our spiritual teacher beautifully explains this as Chittaropana Balaya. It is due to this thought power or the mind power that the body functions. So another thing that we have to know is that power that telepathized into the zygote does not manifest until the sense faculties begin to function. That is very important to know. That power that telepathized into the zygote remains dormant, remains, it's like hibernation actually, because this power, the thing is, should be activated by a certain stimulus. Otherwise, it's in the dormant level. It is like having the tendency to generate additional power. This samsaric vibration that telepathizes into the zygote has all the power that accumulated throughout the samsaric journey, throughout the cycle of life and death. So it is like, it can be explained through a metaphor. Our spiritual teacher explains this using numerous metaphors that suit the present context. Now, when all the switches of the bulbs and all the household appliances, electrical appliances are not in the active mode, even though the power supply is there, nobody knows there is a power supply, there is electricity supply. But the moment a switch turns on, switch is turned on, the power becomes active. Whenever you turn on the iron, the power gets manifested or it becomes active. So this power from the previous lives that telepathized into the Pratisandhichitta or this zygote is actually like that electricity supply, which always has the tendency to manifest. So it is this underlying power which is in dormant level that begins to manifest the moment the sense faculties begin to function. So that is why Lord Buddha said, monks, the birth is the birth of the eye. Birth is the birth of the eye. So all Dhamma sermons, or actually the entire Buddhist philosophy, explains the nature of the power and how it would fade or augment, and actually the path towards Nibbana is the way to decrease this power until it becomes zero, so that it would not synchronize into another zygote. So this is actually can be analyzed from different perspectives. So since we talk about all different aspects daily, I thought it's important to understand why we get rebirth and why what happens when someone listens to Dhamma and practice it, the practice it through oneself or see it through oneself, and what would be the plight of a being at the death. What is the death? So let's explore this further. So this vibration that synchronized into the zygote, it actually reflects all attributes, all qualities, all characteristics of a certain being throughout this long cycle of samsaric journey. And it is actually explained in Buddhist philosophy as sastra. Sastra or tains. The translation would be tains. The power which is in the dormant nature or inactive nature. So what happens is, as I reminded before, Lord Buddha specifically said, the birth is the birth of the I. Here the I represents all sense faculties because predominantly or most of the stimuli arises in relation to the I faculty. So that is why Lord Buddha said, birth is the eye of the birth, because now we can understand the prime importance given to the sense faculties. Actually, this answers the question, who are you or who am I? What is this sense of self? How do we feel alive? Or is there actually a self? When Lord Buddha says birth is the birth of the I, everything else actually is a natural process due to the hormone systems of the parents. This reproductive system functions, and then actually a male and a female coming together, this attraction happens due to the hormones. And after the puberty, this hormone system of a human being gets activated. So now we know that the phenomenon of pollination that happens in relation to the trees. So this reproduction is a similar natural process. But the thing is, we get involved due to ignorance. We get the ownership of everything. So actually now it's beautiful. We would say that it is me who chose my partner, who organized the wedding, who organized everything. Actually, it is just a repeated occurrence of perceptions. Sanya, Abhisankarni, we can talk about them in greater detail, and we already do. So please listen to these sermons on regular basis, and if you can actually understand Sinhala, please listen to more the sermons of our spiritual teacher Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. He explains all concepts in greater detail. There are sermons done by him in English as well. So always it's a bit of a challenge to translate everything into English, but still we try our best to do it for the benefit of the non-Sinhala speaking nations all around the world. So actually, due to ignorance, we get the ownership of the natural process called living. So it is basically a telepathization system that functions on its own. So at this point, what happens is after the so-called birth in the conventional terms, the human baby doesn't have any awareness of the four projections of the sense faculties, but only that tendency to get attached to or tendency to deal with sense faculty experiences is there. The tendency to deal with them, that is that samsaric vibration, or that taints or sastrava, which is just a vibration. So the beauty is, it is the same vibration that reoccur with each stimulus. So that is why each system becomes unique. Just like now the entire world population, when they use mobile phones, they have a unique phone number. However, it is being identified. So, although there are so many mobile numbers, there is no problem whatsoever. The coding system that when you dial a number, it doesn't go to another person. I mean, in conventional world. Similarly, the last thought power telepathizes into the correct system, whether it's a system in the hill, system in the hungry ghost realm, system in the animal realm, human realm, or even a realm above. So this is so beautiful. That is but due to ignorance, we believe that all systems function the same. There are a lot of similarities basically because it's a natural phenomenon. Now, in the plant kingdom, we have classified plants as Mangifera indica, heterochrome. I actually can't remember those botanical names. Coccus nucifera, all those, there are classifications. So one species display similar characteristics. Similarly, humans display similar characteristics, but some plants grow well, some plants, they are, not, they are undergrown actually. Some plants grow really well of the same species. Similarly, there are variations, differences in the human systems also. And when it comes to this thought level, mind power, which is our main topic today, which arises due to the impact of taints, the natural tendency to have attachment, aversion, or equanimity In other words, the single term, the umbrella term used for these three major defilements is um, clinging, upadana. This tendency to clinging comes from that sansaric vibration, which is in the dormant form. It is called tains or sastra. When it converts into manifest form, it is called ashrava or defilements. Defilements can be defined, there's a wide range of defilements as attachment, aversion, equanimity, contentment, satisfaction, dissatisfaction, happiness, anger, hatred, jealousy, selfishness, wickedness, all sorts of defilements. We can go on and on. So all are manifest forms of sastrava or taints. So there aren't gaps in this philosophy. It beautifully explains every concept, every step of life and a life feel. A life feel is the basic, the most important aspect that we have to realize for liberation. So what happens is, now Lord Buddha says, why is the real birth is the birth of the I. It implies the birth is nothing but the sense faculty system. So as I mentioned before, at birth of the conventional world, this human baby does not have any awareness of the world. At least he was born, he was in the mother's womb, nothing. He has no awareness of anything because he doesn't have a mind. Because mind gets developed with the other sense faculties. Other five, mind arises due to the five sense faculties. So it is obvious at birth, at the delivery, child does not have any experience of other sense faculties. So there is no mind as such. So we call that level the radiant mind or pure mind. It's compared to a piece of clean white cloth, which is so meaningful actually. But it is questionable whether it is immaculate. It is so clean because we know that underneath the layer called taints. The taints they are hidden. It's like on the reverse, let's say on the reverse of the cloth, some shade of muddy color is there, but on top of it, it's so white. We can take it that way. But Arahant stage, that underneath yellowish layer is also not there. It's both upside down and reverse. It's so clean, so white. So it's a beautiful metaphor. And gradually what happens to this radiant mind is the sense faculties begin to function on their own. They are all in vibratory nature. So the eye begins to function. If the eye is normal, the eye vibration, it is the same telepathization system now. Just like the last thought power of the previous birth telepathized into the zygote, now here also, at the moment the eye opens, similar vibrations interact. This interaction is a completely natural phenomenon. The interaction of vibrations is a completely natural phenomenon. This interaction and power generation happens due to the impact of that samsaric vibration or taints. The initial level, radiant mind level, there is no much power because no identification as such. So the light arises in the eye, it ceases. Then and there any stimulus arises and ceases. That is the actual birth and death. That is definitely the actual birth and death. The stimulus arises, ceases. So it happens so fast. So one doesn't notice, even an adult does not notice the ceasing part. It is actually a certain wisdom of understanding or realizing, arising and ceasing of phenomena, but actually the ceasing part, since this arising, ceasing happens so fast, we cannot see. That is due to the inability of the human system, we feel as if things exist. Even this body, it arises, ceases, arises, ceases. But it happens so fast. This arising and ceasing of phenomena happens so fast. So no one can actually see the gaps of bhavanga. That's beautiful. Bhavanga means the gap of two thoughts. The space between two thoughts cannot be captured as it happens so fast. So Lord Buddha gives the example of the lamp. When you light a lamp, you put some oil and you put a wick, small piece of cloth rolled in it, and you just light it. But when after lighting it, we feel as if there is a flame that exists. But what we don't see is that it's always a new drop of oil and the new piece of the wick that burns. So it happens so fast, we see as if a flame exists. The other example is the fire band, kinipenel. If someone rotates a fire band so fast, what we see from a distance is an existing fire ring. But if you slower the pace, you will see the fire band. But The human system is unable to capture that speed, the detect the gaps. It's so fast. So due to that, we see sky is existing. Even this body, when the eye perceives the hand, leg, we feel as if they are existing because we don't see this arising and ceasing nature of stimuli. It should be seen through the wisdom. So, how to gain this wisdom? That is the next question. So, what Lord Buddha recommended is you must initially develop the wisdom of listening, Srutamaya Jnana. For that, you have to go on listening to sermons one after the other. We did 6, 7, or even more than that per day. By now, there are about more than 12,000 sermons. So, in the www.buddothpado-dhamma.com channel. So, it is so important. It is so important to actually, it is so important to understand this phenomenon. Otherwise, we cannot figure out the real nature of the self, alive feeling, and this at least we cannot identify the suffering. Suffering, the definition of suffering in the Buddhist philosophy. We just take them easy, thinking that suffering is this mundane world. Stuff like dying, aging, catching illnesses, separation from loved ones. No, this is not the suffering defined in the Buddhist philosophy. That suffering arises when an external stimulus becomes real. When we don't know that what we associate with are mere thoughts, mere mental constructs, mere the projections of the sense faculties. Because this body sensation, sensory inputs gives us a feeling of solid, liquid, airy entities. But the body faculty only captures hardness, softness, temperature, coldness, sharpness, very limited stimuli. So they give us a feeling of existence of entities. So we need to do a lot of work with the body consciousness. Body consciousness actually, although we feel we are sleeping in the bed, the body consciousness is just feeling the softness. Rest of it is the film, the thoughts, the fact that I'm sleeping in the bed and it's there, it's here in this room, All are thoughts. What we actually feel is the softness of the cushion or the blanket. So similarly, when you drink tea, what you feel is the hotness or the coldness, or at the same time the taste, some taste, bitterness or sweetness, whatever the taste, just a taste. Even sweetness, bitterness are known later. Only the feeling is the taste only. But rest of it, now I made the cup of tea, I have added milk, I have added little bit of sugar, I have added caramel. All these are thoughts. What is felt is merely the taste. Similarly, the nose. For the nose, it's only a small smell. But now see how these sense faculty projections merge. We feel I'm drinking a hot tea which is so sweet and which smells good. So when these sense faculty, and you feel the liquid nature of it, and lot of billions of thoughts, stimuli come together. However, when these sense faculty experience merge, it gives a sense of existence, that existence sense, existence feel, with the sanya arises. It may happen with the single sense faculty too, when the first starts with the light and the sound. Light perception, sound perception. Since the light occurs in the eye repeatedly, first child may get the sense of existence of light without any identification. The thing is, when that sense of existence, feeling of existence, or the perception of existence perception, if the sanya arises, the self-perception too is inevitable, because it's like the two sides of the same coin. So when the existence perception of light, sound, heat, smell, or taste, that feel level perceptions arise, the self-perception, the felt, and actually the one who feels arises. Felt part is there, then one who feels is here. That is how this duality arises. In Buddhist philosophy, it is explained as internal, external, which is purely a creation of the mind. So first we have to challenge, we have to fully realize the non-existence of the duality, non-duality. Here they are. No, only the sense faculty experiences are there. There's nothing but only the sense faculty experiences. So it's so beautiful to explore this truth. Buddhist philosophy is nothing but seeking or exploring the self, exploring rather than the self. Self is non-existent, but it's how we feel as if there is a self. That is the research. That is the noble research to be done when one fully realizes that there is no self. You will be liberated from this deadly cycle of life and death, this fierce cycle of life and death. So that should be the destination of the path. Actually, our spiritual teacher always reminds a certain line, a certain saying, මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. The biggest challenge any sentient being has is the sense of self. So in this Dhamma journey also, Dhamma path also, we started with the self, strong self-will, because it's me who looks for Dhamma. It's me who listens to Dhamma. This is pure ignorance. But gradually, when we become strong in the wisdom of truth or this Satya Jnana, what happens is we feel that there is no self. So we shed the notion of self. We shed the notion of self. It happens, shedding happens naturally. It's a natural phenomenon. The self will be left behind gradually, and that is the perfect liberation. That is the complete liberation. So this does not happen by force. You don't have to let go of anything. You can't give up anything by force. This letting go happens with realization of the truth, the real nature of the stimuli, that they are just mental constructs. Now, even the light, the basic perceptions light, unless someone introduced it as light, it would be just a feel only, feeling of the sense faculty. Actually, that's the original mechanism. That is the original mechanism. But when someone introduced it as light arises with the name. The moment the eye perceives the vibrations interact, the name light comes. So this name gets entangled with the shape of light, because it's just a shape. So after that, whenever the eye perceives that stimulus, the light, it comes as light. So now just imagine you are visiting a country. So you meet people. When you meet them for the first time, actually they are just human shapes. Human shapes is also previously learned data. So somebody introduces them to you. Oh, he's dull, tan, whatever. So next time when the eye perceives that shape of light, it's at once it's still. There's, I'm again no thinking or no contemplation. At once I perceives the shape and identification happens. So that is the nature of the mature mind. That's what Lord Buddha beautifully explained with the metaphor of milk and ghee. Although the ghee is made up of milk, ghee can never be converted to milk. So when the perception of that human shape arises, that Dan or Simon, the name at once gets entangled. Although it happens in 2 rounds, it happens so fast. So we cannot see the gaps, no gaps. This happens instantaneously. So it is not with Simon, not with Dan, with all entities. Not just eye perceptions, ear perceptions. At once, when the sound arises, if someone had introduced it as the sound of the aeroplane, we hear the sound of the aeroplane. We don't feel any gap there because it happens, this entanglement of name and form happens so fast since it has occurred previously. It is the telepathization system. So gradually the world, the world mind, actually the world of thoughts gets generated. Stimulus after stimulus arise. That is the nature of mind creation. So actually at the newborn's mind, we told, actually we can't call it a mind even. Mind is this collective sense faculty experiences that synchronize, that spark together. That's the mind. So this, now I explained, let's say apple tree. So I perceives the shape and advance the recognition, because previous data telepathizes, data are vibrations, telepathize, and apple tree is identified. So it happens, let's say, from a very quite, a distance, but still you feel the hardness or softness of it. Smell, taste. When the apple tree is identified, arises as a stimulus, and the moment we accept it as if existing, the self exists on the other side. That's the duality. So this, now the apple tree, let's take the same example. The thought power, now say 10 people perceives the same apple tree, but we believe it's the same. No, somebody jumps up and down seeing the apple tree. The thought power is so high because that is determined by that underlying taints, that excitation level is determined by the underlying taints. So that is why Lord Buddha beautifully explained that birth is the birth of the eye, birth is the birth of the ear, birth is the birth of the nose, birth is the birth of the tongue, birth is the birth of the body. Because in each stimulus, all sense faculty experiences are reflected. Now, if you say chocolate, the mental image arises. So they are the taste, smell, the texture, the sound in relation to this particular stimulus. Are present in that single stimulus. Its taste, its smell, its texture, but we don't see that, but all of them are mental constructs. So ignorance is this mental construct. Actually it's the mind only, but the feeling, what we believe is chocolate is there. No, the birth happens in the mind. Chocolate is in the mind only. Otherwise, if you touch, some softness will be there. Smell, just a smell. Taste, just a taste. The chocolate is just a sound. So when you put all of them together, not actually someone putting, when naturally or when all of them arise, what happens is the thick perception of an existing chocolate bar is felt, and on the other side, the self who experiences that arises. So this is the story of self-perception. Actually, this happens, this tendency to get attached to the projections of the sense faculties happen due to sasrava, that or the taints, that vibration that telepathized into the zygote with all properties of the previous systems. I mean, any being is a system of sense faculties. So this effort is to explore this power, the nature of power, and to feel that reduction of power with Dhamma, and ultimately to experience the zero power. This zero power, zero mind power, does not mean you are dead. That is the supreme awareness stage, because everything happens without ignorance, without a little bit of ignorance. Eating chocolate, seeing the nature of chocolate, how the chocolate arises in the mind. So it's definitely, when you know this entire philosophy, naturally the power will be reduced, because now you know how the illusion is created by the mind consciousness. Actually, mind consciousness is the illusion itself, because it's, and so this taints mind consciousness and the sense faculties function, and actually there is no self, but we know, due to our lack of knowledge, lack of awareness of this philosophy, actually the truth, we get the ownership of everything, maintaining a strong self. So it is our duty to explore this further and liberate from this suffering. So gradually we have come to the end of the day's Dhamma talk. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Master. We always worship you, and we worship Lord Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. See you tomorrow at the same time.
It is the moment of waking up to the pure truth. This is known as the state of the Buddha or Buddha Svabhavaya. At this state of awareness, one does not believe that there is anything or anyone alive or living. There is no person or a self-identity. There is no world, Vinaya Loke. This means that you have realized that this world is not true. With this realization, you are able to transcend this illusion and come out of all suffering. There is nothing beyond that. Is there, Upasikawa? Yes, I understood, Honorable Sir. Aryan Vahanse, what do we talk about? What do we tell each other? What are words? All a lie. Upasikawa, all lies. Aryan Vahanse, it's a whole load of lies. Upasikawa, I understand, Honorable Sir. There is nothing. That is the truth. Aryan Vahanse, no. I almost felt like I had to tie you to the phone to tell you the rest of the sermon. You wanted to end the call. When the Buddha preached sermons, some people got up from their seat and left. Then the Buddha would turn to his disciples and tell them, had that person stayed a bit longer to listen to the sermon, he would have realized the pure truth. But unfortunately, due to his own misfortune, he left. Upasikawa, sadhu. I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Vahanse, even if you realize the pure truth, you can carry on with your daily life. You would continue to do all your normal routine like any other day. But it is not easy to realize the pure truth. There is no point in living in an illusion and be reborn for aeons. You should realize the pure truth. You should be aware what the pure truth is. After realizing the pure truth, it doesn't matter what you do after that. Why? Because you will see the truth in everything. Upasikawa. Yes, because you know the truth. Aryan Mahansi. A person who has realized the pure truth cannot be tricked. He is not ignorant. He cannot be tricked by anyone. Nobody can convince him that God created things. Upasikawa, such a person cannot be tricked. That is true, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, you are very fortunate, aren't you? Actually now, you should not be having any problem. Upasikawa, no, I don't think I have any problem, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, I also don't think so. Whatever problem you had about the Dharmaya means how to realize the illusion of the thought. That too would have got resolved. Upasika, to be honest, Honorable Sir, it was only by chance that I came upon your YouTube channel. I listened to a sermon of yours and I understood it quite well. Even though I listened to your sermon, Aryan Mahanse, I realized that my keles, also known as defilements, lobha, excess greed, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion, did not seem to reduce. My problem is that even if I use my knowledge of vidarshanava, that is, seeing that the outside does not exist, that it is only a thought, I still feel that I have a lot of defilements, keles, in me. Therwan Sana everybody, Therwan Sana Aryan Mahansa.
Teruvan Saranai, Shani. Now here the Upasika ultimately tells that she has realized that lobha and dvesha, that means excessive greed and hatred. So this is where the people get entangled. So we have to be very careful about these defilements, because when you proceed in this path by listening to true Dhamma, you must be careful, because then and there sometimes you can't detect, understand your defilements, but as time goes on, gradually you will understand when you get this burning sensation, when you get upset, when you get stressed or depressed, or you feel uncomfortable, because the at once the people can't understand this, because they are living in an illusion. The illusory world uh, dominates. So therefore, slowly and gradually they have to understand what this mind is, how the thought get created, and how our mind works, how mental formation come into being. So without understanding these things, without listening to them, no one can get rid of these defilements. Therefore, true Dhamma plays a bigger role, an important role. Everyone knows that whoever in this world, when they live, when they experience their life, they suffer a lot. The suffering is there always, whether they rich or poor, or uh, a child or an adult, whatever age they are, they suffer. Suffering is there. Even though they are in happiness, they suffer, because the happiness won't continue for long. So the suffering is always there. People think that the world is real, their fantasy is real, their dream is real, and they keep on experiencing the dream without understanding the illusion. So this is where the people misunderstand. So better to understand the illusion. Yesterday also we discussed how this illusion get created, and how the people fall into the pitfall, because they don't understand how the mind works, the thought, the role of the thought, how the mind manufacture or produce thoughts, and how they get entangled in defilements, and ultimately they suffer. They sometimes they end their life in committing suicide. So this is where the people need to wake up, because they won't understand this dream at once. Listening to through them is very important. Then only you can come to the practical part, the practical session, participate in the practical session. So defilements are there because the the feeling of existence, the existing feeling, is always there in a thought. It is a charge, as we always say. It's a charge. It's some kind of power. When that power is there, you power get created. You feel you are there. The feeling of that, the feeling of me, feeling of my existence is there. So therefore, the people take all the past experiences, and they think, I have been living for such a long time, so I experience this life, and the outside world is there. This is where they go wrong. So what we have to understand, just take one thought and analyze it, and think how it works, how it get manufactured, and why we feel defilements, why we hate something, or why do we excessively love or fond of something. So this is where you get a burning sensation. You get burning sensation because of you like something or you don't like something. So every day when you do your day-to-day work, the people are not in a very good mood. They suffer due to these defilements. They can't end this. They are expecting, they are doing a lot of rituals and lot of things to get rid of this suffering, but still they fail. They fail because they don't try to understand the illusion. Nobody uh, wants actually in this mundane world to wake up, because they are not in the correct path. The true Dhamma must be listened first. Then only you can understand what this world is, who we are. Whatever you feel outside and the existence brings you the suffering. My, me, I, I am, those feelings, the feeling of that brings you the suffering. That is a power that was given by a thought. The, the, the chain of thought ultimately brings, you tend to think that you have been living. So therefore I am experiencing the world. This is how we suffer. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sanai.
Yes.
Uh,
Have you got anything to add?
yeah, I mean, we can discuss something, all of us together. Well, so we can talk about the Dhamma points, so the actual truth. We can talk about the truth, and we can talk about how it applies and how it is going to affect the everything. So
Yeah.
if we, so what would be the topic for today? Like, Shall we
No,
bring up something? So
this Upasika in this section, the Upasika ultimately says she understands she have found that she has found that Loba and Desha, Kales. So she wants to get rid of that.
defilements.
Defilements. That is how it ends.
Mm.
Shall I
So
read that part again?
was there a question at the end or just a
No, just a
declaration?
discussion. Declaration.
Discussion.
Just
Yeah. So so to understand how to end the defilements or how to slowly, it will happen slowly if you listen to them like this truth. So the one thing is to understand how defilements occur, and why there is defilements is why, because there's field of existence. So we are actually trying to find out why the field of existence is there. So the truth is actually goes deeper and deeper. So in the beginning, you will feel it as like getting angry or getting, like shouting at someone or getting attracted to something very like in a difficult way, so that you feel it, and if you don't get it, you will feel very depressed. So the anxiety of trying to, or actually stress of trying to achieve something, and the sadness of not getting that, stuff like that. So the world is full of that, but what we talk about is that would be actually the extreme points of how this field of existence can manifest these things, like sadness, the anger, the jealousy, what else, like aversion. So they are the manifestations of field of existence. So the truth or Dhamma is actually talks about how this is brought about, what is happening here, what actually brings this up. So field of existence doesn't happen just automatically, it happens with the stimulus. So we are actually discussing how it happens, and actually this is not anything permanent, that field of existence is there with the one stimulus. So it arises. So something arises means there's definitely, that can't be just a permanent thing. So this alive feel is also not a permanent thing. It actually, we feel the time and the space is like fundamental. There was a debate about that in the whole world, whether the time and space is fundamental, and now there's a discussion about other stuff too. But actually speaking, time is in the mind. So what brings about this mind is how human mind works. So because we are talking in that frame of five sensory organs, having the ear, nose, eye, ear, nose, and tongue, and the skin, kind of, and the sensory system, and that brings about the mind. And so the true Dhamma or truth actually talks about how the mind is created, because the mind is actually very important. Human mind is very deep, and it can go very deep into the Dhamma as well. So it's very important, and we actually use this facility or the function of this human system to understand the truth, and also get actually to feel the non-existence, because only a human system will actually have the power or the ability to understand this Dhamma. So we all know all this and we keep talking. So I'll invite someone to actually put input so we can continue this as a discussion.
Yes, the defilements play an important role in our life. So
Yes.
defilements keep on pushing our life and giving expectations. And whatever obstacle you have, you may feel that they are defilements, hatred, and whatever expectation. Uh, the attractions, you may embrace them. So that will give you some kind of enthusiasm to continue your life in future. You think that something is in future, and so I had a bad past. Everybody thinks so. Whoever who is like to die when he's on the deathbed, he also thinking that I should have done so many things, so I failed. I'm a failure. So this is how life goes on. Defilements never get fades any other way, but only through listening to true Dhamma and put that only by application. Correct application only you can um, I mean experience the transformation, and ultimately you will uh, feel the liberation of our mind, freedom of our mind. So in order to reach that point, one must gradually follow this path. But what
Yeah,
about the patient?
actually, when you say that, Mr. Bernard, I think it's really important that how people get this, curiosity or the eagerness to learn. Is there a truth? Like people will start searching truth for various reasons. One of the reasons would be this continuous the anxiety or continuous depression or continuous stress which the humans would feel, because they feel it and they know that it is not comfortable, and they know, is there a way of getting rid of this problem? They know that they can go to a doctor and get some treatment, but they can be very transient treatment, and one might actually wonder, is there a permanent treatment for this? Is there any other way? Is there anything from spiritual world? Because there's so many understandings about spiritual world. So spirituality, or the kind of that is not new to people. They know something about spirituality. So the whole world talks about spirituality. So when there is some kind of sadness, when there is a pressure, when there is a anxiety, when there is a kind of stress in the mind, when they feel the uncomfortable, that life is becoming uncomfortable for some reason. Reasons can be very, very diverse. It can be multiple. I mean, you name it, we have it. Like there's, like, if you take 1,000 people, even the billionaire would have some kind of stress, some kind of sadness, some kind of the unfulfilled feeling, because they feel unfulfilled all the time, even though they have the most, like someone would say, if I'm a billionaire, I would be like very happy. But when you become the billionaire, you might feel, I have become the billionaire now. So what else? I am not feeling fulfilled. So then they will turn to see, is there anything spiritual I can gain? So they go into like concentration meditation, which is popular in the world, and they can go into any other spiritual aspects where there are like rituals, like There's so many rituals in the world where they will seek happiness. Someone would seek happiness through nature. Someone would seek happiness through partying. Someone would seek happiness through drugs. Someone would seek happiness through, doing some, actually trying to satisfy these sensory organs, highly satisfy and see whether that is the end of this satisfaction. Like, can we achieve something by achieving the 100% of sensory organs, like see the best part of the world, hear the most beautiful music, like maximum. In the mind we have like a thing called good stuff. So the people will do various stuff to feel happy, to see whether they can feel fulfilled. So we know definitely, even if you are the billionaire, even if you have everything, so within fraction of a second you can order something if you want something, still the person could be actually not happy. So that is where the truth is important. That is where the truth should be explored. And that is why the truth should be even in the YouTube or in the internet, or how can I say, in the web, because someone in future actually might search about this. Is there something called nirvana? Is there something called true happiness? Is there something called when Lord Buddha said there is cessation of suffering, is there something like that? So someone would search about that. So even though we have a limited capacity now, like in future, this might change. People might be searching for this like crazily, and then our actually function, our task kind of is to provide something so that everyone who seeks the truth, is there a true happiness? Is there anything like cessation of suffering? So then they have to get this answer, how to achieve the cessation of suffering. So in that case, we need to know what brings upon the suffering, what is suffering. So actually speaking, the Aranwanse has explained so many sermons, and most of them are in English. So like 90, if you take 10,000, I mean, maybe 98% is in Sinhala. So the world will have problems accessing that. And especially we know some of the English words, when we convert we can use a AI translator, whatever translators we can use. But the problem is whether we can get the correct understanding from translation of Sinhala to English. We don't know. It might help, but we don't know, because there's so many English words, so many Sinhala words actually, even Pali words, where there is subtle meanings, like second meanings, like not straightforward meanings. So someone searching the truth will not be able to actually find it easily within Sinhala sermon. So our task is actually trying to give this to the world in a kind of formal way, like actually talking in this language where most of the people would search the internet. So we talk about the sadness, we talk about the the anger, we talk about the anxiety, depression, the stress, whatever the uncomfortable feelings we get. But the beginning of that, you need to understand, beginning of that is feel of existence. And truth is about how this is brought about, how this is happening, how mind the human mind is created, how this stress is brought about, how the mind can actually feel so real. So your mind is the actual world. Even though we see, okay, what can we see? We can see, if we talk about a town, like a big town, like in Sri Lanka, we can talk about Colombo. In Australia, we can talk about Sydney, or any country, in UK, London. So we have towns. So if you go to the town, you can see the whole, like the lights, the shops, we feel like we are walking along the street, and you feel you are actually walking along the street. That is, we are researching about this. How do we get this in? How do we get this feeling that we are existing? How do we feel alive? We actually, what we understand is it's actually in the world of thoughts. This world of thoughts, when the world of thoughts are actually taken as true, the thought that you are existing is also confirmed each time. So whenever we take as world is existing at the same time that I am existing, that phenomena is confirmed at each point. It is confirmed, like it's self-confirmed, like you feel that, yeah, if the shop is there, I'm here. Like you don't feel anything else. Yeah, I'm the one who saw the shop. But we are looking in a different angle. What is a different angle we are trying to say? Because Arenwanse has described this so beautifully. We are trying to actually rephrase it in English, which can be difficult, but bear with us for the mistakes we can do, but we are trying our best. So do we actually should see a shop outside? And when we go into the details, do we see actually, do we see a shop, or do we see something and we name it as shop? Like we actually have a thought that it is a shop. In Chinese, you might not call it a shop. In Sinhalese, we call it like a kade, or what do we call it? Yeah, same thing. And in Tamil, we might call it something else. And in German language, we might call it something else. So what is actually out there? Is it a shop, or is it the kade, or what is it? So is the thought out there, or is it actually in our mind? So that step is very important to understand, that none of our experiences we haven't felt outside. We don't have an ability to experience outside. We actually have a headset like a mind, and we go through that only. So it's only through our mind we can see the shop, because that's in our mind. If you can get that point, we can go to another scenario. Okay, waterfall. So if you go to try to understand the waterfall, someone in using English language would say waterfall, and in Sinhala language we would say Diyala, and in another language it would be something else. So whatever you experience there, have you experienced Diyala, or have you experienced the waterfall, or is that only a projection of your mind? It's a projection of your mind. You have to understand that we have no experience actually of outside. We have only a projection of our mind. I think it is easy for anyone to understand. Then comes the difficult part. It's not the difficult part actually, but it is, you have to actually have a better insight to understand the second point. What is the second point? Well, you say that it is in our mind. So what is in our mind? Is the waterfall in our mind? Or the shop is in our mind? So none of these things are in our mind. So what is it? It is like a kind of a perception that we have. So what is perception? Like in English or in Pali we call it sanya, but in English we call it perception. But perception is, we all understand, the perception is kind of a thing which has all the features of 5 senses we have. So we'll go back to it. So the waterfall. So waterfall has all the features of 5 senses. What are they? So it has the, we have a like a kind of a mental picture of the waterfall. So we have like the sound of the waterfall. We if we hear the sound of the waterfall, we know that it is a waterfall. And also if you have gone near a waterfall and you remember that how the breeze brought so much of water to your face, or the steam, when you stand near very close to a waterfall, the whole steam comes to your face, and that feeling that might come to your mind, and the feel of water might come to your mind. So in that particular perception, you have all these features. Then you know that the waterfall actually is consisting of, that perception consists of all the inputs from your five sensory organs we have. That's how it is. So what is a perception? It's actually like another current, another vibration, where you have all the aspects of the vibrations which occurred from the sensory organs. So you need to understand, so is the perception actually there, or is it just another occurrence of, is it actually there, or is it just appearing when you think about it, or when you see it, or when you feel it? Because as an experience, if you feel the steam from some other thing, the feel of the steam actually might brought your memories quickly into the memory of the waterfall you have had before. So you have gone to Dunhinda, you stand near Dunhinda, and you get that breeze or the Ravanal in Sri Lanka. You might telepathy into that same experience if you feel the breeze in somewhere else, and it's not even a waterfall. It might just bring it back. How does that happen? How does everything happens like that? How, when I say Niagara Falls, it's a waterfall, how does it bring up your memories about something? Because it has that effect. It's like a vibration. And everyone would understand that it can't be actually existing because it's a production. It's just occurred then and there, but it's not actually there. Because it's brought about, it arises. It's produced at that point. In Pali it says Sambhuta, so it is produced, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is there. Rather, at that particular point it is produced because it's a vibration which can telepathy. It is normal phenomena which happens all the time. But the problem is This brings upon the misconception that it's my perception because it's in this system. So that's where the misunderstanding comes or the ignorance comes. That's not how it happens. There's no self here. That perception has no ownership. Actually, it's just another perception where it is brought about by any similar perception, whether it is the watery feel to your skin, or whether the sound of the waterfall, or whether it is the picture of a waterfall. All the telepathization. What is telepathization? It's the same vibration, because that's a vibration. The mental picture of the waterfall is like a new vibration which occurred from all the 5 organs. So it's kind of something which is not stored anywhere. If we have to get this properly, because otherwise all the scientists are so engrossed about the brain. I know brain works as it is like a modulator. It works to modulate all these functions in the body, but actually speaking, this vibration is not situated anywhere. When the vibration becomes similar, it is manifested. That's it, nothing else. If it is stored somewhere, you can't explain everything that happens in this samsara, or the journey that we talk about. So this vibration, it's not true. It just arises, and it's not true. It's not there. It arises, yes, but it's not true. So when you understand this, then comes to the light. Well, then, is light coming to the eyes? Actually, no. If there's no eyes, there's no story of light. And when there's color blindness, the story is different. And if you have eagle's eye, I mean, if you have an ability to just imagine, if you get a eagle's eye, I mean, you can imagine what you can see. And you may not be even able to imagine, because we might see so much that we will be shocked. So that means the capacity of our sensory organ called eye, there's a capacity of vibration, and that capacity works very fast, and that is what is called light. This can be actually, you don't have to believe us, you just go on trying to research about this, so you will understand that it's not light happening and the eye is perceiving that. That's not how it happens. What happens is there is a vibration in the eye, and that is perceived as light. So if you get this correct, so about the sound, imagine the sound, not in the thought level. So thought level, it is waterfall sound. So the waterfall sound is a thought. You understood that. That's not actually true, because there's nothing called waterfall sound or diyalle sadde. There's nothing called that. That's in Sinhala. So we understand that sound per se, just the sound per se, that vibration is a function of the ear. And if the function of the ear is not there, there's no sound. So you understand, it's the function of the ear that is called sound. So we just have assumed everything and named everything. Like even the word sound is just another word. But what I'm trying to say is what you actually experience is an experience of the rapidity of the vibration which occurs in the ear. And we call it sound, that's a different story. We can call it another, in Chinese word it would be different, and in Sinhala it is actually called shabda, or yeah, and in a different language it would be something else. And in English we call light, about the vibration of the eye, we call it light, but in Sinhala we call it aloke. So you understand that even that is kind of mixed with our thoughts, but the actual experience, just think about it and visualize it, or try to experience it. Just the experience itself is due to the rapidity of the vibration of the sensory organ. So if someone understands this, then there's a great question which arises. Then who am I? Is there a place? Can you name someone here? Or is this just the truth which is lying out there, and we have ignored this truth for a long time? We have been ignoring this truth for a long time, and Lord Buddha exposed this to the world, and now after 2500 years Aryan Vahanse is exposing it again, and we are actually trying to just help to do that, because it's such a beautiful truth laying out there to understand. There's nothing else, just nothing else. So I think that's what we are trying to express, and we may have problems with expression of these things in English, but we will improve, and we'll try to do our best. And actually it's not that difficult either, because there is so many people out there who is actually very interested in spiritual stuff, to understand, is the consciousness fundamental, is the sound or what these things, sound, light, are they fundamental? What is fundamental? And even these questions, Lord Buddha has actually realized this and has expressed it to the world, that actually this is only through our mind that we think like this. That is all. That is all. We can think so many things. We can think that world is existing. We can think world is not existing. Are we talking like that? No, we are not actually talking whether it is existing or not existing. This is not about a talk like whether it's true, false, yes, no. No, we are not talking in that line. We are talking about actually what is happening, and that's it. That's nothing else. So if you are interested, it's out there. If you visit Buddothpado Dhamma.com, you can go into that website, and there's another website in English called what's the name of that? I just lost it. What's the name of the other website?
Wisdom of Asia.
Wisdom of Asia, yeah, Wisdom of Asia. So you can look into that, and you can ask questions. We invite everyone to look into these things and see whether you can understand. It's just an exploration. Like you can do a research and see. You don't have to like take this as something, because there's a lot of information out there. So you don't know what to believe or what not to believe. This is nothing to believe. It's very important to understand this is something for you to feel. That's what Lord Buddha also said. Come and feel. That's all. That's what we are telling too. You try to understand this, and then you have to feel it too. It's useless to just talk about this and just say, yeah, now you can't just declare that, yeah, I have understood. That's not how it works. You have to feel it too. There's something you can feel. What? Non-existence. The feel of non-existence. Because feel of existence happened because you took it as granted. You took it as there. You took as everything is there. You took them as real. You believed in everything. Every thought. You thought they're actually existing. When you keep understanding this, you will actually feel in one stimulus in the first place, you might feel it, the non-feel existence, like the feel of non-existence. That will prove to you, yes, we thought we are existing, we felt we are existing, but actually no, that's not the truth. But if we take things for granted, or if we take things as true, if we take things as real, yes, then we feel as existing. But in one particular moment, if you actually understand this and feel it, then you will feel the feel of non-existence. Then it becomes so clear to you that there was no self. Unless this happens, there's so many doubts. You will keep questioning. That's okay. There's no problem in questioning. And I think I will hand over to someone else, so you can add anything to that, or any questions, or
Yes, Dr. Gopinath. Yes, yes, Dr. Gopinath. That was a very you gave a clear picture, a vivid description about how mind is created and how we can achieve the freedom. So we see Dr. Sakuntala also has joined with us. So Dr. Sakuntala, how do you explain that we can explain Thiruvan Saranai? Can you hear?
Everyone said right? Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. This is a kind of a profound concept. I
yes,
mean, the five aggregates. So
yeah,
our biggest challenge is not the population in our own island. That we must bring this idea, we must spread this idea all over the world. So in order to do that, we have got a bigger problem is we don't have enough vocabulary in English vocabulary similar to our Pali or Sinhala words. So therefore, how are we going to give? How are we going to introduce this to the people, those who are not that much educated? I mean, we can't advance at the beginning. We can't tell them the vibration, even though they have not understood those concepts. So how are I going to uh, give this message in another way, in a simpler way, in a lucid way? Do we have any other
yes.
way to explain this?
Um,
That is, whatever we explain, ultimately truth is truth. One reality, the natural phenomena is there. But can we reach always the same? Can we use the same methodology always? So how are we going to introduce this message? To get rid of the defilements we have got. Uh, the problem is they fear, they suffer, the people suffer. So if we are going to give this biggest idea, they may miss the joy, they may leave. So what it is the important point, it is the gem, it is all right. But do we have any other ways to explain this? Yes, Dr.
Yes,
Kokila? Yes, Dr. Prabothana?
yes. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. I pay my homage to ආරයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila and Mr. Bernard and all other friends. Yes, actually, Dr. Kokila gave a very, very descriptive and very beautiful explanation and kind of summary of what is taught in Buddhism. Uh, in other religions, this is something I felt in other religions, generally the things are laid out, whatever the sayings of the so-called God or the conveyor of the God is laid out in books, so that the person uh, mm, who is following that religion is supposed to believe what is laid down as guidelines or rules. Sorry. The difference in Buddhism is that there's nothing like that, and you are not forced to believe what is written in the books or what you listen, what you hear actually in our disclosures and the discussions. So they are supposed to come and sort of analyze it by themselves. They are supposed to do their own experiment and then understand the truth of it. Actually speaking, the only truth is that non-existence. I suppose I conveyed what I wanted to tell. The only truth in the world or the space or whatever it is, only truth is that there is nothing existing. Once I remember these are actually stories from the Buddhist literature. It says, according to the story, a god asked Lord Buddha how to get to the end of the world. And he was supposed to be a person who had some extra powers, extra ability to walk long distances. So he was planning to sort of walk up to the end and find the end of the world. This is actually what our scientists are doing these days, trying to find the end of the galaxy or end of the space. But what Lord Buddha said was that you have to find the end of the world from within, from your own mind. So this is one of the things that we can actually, tell them to work out. And I would say now conveying these messages to the people who have never listened to this Buddhist teachings should be in very simple and short messages. Maybe very short video clips. We see very often some video clips in Sinhalese language done according to our noble friends' teachings. Something like that. Recently, I saw there were a couple of them done by Harshi also. I'm sure there must be more done by others also in English medium. So something that roused their curiosity and something that makes them sort of inquisitive enough to find out what is this. So some simple messages in simple English which rouse the curiosity of a person, and also there should be some clear links to show where they can find more details. So something like that, I feel that will be more useful. When it comes to books, actually, most of the books which are available in English medium are complicated, very complicated, and they are very very deep and complex facts. So therefore, we have many books by our noble friend written in Sinhala, and there are some books in English also. I feel that these books also should go to the international community more. So some kind of advertisement, some way of publishing them, and then getting them to move across to the people who are uh, non-Buddhists and non-Sinhalese speaking. I think will help in some way. Yes, Mr. Bernard, thank you. I think that's what I would like to say. If anybody else like to add anything, Teruvan Saranai. I just wonder whether Surangika can contribute. Is she in a position to join at this time?
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and I pay
Teruvan
my
Saranai.
to Marian Bahansa. Teruvan Saranai to all of the Dhamma friends. Yes, I think those are all good ideas, Dr. Sakuntala, but I'm wondering whether Mr. Bernard was actually thinking of people who are either sometimes not wanting to read books, or sometimes people who can be maybe even not that educated and not interested in concepts, or sometimes people don't understand, as he said, the 5 aggregates. I mean, moment somebody actually says 5 aggregates, there can be people who kind of switch off. Moment you say form, sensation, and so on, they think, it's too complicated. Maybe I'll do something else, or I'll just go to the temple and offer some flowers, and that's good enough for me. There can be sometimes people who get put off by the law of cause and effect, or chain of causation, or all these kind of terminology that we use in Buddhism. Some people, I know for a fact, a couple of people as well, who just get turned off by these things. So and then if we think about the monasteries and the various practical programs that are happening in Sri Lanka, how these monasteries, or what R.N. Mahanse has set up, and our venerable nuns as well, how they take this message of true Dhamma to the villagers and the village folk. And most of them are just housebound. Some of them are housewives. Some of them are in the farming community. But still, for all, this message has been made very, very simple. As I think, Mr. Bernard, you know yourself, by just showing the fact that, what we have thought as perceptions are just merely thoughts. And I think R.N. Mahanse has said this in so many discourses, hundreds and hundreds of them. And he's, I think, probably the master of explaining this in a very technical fashion, in a very complicated fashion, but also in a very, very simple, as you said, lucid way to folk in a very day-to-day practical kind of perspective. And the simplest example he says is that, there is, we think we see something, but is it actually a seeing, or do we think we see something? There is a hearing, but do you actually hear something, or are you thinking that you're hearing something? And then he puts the example of a newly born baby. And does the baby actually hear? Does the baby actually see? And so on. And so we know from that there is these basic functions that Dr. Kokila explained, and that there is that sense of seeing and sense of hearing. But the notion of thought has not even occurred, because the mind consciousness does not form at that point of a newly born infant. And it is only at the days of the Montessori or nursery that the concepts of red, yellow, green, and so on, mother, father, and these concepts are introduced to the child. So an image is shown, and a sound is then associated with that image, and then the child learns the color red. The child learns the object ball. The child learns the person called mother, and so on. So with this very simple way of explaining, you can take the true Dhamma to people who without the terminology of Buddhism and still teach them the five aggregates, still teach them the law of cause and effect, and say that all these things that we have taught as existing externally, called the so-called world, aren't they just merely thoughts? Your mother is just a thought. You didn't know that there was a mother when you were a newly born baby, and so on. So everything is a collection of thoughts. You're not seeing, you are thinking you're seeing. What the other person thinks they see is not what another person sees. So in that manner, I think um, our advancer has been able to take this message to the masses, particularly in Sri Lanka, and done it very successfully. Of course, we know that globally there are so many people who have been able to take this in. And this is even without any age barrier whatsoever, young, old, all the people from different walks of life, as well as irrespective of age barriers, are able to take this Dhamma because it has been made simple, because we understand that everything and the cause of suffering lies in the mind. And when one says mind, it is the thought and the perception that lies behind it that is causing the suffering. And if one understands how these thoughts then constitute a so-called external world which has been manifested. And it is these thoughts that bring us the grief and thoughts that bring us the suffering, because with those external objects and mind objects that have been created, there is that existent feel that Dr. Kokila outlined earlier that comes about. And that existent feel is the so-called power or the current, the underlying current that gives those objects the power. And then with those objects becoming real and the value being attached to those objects, there is a sense of that power increasing, and it takes a life of its own. And it is that power that we call the self-perception, the current that keeps us going in this samsaric cycle. The true Dhamma philosophy points the finger at it, or shines the light at how this whole mind consciousness works, and shows that it is an illusion, shows that it is a fallacy, and in that itself, without actually having to actively engage in anything even called concentration meditation, by merely understanding the thoughts, merely understanding how these thoughts have manifested an external world, have created an existent field. If we don't understand that the external world is not real, then that is the thing that gives us this notion of a self, a false ego, and a self-perception. And that whole thing gradually, by understanding the mind, breaks down. And one then, to your point,
Yes. So I got what's this? What's this? Is this explaining the meaning? Suratika, what's your experience?
the experience are
No, I
enhanced.
asking the practically the experience, like a tree. It's you. Today, how is your experience like that? I asking everybody, Bernard and Soshani or Kokila or Chandani, Doctor. Everybody. You explain many things, but today, how is your day is going? If somebody's there, how is your practical experience. Someone is there. How's your activities is happening? How's your thoughts are going on? I'm asking everybody. How is today? What is the Dhamma? It's truth. Not any other. It's the truth. What is the truth? It's nobody saying. No one is saying. Systematically, everything is happening. How is today experience? So like how is your experience? So Andolanatmaka is incredible, no? Andolanatmaka
Yes, sir.
is incredible discourses. Explaining is Sri Lanka here 7:30, 7 o'clock. It's beginning. Incredible discussion. Incredible explaining. What is that? Nobody is here. Everything is happening like nature. Systematically. Everything is happening. But nobody is here. This is very important one, no? This is the important. What's the truth? Nobody's here. How much you have that experience? That's the Dhamma. That's the Dhamma. How much you know this Dhamma? It's not a knowledge. How much you today your how is your how much you are alive? How much you have that feel, alive feel? The soul. How much you less you? It's, everything is happening, no? Thoughts are coming also. Thoughts are here, no? Six senses are working. So you can see, no? You can hear. And finally, you can taste. Everything is happening. Body feel also. That's your skin feel. Senses working, no? Hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything is there. But nobody's here. System is working. I like a camera, no? Yeah. It's an equipment, no? Like a robot. Do I see it? Are you doing something? No. Systematically, it's happening now. Thoughts. Who have these thoughts? Nobody have these thoughts. Thoughts are happening. What do you think about? That's right.
Yes, Arun Mahan said that the gradual transformation happens where.
That's the Dhamma, not
Yes.
any other.
Yes, sir.
Not any other. That's not book reading or that's not knowledge or not anything. It's not anything. It's not knowledge. Someone have knowledge. Yeah, he finding the knowledge. He powerfully. That's how we say that powerful. Alive feels powerful is coming. No, that's the ego is there. More ego is there because he's the biggest guy. He's thinking. He know everything. So what's happening? His ego is more than he there. So that's the knowledge is doing. This knowledge is happening, no? Someone have more knowledge, someone finding the more data, more details. No? He's becoming Bob. That's he's thinking otherwise. He know everything. It's a silly mind. It's not this way. It's a participant. It's not that one. Yeah. What is the Anusota? Anusota build up. Everything is no. Uh, 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 that's everything is binding. No, some type of no. Everything is system is working. No, senses are creation. Senses effort is binding, combining. No, together coming. That's some partition. So more is coming. More than coming. What's that? You have more things, you have more data, you have more details. Who is who? You is coming because the ego is coming more. What is what's this Dhamma? Nobody is here. What's this knowledge? Is zero now. Why? So you have correct knowledge, it's okay, no problem. What is that happening? You have correct knowledge. There is no more ego. But you have wrong knowledge. You have more ego. More data, more knowledge. Ah, it's okay. That's your part. That's you. Who are you? Knowledge is not you. Yeah, it's okay. You are the knowledge. So you are the knowledge. It's okay. Because it's you. But nobody's here. There's a power is more than coming. What is that power? Knowledge given it power. How is that? And I feel it's more than coming powerfully. That's why ego is there. That's why defilements are more than coming. More than is build up. It's constructing systematically. It's coming more than more. That's the nature. So it's not Patisot. Patisot is what is the correct way? It's nobody's here. That's a tranquility. That's a tranquility. That's a peaceful mind because nobody is here. That's why it's liberation of mind, freedom of mind. You want to erase your mind, your memory. You want to erase your memory now. You are. What is you doing? You are getting the more than details. I'm getting more. Talkful guys, more talking. It's talkful guys, they have more ego because they have more things. That's their headache. That's why they are in more different. They are in pain. They are in worried and suffering and everything, sadness and everything they have because they are powerful. They are maintained powerful ego. They are maintained them. They have many things otherwise. Yeah. Are you want collecting many things? I want more than more something? That's you. That's a power. Collecting power. It's a binding power. How is that? Sampaticca, Buddha's word is. Paticca samuppanna. What is that? Define more origination. Is made in you. Your circle of birth. May I correct that? Yeah. That's what is happening.
Yes, sir.
So what you want to do? What's your path? What's your way? Correct way, right vision. What's that? Nobody's here. You won't think about every moment. You won't awaken to the moment because you. Why awaken to the moment? This is a dream now. This is a film. You want powerful film? You like a film? It's okay. You can go. You can visit your film. It's your own film. You are the producer also. You are the actor also. It's okay, we can see your film. Yeah, you can see your film. It's nice. I'm the producer, I'm the actor. I'm all everything I'm doing. How is it, guys? It's nice now. Hack your mind. No. After you are in suffering, you are in sadness, you are in happy or everything. Why? You are the you are everything. You are making your cage, yeah. Which, so how is that your cage? How is you are made in your cage? Like a bird, you are inside your cage. You can't fly everywhere because you have what's your you have. Oh, what is that? You are made in your cage. How is you are made in your cage? You can broken your what's that? Mm, binding, no? Binding is what is that? Bind. How is explain that, Suranga? It's a cage. How is made in cage?
Yeah, you're trapped in
I asking Suranga, have you cage? Yeah, you have cage. You have mother. You also. You have many things. But that cage now one by that what is that kuru? What's that cage? I have no beams. is you are
gradually. Yes, I am answer.
you won't destroy your cage, but
Yes,
you won't
right.
suffer. That is you asking me. How is this one? How that? How can we how can we do this?
Yes, I am answer.
Yeah. How is happening that? You won't understand the truth. Everything is not real. How much you have that feel? It's not knowledge. It's not thoughts. It's your feel. You want that. How much you have that feel? No, that's very important. How much you have that feel? So you know now. It's okay. That's we can tell you. It's okay. Now you studied how is these thoughts are coming, how is this thought are creating. It's okay. Now you know. But still, you are here now. Why? You have feel now. How is that fading? That feel. And I feel. It's very important, no?
Yes,
So you won't think about every day. Nobody is here. System is working. That's your kamata. That's your way, path, magga. No, the word is marganya. Wisdom is there. Because what's that wisdom? Wisdom is not a knowledge. Wisdom, you someone know, nobody is here. He have nothingness feel. What is that? Non-existent feel. That's one is the wisdom. Someone know this, nobody says system is working. But feel how you have feel that none exists. That's the wisdom. That's awareness, super awareness. Yeah, it's okay. That's type of wisdom now. It's coming wisdom. You know truth. How much you know? That's the truth. Nobody's. It's a non-existent feel, otherwise the alive feel. So nobody is here. Everything is not real. The meaning is no. But you won't feel. So it's okay now. This Janato aham bhikkhave passato asavanam kyamadam is the Buddha's word. What is that? First you know how is this everything's happening. It's a mirage. It's okay. Maharupamancha vinyana. It's a consciousness. It's not real. It's okay.
yes, sir.
Yeah. The wisdom is every moment, every thoughts is not real. Someone have that feel, that's the wisdom. System change. No? What is that system? Everything is combining. System is nature is combining. System changes. None, so not combining, not binding. How is this? It's not uh, coming to, and it's not like a glue, no? Like a glue. Every thought's binding is more powerful ego is there. Thoughts, thoughts, thoughts have existence feel. Every thought is real. Someone is thinking. Is the power is there? Is because the raw thought is real. The other side is you are also here because that feel is thought is real. That one is the feel is existent feel. Is the alive feel. So thought is not real. What's happened? What's want to be happen? Alive feel want to be disappeared. Alive feel meaning is the ego want fading. No, it's not fading. So you want
Tervan Sarnayaran also, we can't hear you.
it's okay. Our time is gone. It's okay. Tomorrow we can discuss. I want to verify this. Explain. I think everybody understood what I want to say. So existent feel, otherwise the feel. But what's your kamata? What your way? What you want to go? The path is nobody's here. So we can tell this simply, but it's deep meaning inside. So you won't know the truth. How is your alive feel is come? So alive feel is not real. It's a construct. No, it's a sankhara. Sankhara meaning is not real. It's sankhara, the meaning is constructing. No, so it's a sense of creations. It's not real. That's why it's ego is there. That's why it's mirage is given this 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 film. I was telling this film is not real. So you would awaken the dream. Yeah, it's okay. You would awaken this dream. Yeah, you would coming outside this film. Yeah, meaning is same. You would awaken. What's that? Awaken to the moment. This every moment is not real. So you want? What is the path is today also every day. Nobody's not happened to you anything. That's why. You are not anywhere otherwise. Otherwise, you are not here. Why? You are not truth. Sense creation is everything. What's thinking? What's about thinking, Dr. Kokla? Are you there?
Yes, Aranans. Actually, if someone feels this, the idea of self is shattered, that particular thought, because we have a pattern of thinking like there is a self. So that gets shattered. That's what happens initially, and that brings such a relief to the whole pressures that we have in the world, like, because we don't feel the pressures, like, in a sense, the stress or whatever the word you say, because there are so many meanings in that. But the moment you feel it, the idea of self gets shattered and you feel a relief. That's such a relief, such a feel that you can't even explain, because it's you have to just feel it. And that the beginning of the actual, you, in that particular experience, you will feel how strong your vibration is, and then that is the beginning of the dissolution of that vibration. That, and
Kokila,
it will
Kokila,
happen.
Kokila.
Yes, Sarana.
I would say that every moment, this today also, how is your day is gone? Someone won't go in this way. He won't know. Nobody is here.
With all the responsibilities, with all the problems,
without him,
it will be a
without
beautiful day.
I, me, mine. Without I, me, mine. I, me, mine. Without I, me, mine. So you want vision, that right vision.
Right vision, yes.
That's right. So everything you want look in this like a producer. Film is gone. No, you are not there. So it's very important.
Yes, sir.
Not happen to you anything, because you are not real. You are only the thought. I is a thought. That's why. Yeah. You are thinking I'm the looking. No, your eye is the see. I like a camera. You are thinking I'm looking. It's wrong. That's the Buddha's important. Finally, you want to be here. Way. What's your experience? This one you want to experience. You want to feel it otherwise. No one is here. That's the feel. Non-existent feel. Non-alive feel. That's the defilement. Fading. Someone going this way, definitely defilement is fading. If you are going any other way, you can't find the Nibbana. Because Nibbana is tranquility. How is tranquility is coming? Nobody is here. Someone is here? No, there is not tranquility. That's why. Firing. Defilements there. That's why it's firing. It's very important. This is okay. Yeah,
very important. Yeah, very important.
Tomorrow we can discuss again.
Yes.
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kokila, for this.
Therwan Sanara. Namaskar.
It's okay. Everybody.
Therwan Saranaya Aryan friends.
Everyone, Sarnaya, Aryan.
I was lost in a maze, the maze of samsara, going on circles where there was no way out. The walls whispered of lives I'd lived before, each step was a shadow knocking on a closed door. I carried all my suffering, carried all my doubts, but inside had the feeling there is a way out. With Buddothpado guiding light, showing in bright in the night, showing me the way in the darkness of the night. Wipe away the tears cried before with fear. Every step brings happiness as the path is true and clear. With Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way out of the maze of samsaric fear. But Buddothpado guiding light will shine bright and clear, showing you the way in the darkness of the night.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Therwan Sarnai Aren Wahanse. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma has awakened, volume 1, page number 28. The only time the igniting of the spark in our mind consciousness would stop is when we stop breathing. Upasika, the sparks would stop. Aryan Mahatma. Actually, a spark never took place at all, and life never existed, and none of the six senses ever existed. The mind consciousness has never experienced anything outside. Sound and color do not exist outside. It is all alive. Upasika. Yes, they are all lies. Aryan Vahanse. Then has there ever been anything outside? There's nothing as sound and there is nothing as color outside. There are such things. Therefore, the Buddha said, Shunya, nothing exists. Unlimited, there is nothing outside. No senses, no stimuli. Aprinita, meaning that there is nothing to experience. No happiness, no sorrow. This moment of realization is called Chitta Vimuktiya, the realization of the pure truth. There is no thought formed at this moment. The mind consciousness cannot exist at this moment. Therefore, there is no thought. At this moment of awakening to the pure truth, you realize that there is nothing as the earth. There is nothing as your leg, your body, your child, your husband, your house. Whatever you saw before, they do not exist because there is no mind at this moment. At this moment of awakening, you become aware that when there is no thought, there are no things, that nothing exists. This realization is the pure truth. When there are thoughts, there are things. After you realize the pure truth, you realize that even though our mind consciousness said it was thirsty, it had never drunk any water. When the mind said it was hungry, it had never had food. When the mind consciousness thought that it went for a walk, it had never walked. Even though the mind consciousness thought that this body is owned by the mind never owned a body. Even though the mind consciousness thought that the mind has children, the mind never had children. The mind thought that the mind had a house, but the mind never had a house. The thought is only a spark made from a sound and a color. Is there a thing in a sound? Is there a thing in a color? Even if you hear that the heat of the sun would increase and turn this earth into ashes, it would no matter to us. Why? Because we know that even the sun and the earth are lies. We know that they don't exist. Now only the empty space will remain. That is the truth. Whatever we thought never existed. Upasika, the pure truth. Yes, Honorable Sir, Aryan Mahansa. The non-existence, Shunyatara, is very complex. It is difficult to understand. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir, Aryan Mahansa. When you understand the pure truth, you cannot believe it. Can you? You feel like you died. You feel like death of all your senses, don't you? You feel like you died. You feel like everything is non-existent and that only the universal space is left. You feel like everything has been demolished. We demolish the concept of children, the husband. We demolish the concept of me, the concept of our body, and the concept of the earth. Now it's just an empty universe. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir. Teruan Sangha, everybody.
and how the things outside world is get created, and how I am created, the existence. So the most crucial point here is we always emphasize to look at just one thought, detect one thought, consider one thought, investigate one thought, explore one thought. So then we can understand how the mind works, because mind is always filled with thoughts. The thoughts instantaneously changes. It's momentary thing. It changes. There is nothing called mind, because it changes so fast. So if we consider one thought, in one thought, do we find a person there? Now, how do we feel that I am existing, I am living there, I am experiencing the world? Because of the vibration. The vibration takes place so fast. The rapid movement, the rapid movement the rapid movement indicates that something is outside there. We feel something is outside there, then and there it appears and disappears. So the sensation becomes a perception at the next step, and in that rapid sensation, rapid vibration, I'm sorry, rapid vibration, you feel something is outside, as we told yesterday, something, a chair or tree or a cloud or whatever it is, the sound of a bird, a dog barking, or sound of a motor vehicle, whatever it is, then and there we hear instantaneously, and the next thought starts, and the next thought starts. So in one thought, if we consider one thought, there we see, uh, I am experiencing these things. I experience this sound. I experience this sensation. Oh, you feel, you think that, you perceive that I am the person who always experiencing these things. Actually, it is not the thing that the faculties starts their mechanism, and in that mechanism you get the itta sanya. There you feel the something is outside there. Then you get the other feeling, the other kind, the next feeling is the existence. That is a kind of a charge. It's a kind of a power. Power is there in that thought. Then it fades away. Then another thought comes into that place. Then that thought takes place and it disappears, and it goes like this. It continues like this. So we feel there is somebody called I am existing continuously. My existence is continuously uh, there. That is how we feel, but that is not the truth. Why? That charge in that particular, if we consider one thought, in that charge you feel that you get some feeling that I am here. That feeling is, then and there it fades away. Then the other thought comes into that place. So this is how it works. So there is no continuous me or I or there. So this is how the people get deceived, because they feel their existence is permanent. That is why Lord Buddha asked monks, is your vision, what you experience, the vision is permanent or impermanent? The priests uh, replies impermanent. Then is the soul or the existence or the I, we say I, is existent soul permanent? No, it is also not permanent. Why? That feeling, that charge, that power is always there in that thought. Then another thought get started, get created. Then another thought get created. But we feel a continuous, a chain of experience. I am there, I am there. That feeling is there. That is a perception. We get a wrong misconception. That is a wrong notion, misconception. People get deceived here. They misunderstood. They misjudge that there is a person called me is there. In that thought, the charge is there. I am here. A kind of feeling is there that fades away. Then another thought come into play. That is the second one. Then the third thought. Then the next one. This one. The trillions of thought get created a day in a day. So we can't get rid of these thoughts. Are a natural phenomena. Because your mind sensor is there, it always function until your death. So we can't get rid of that. Thoughts is all right, but the problem is this: if the thought brings that you are there, you feel that you are there, and something outside there, if you get attachment, some kind of attachment to that particular thing, a flower. You just take an example for flower, jasmine flower, the fragrant flower. So you feel I like it, your likeness, you're fond, you are fond of it, you are interested in it. So that is there you feel I get some attachment to this. So these uh, attachment and hatred are the most dangerous parts in this process. When you feel something is attracting, you tend to attract it more and keep it forever. For example, your family members, your room, your job, whatever it is, you feel that I like it, I want it, I am attached to it, so I must protect it. At the same time, the other defilement is the hatred. If you don't like something, you say, I don't like, I hate it, hate it, hate it. The whatever you feel, whatever defilement you feel, that is an illusion. Why? The thoughts tells you, your faculties tells you that this is there. The spark is so speedy, so rapid, therefore we can't detect the permanence or impermanence there. So better to understand how the mind works and how I am created. Why are we emphasizing this fact? Because the people suffer. Why do people suffer? The world in the people always suffer in different ways, because they think they are living there. They are living there. I am. These things are happening to me. Now enough. Oh God, why did you select me? I have suffered enough. Oh, this is how it goes on. The people suffer. Why? They don't know that world is an illusory world. Why is it illusion? So in order to understand that, we come to understand our mind. The mind is always filled with thoughts. Then we try to understand the thought. What are the components of the thought? The components are, you get some kind of sensation. For example, eye, the vision, ear, the sound. So in that, the nose, the smell, the tongue, the taste, the skin, the touch, the mind, the thoughts. So these faculties function, always they function. That is the duty of their faculty. They won't stop until your death. So you can't say, I don't want to taste anything, so I'm going to stop this sensation. You can't do it. This is how the people in the past try to get away from this attachment. That is not the way. You have to understand the thoughts are the most important thing. So the mind always get filled with thoughts. Thoughts we always emphasize to take only one thought at once. When you understand one thought, you know how the mind sensor function work, or the mechanism of the mind sensor. So the ultimate problem is whatever you experience, you suffer. The people suffer. Why do they suffer? They think the world is real and I am here. I suffer. This is the major problem. This is the very important point. People suffer. Suffer means they think the outside world is real. They think it is real. At the same time, I am here, and when I am here, I experience these things, and I suffer. So how can I get rid of this suffer? How I am going to experience the liberation, the freedom? So in order to understand, you have to understand the function of the mind, the process of the mind, the mechanism of the mind. Until you find it, you can't get rid of suffering. Suffering occurs due to defilements. How do you defilement arise? Defilement arise because of your attachment or hatred. Why do you hate, or why do you like something? Because the function of the eye or the ear or the other faculties, they bring always sensation, some kind of sensation. You feel that eye brings always, I focus on pictures, images, the ear sound images. So we always associated the mental formation. The mental formation ultimately brings you some kind of perception. You build, I am here, and some kind of world is outside there. I am experiencing, I am uh, living in this world. I am doing some kind of interaction with this. I have some thoughts about this, attitudes about the world, and about the people and everything. But how they were created? They were created with the help of the thoughts. Thoughts were created in the mind. So mind is always filled with thoughts. The thoughts brings you the outside world and inside you. So this is due to manifestation of vibration. You understand this is what it is. How? With the previous memory, which was given from the childhood in the kindergarten. So therefore, you can't get away from this. As we all know, the child has at the beginning the radiant mind. Have you heard it, Shani? Terulan Sarnai? Yeah, the radiant mind. We always experience radiant mind. The child responds to sound, taste, touch, smell, and everything. But he didn't have any kind of the powerful attachment to these things because his mind is still radiant. So there is some kind of uh, attachment, but not that way, not in the way that is powerful. So the one may suggest that if we continue, if we can go past uh, to the childhood and get the radiant mind, is it all right? No, that is not the way. That is the wrong attitude. You can't go to childhood and again you can experience the radiant mind. No? So how are you going to solve this problem? Because I am suffering, the people are suffering. You know how much we suffer. The people try to commit suicide. People try to kill other people. They do different kind of crime and violence. Why? Because they feel I am there. So why is I am here? Because the thought itself create some kind of power. In that mechanism, you feel something outside there. At the same time, you feel I am here. That power, that charge is there. When that charge is there, that you try to develop a kind of concept, a kind of the deep rooted uh, education or the deep rooted concept that myself is there. The self concept will get established there. So gradually it reinforced with your day-to-day experience. So now the charge in one thought will play a small part there. Then another thought comes into your mind. Then there also you feel that charge. I. A chain of thoughts are there, and ultimately you feel continuous me or continuous existence was there or have been there. The I am. I started living at this stage and still I am living. So this is the nature of the phenomenon of the process of the mechanism of the mind. So how are you going to solve? Because you are not going to change the world or the uh, what you experience, the vision or whatever it is just a spark. It is not true. It is an illusion. The illusion goes on. Illusion dominates unless you understand this true Dhamma and practice it. You have to practice it. These two are very important. Listen to true Dhamma, concentrate about it, and practice. This is how you develop your life. When you develop in this way, you will definitely feel some kind of transformation. So I am not that much attached to now these things now. I am not going to hate that person so much because the defilements get fades away. They fade. Why do they fade? Because you have the thorough understand. You understand the reality of this world, what the world is, who I am. So this is how you solve this problem. You're suffering. Suffer brings because of sufferings occur due to your ignorance. What is ignorance? You take this world as real. Actually, it is an illusion. It is just a spark. It is a manifestation of vibration. The vibration is so fast. It is unimaginable, and the fast cannot be measured. That is so beyond our imagination. So that is why we can't understand this reality. The people in the world tried hard, they endeavored to find this truth, but nobody can. Only Lord Buddha explained this. The world is an illusion. What you experience is just a fantasy. It is not a dream world. You are in a dream world and you are a dreamer. Even though you are awake, you are a dreamer. We are dreamers. And we continue these things in this mundane world and we suffer. The suffering never ends. Why? Because we don't know what the reality is. The reality is world is an illusion. Your existence is also an illusion. It is a power given, a power created in that thought because of the spark manifestation of vibration. Now we know how the function of the what is the function of the thought, how they get created, how the mind sensor works, how the other sensors work. The sensors never stop their role. They always sensor different things and brings you to your mind sensor, and with the help of telepathization, and the world is created. Nobody can stop this until you understand understand the reality. There Sarnai Shahani. Yes, we continue. A
Terwa
person.
Sarnai, Mr. Yes, okay. Please do go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuta. Uh, the people suffer due to their ignorance. They don't know what ignorance is. Ignorance is an illusion. What is an illusion? Just whenever you catch something into eyes, when your eye sensor function, there you get the world, and you and the world itself is there in that particular thought. So nobody can get away from this, get rid of this until they understand the true Dham. Yes, Doctor. Can you continue? Yes.
Yes, Terwa Sarnai. I pay my homage at RMIC's feet. Terwa Sarnai, all the friends, including Mr. Johnson Bernard. Yes, you were sort of giving a very detailed description about how the self is created as a part of the illusion of the world. Actually, when you say uh, the world, the myself or the self is also a part of that. You can't separate out the world from the self. It's just a part of that. So, as you mentioned very clearly, how the world is created, which includes me, how the world is created, you have to think back. Now, this is what is explained in the dependent origination explanation. That means Paticca Samuppada, how the thoughts are formed and the thoughts are taken as real. And when you take it as real, when you give a value to that, automatically the sorrow and death, all that are tagged into that. So this is the cause and effect part of the Dhamma also. Same thing is given in different names. So in the dependent origination, what we explain is that for each effect there is a cause, and when the cause is not there, the effect is not there. When the cause disappears, the effect also automatically disappears. Actually, this doesn't happen as a chain that the way that is described in the books, but it is something that happens instantly right at this moment in this sensor faculty function itself. So what happens is that there is a there's vibration. Vibration also doesn't mean that vibrations are everlasting ones or persisting ones. And the vibration means that is the creation of the sensor faculty. Now here the sensor faculty doesn't mean that the physical organ. Sensor faculty is a function. So function of seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, smell, and the sensation of the skin. So the sensor faculty means equals to the function, and that is where light is originated, sound is originated, taste, smell, and for the skin, warm, cold, and the hardness is felt. So this is where the origin is actually, and because of these vibrations happening in such a fast speed, you feel as if there is a light, existing light. You feel that means the system feels that there is an existing sound, there is an existing taste, smell, but doesn't know what it is actually. There is no naming at that level, but there is something. That is what is described as eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and the body consciousness or skin consciousness. These are actually in Pali, it is the Chakku Viññāne, Sota Viññāne, Ghana Viññāne, Jivha Viññāne, and Kaya Viññāne. So in other words, several words are used for the same thing. That means the creation of the faculty, creation of the sound, and the ability to see something, ability to hear something. So all these are actually words used for the same function. When there is no creation of the sensor function, you cannot talk about seeing anything. Particularly now, if a person doesn't have the eyes, you can't talk about the creation of the eye faculty. You can't talk about seeing anything. So the presence of the creation of the faculty is essential. Now there are instances where you might maybe you are watching the TV, you are engrossed watching something which is very interesting, and somebody walks past you, or maybe even somebody walks across the screen even in front of you, and you don't see it. But in that, if you try to explain that situation, the physical eye was there, and something happened outside, but you didn't see. So what happened in that situation? That means your sensor faculty in relation to that person didn't vibrate, but your eye faculty, will take it as eye. So eye faculty didn't vibrate in relation to that, but the eye faculty vibrated in relation to what was on the screen, TV screen. So then you can very clearly see that the vibration, appropriate vibration, should happen for a person to see. Now, similarly, I think when you take the hearing, it's more obvious. Now, there are instances where we are listening to this Dhamma discussion, and there are so many sounds around, but you didn't hear. Then you will interpret it as, yes, the sounds were there, I didn't hear. But what happens is that the ear vibration didn't happen in relation to that sound. Maybe the sound of a motor vehicle, maybe the sounds of birds chirping outside, or maybe sounds from a spirit sound from a temple. So you say that, yeah, sounds were there, I didn't hear. Then what happens? Your ear was functioning, and apparently that sound also may have been there, we don't know. But because the ear faculty didn't vibrate at that moment, the function called hearing in relation to that topic didn't happen. So therefore, it's very clear that it's solely a function of this sensor, or solely the creation of the sensor faculty must happen to receive that information. So you can apply this actually to all 5 sense faculties and see how clearly it's you can see that always the sense faculty function or creation of the sense faculty is a must to experience something. Then it becomes more clearer that depending on the nature of the sensor, what is screened and shaped and cut and polished and given is accepted as something existing outside. So the different animals will have their own sensor inputs or their own sensor action. Now, we don't know how sensitive some of these insects are. The things that even a very mild blow of air or a very minimal vibration, they can feel and they will run away. But those sensors are not there for the human beings or the large animals. Even so many differences are there between the mammals. And even some differences are there between the persons or the animals of each species. So which world is correct? The one created for the ant, or the one created for the bee, or the one created for the human being, a butterfly? So which one is correct? No one knows. There is no way of finding out which world is correct. Therefore, you can very clearly see clinging onto something that is assumed to be outside is completely and utter foolishness. So you can work out on these things and see how the sense faculties are creating this. And now another good example is seeing in the night. Now we are under the impression that light is necessary to see. Then if you take the nocturnal animals who live in complete dark or very minimal light, they don't like to come out to the bright light. They are almost blind. They can't see anything in the bright light. But their sense of faculty is capable of vibrating at that environment. Therefore, they get some light created in that nocturnal environment. Now, similarly, we know that the American Army is using some form of special night vision spectacles or whatever, some form of equipment for them to wear so that they can see very well in the night. So in other words, you can see how clearly the sensors can be modified. And if I think there are some special spectacles formulated now for people who have the color blindness. So they can see something which is labeled as red by the normal, so-called normal person. So like that, these sensors can be modified in some way. Therefore, it becomes more and more clearer that the sensors create the world, and that world is taken as real. And that is the biggest illusion that is described by Lord Buddha. Now, in the radiant mind, in the child with the radiant mind, they have the ability to see a light. They have the ability to hear a sound, taste, smell, and the skin feeling. But there is no labeling or naming. Therefore, that interprets that there is no thought formation. So when the thought formation is not there, you can't call them actually defilements. But there is a very, very sort of fine clinging or attraction to this light. That is what is called the eye consciousness. Eye consciousness means the feeling that the light is there. And there's in a very, very subtle way, there is this self-feeling. So that is what is meant by consciousness. So self-feeling is there, and that self is seeing something. Now that is why even a small baby, when you show a very colorful, particularly red color, they like the red toys. So when you show a red color toy, the baby will sort of keep on looking at it. And when you try to take it out, sometimes the baby might cry. That is because there is a very subtle clinging or attachment to that color, that light. Similarly, when the baby feels old, now the nature of these sensors are that there is some clinging and aversion, both. Now, if the baby is felt cold, if the baby passes urine sometimes, when the nappy is wet, babies cry. And that is because the baby has some aversion to that consciousness, that feeling on the skin. There is a fine aversion. Similarly, when the mother comes close to the baby feels sort of delighted. There is some clinging to that feel. Maybe the smell of the mother, or the warm feeling of the mother, or talking to the baby and the sound vibration. So like that, in all 5 sensor faculties, there is some form of clinging created at that point. That is because of the taints or the fine form of self-feeling, which is actually originally telepathized to the zygote. So these are some of the other points that I wanted to touch in addition to what Mr. Bernard described. Anything else to add, Mr. Bernard or Shani? Do you have any queries on what we discussed so far? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. The biggest problem people have is to understand that
Yes.
the myself, the self-existent, even though we say that that is a charge in that, but one particular thought that it's a charge and it is just a sensation, it's kind of a feel,
Yes.
but they can't understand that it is the separate thoughts, and it is they always assume, they consider that I am existing continuously so far.
Mm.
So how would
Mm.
you explain that?
Yes, actually, that is also created in the same way like the world is created. Now, the little baby doesn't have any idea about the self-feeling. That is because there are no thought formation at that point, because self-feeling is also a thought, simply a thought. So the baby has no idea about the self-feeling, but the baby feels that there is some existing nature, but doesn't have that solid myself-like thought, because myself or me is a pure thought. So how it happens is that it's actually the data which is fed by the caregivers, the parents, the elder siblings, all that. When the baby is a little bit older, they tend to show that sometimes on the mirror, this is baby. Now we'll take baby, give a name, of course, baby Mali. Okay, so they show the baby on the mirror and say, this is baby Mali. And then sometimes you may have heard even the body parts. Show Baba's nose. Show baby's nose. Show baby's head. This is baby's gown or frock. This is baby's food. Now, little by little, the baby will start collecting all this. Well, it is not the baby is starting collecting. It is an automatic process. Actually, it is a part of the system where this information gather little by little as thoughts. So initially, the baby will tag that appearance on the mirror to the name and myself. This is called myself. This is called baby Mali. This is how she looks like. And then all the belongings will come little by little. The baby's cup, baby's plate, baby's food, the likes and dislikes of the baby. Now, these are actually in very subtle ways put in, fed by the world, actually, by the environment. Now, even things like, now if the baby refuses some food, then there will be a comment from somebody, baby Mali doesn't like this food, but baby Mali likes this food. So when that food, what is called liked one, is offered, then there will be another comment, this is something you like. Baby Mali, you like this one. Now, like that, thousands, not thousands actually, millions and millions of data is fed on daily basis. So little by little, that feeling myself becomes stronger and stronger. And at different levels of ages, the likes and dislikes also changes. Requirements changes. And then over the years, now if the person is like 50 years by now, the data that sparks right now when you call myself, that huge amount of information is sparked right at this moment. The full character certificate of the person is sparked right at this point. This is how I am. This is something I like. These things I don't like. And this is my nature. This is why where I am working. I am so and so. And my family, my children, how rich I am. Now all this information gathered. Now this becomes a thought by now. What is called the Sakkaya Ditthhiya. Initially, or Atma Drushtiya, same thing is being used for the same, two words are used for the same meaning. Sakkaya Ditthhiya in Pali or Atma Drushtiya in Sinhalese. So these two indicate that the self-feeling is now fully covered with the thoughts, which the system gathered over a long period. Initially, actually, it was just a feeling of sensation. When it is the radiant mind, when the baby is small, just the feeling of existence. You cannot actually call it a thought, but just feeling. Because the baby feels that the light is there, automatically the self-feeling is created on the other side. Similarly, when the baby feels that the sound is existing, that is the sound consciousness, automatically the very subtle way self-feeling is there. That is because of the sasava nature or the tailments, taints. Now this will grow up further, and then by the time the thoughts are formed, when the thoughts surround this initial seed of self-feeling, it becomes very thick and very coarse. And the the Sakkaya Dittiya or the Atma Drushtiya means you always tag the word me. This is myself, my way of doing the things, my likes and my dislikes. So like that, the whole thing becomes more coarser, more prominent and very powerful. And that is what should be initially understood, how these thoughts are formed. So that is the basis. Actually, it's something that grows up. The way that you build up the world, the way that the system builds up the world, this is actually an automatic function. There's no way of stopping it. You can't stop from the radiant mind level. It automatically, as a nature's law, it becomes progress to the level of the thoughts. And this me concept is also becoming stronger and stronger unless you hear this Dhamma and then try to disentangle these facts and try to recognize what is this mechanism. You end up having the person, so-called person, who is living as a part of this world, and the level of ego or the self-perception will vary. Some people have it in very high levels, and it equals actually the ego or the self-feeling means the level of defilement. There's nothing different. It's the same thing is being described in different ways. And actually this self-feeling or the Sakkaya Drushtiya is a field. And on top of the field, you have all these thoughts coming up. So the initial, the radiant mind, the baby with radiant mind has this feel only, self-feeling, but it becomes a self-thought when it progresses, and that is what is called as the Sakkaya Dittiya or Atma Drushtiya. Mr. Bernard, did I answer everything that you wanted, or any comments or corrections?
Yeah, you gave a complete picture. Now anybody can understand it easily. Thank you. At the same time, we know, doctor, the people all around the world, they suffer in different ways. We hear their agonies, we know their disappointment and their bitterness, and sometimes they try to commit suicide, knowing that their value, no more value is there in their lives. So they try to end up their life then and there. So they, without knowing that this world is an illusion. So
Yeah.
how can we help them in to understand this cause and effect Dhamma?
Yes, actually, what main thing is how the mind is formed, how the thoughts are formed is something that you have to understand. And also, there is no doer in this process. It is a process that happens. Those two are very important facts. Also, the world is a creation of the sensor level. So these are the basics of the true Dhamma that is taught in our Darshana lessons. So how the world is created, and that world is itself is an illusion, and the feeling of myself is a part of that illusion. And this thought process is something which is not under control of anybody, and there is no doer here. It's a mechanism. It's a nature's way of happening the things. And also they should understand that there is a current which is continuing. So even if they end up the physical body in this life, there is no guarantee that wherever that current is telepathized, it will restart from somewhere. It's like that the television set function that is described by our noble friend. Even if the television set on this side has a breakdown and has to be discarded, the same channel can be seen or watched by another TV set from somewhere. So therefore, if they think that by ending up the physical body in this life ends up all the suffering, that is one of the biggest myths. So that is something that has to be understood. If the current is continuing, I mean, there is no way of stopping it from this end. If the current doesn't become zero, that means if you haven't had the complete inner transformation to a non-vibrant state, definitely with the present current, he or she might end up with the worst level of suffering. So it's actually the birth cycles or the samsara cycles are very extremely unimaginably dangerous. There is no way of having any kind of assurance. Whatever the meritorious things that you are doing, how much you are doing, there is no guarantee at all. And you never know where you will end up. And this has been happening for, we don't know, we can't tell it in numbers, maybe billions and billions of years. Because we cannot see the future and we cannot see the past, we don't know how dangerous this samsara cycle is. It is taught only by a person like Lord Buddha who could foresee all these things. So therefore, taking their life off is one of the foolish decisions that a person will do. Actually, the animals don't do it. It's only the so-called human being who is supposed to have a high level of advanced mind will commit suicide as a solution to some problems. I can see Ms. Lalana also has joined. Would you like to add some comments, Ms. Lalana? Therwan Saranai.
Tirasana, doctor. Tirasana, Aranwasa, Tirasana. Yes, doctor. The most critical part is to understand the creation of mind, doctor. That's why we are always dealing with our thoughts. So, and another thing, doctor, we are understanding of non-form world, that is arupa. That is also a difficult part because something is there, doctor. Even though we are liberated from the formless form world, the non-form world is another part to understand very carefully, doctor, because even though we know as a theory, as a knowledge, so we have to understand that very clearly something is there. And also always emphasizing that concept in many sermons, doctor. So arupa is another critical thing to understand because our mind always entangled. Yeah.
Yes.
We don't know where it is. It happens automatically. That has to be understand little by little. Doctor, something is there. Even though we are saying that we are not going to deal with this thing and like earlier, that is true. But we don't know. Our mind always try to entangle with somewhere else without our knowledge, doctor. That's the situation. That's the normal situation of our mind. We have to understand. Even the sorrow, even the happiness, that is also there. So we think when we are very sad, so we think we get into that thought deeply. But when you consider, analyze your mind, the thoughts, that is also a sense of creation. When it, even though it happens, we cannot control over the sadness and happiness. But when we see that it is as a natural process, that also can be reduced, doctor. That's what I want to say.
Yes, yes, Miss Nalana, thank you very much. Yes, as you said, the arupa is something, or the formless world, formless level is something a bit difficult to understand, isn't it? Actually,
Yes,
that
doctor.
is, yeah, that is what is there in the radiant mind level. The
Yes,
radiant mind
yes,
way be that they have this feeling of something is there existing, but cannot differentiate what it is. Yes, what
yes,
you said
doctor. We
is,
cannot
yes.
differentiate, but
Mm.
our mind always get attached to that without knowing. It's a process. It is a
Mm.
natural phenomena, yeah, in humans'
Yes,
mind, doctor.
yes.
So we have to understand that process little by little. Whenever you get attached to something, when you have sadness or happiness, you have to understand that is your sensor. That it is no control. No, we cannot
Mm.
control over that matter, doctor. Little by little, that understanding comes within this path, doctor. When you realize it, doctor, gradually it happens
Mm.
automatically. That test also created, doctor.
Yes, exactly. Yes, actually, what I mean, uh, what should be done is to identify that own current. That is where that is the end where you have to sort of catch, and then along that you have to trace and see how it happens. So when a person feels that current, that is the part of the field, that is how the field is described, uh, form of current, form of fire, form of burning. It could be named in different ways. It could be different as happiness. In some instances, it could be like enjoyment, or sometimes that current is described as sadness or anger, clinging, aversion, whatever name is given. They are all different phases of the same current. So this current is the say it is described as defilements also, and it is also given the name as self-feeling, self-perception, or sakkaya ditthhiya. So as I said earlier, these are all different names given to the same nature. So if you recognize, if that means, that is why always we say that turn the camera towards you and then try to identify this current. The way when you train the system to look at the own current, that itself is the only way to get it get it less and less powerful. So when you are confronted with the same situation, uh, you tend to realize that the current which was created earlier becomes less significant subsequently. So identifying the own current means you are identifying the own defilements, also means identifying the level of self-perception. So that is a practical aspect of it. Uh, Anything else to add, Mr. Bernard or Shani? Any questions from Shani or anything to add, Mr. Bernard?
Yeah. In this transform world, if one
Mm,
want to get rid of that
mm,
gradually by understanding, the Dhamma. Is it only the two Dhamma to follow, or do you have to follow both practical part and the listen to two Dhamma?
Yes, you need
Oh,
both actually. Yes, you need both. First, you
right.
have to have a very clear understanding about how the thoughts are formed, how this world is created, what is meant by the self-perception of the self-feeling. So you have to have that very thorough knowledge uh, by reading or listening to Dhamma disclosures. And this purification of this knowledge actually should continue, not stop from there, but it happens like sharpening a knife. You continue to have this purification by continuing to listening to Dhamma. And then, of course, when you come to know about these 4 steps of the practical experience, you can very clearly see that the knowledge you had gets automatically applied to that. And initially, it is experienced in a more like a more uniform type of activity, like walking, or even things like sweeping can be used. And then when you get into the track, and then when you realize this is the format, automatically it gets applied to the day-to-day activities. So little by little, that self-feeling gets dissolved and becomes less and less significant. And the fact that I am doing this thing, I am doing this work, uh, that concept uh, fading, becomes faded away little by little. And then the system realizes there is only a system working here, and sensor faculties are functioning, taking turns, and there is no doer at the end. So both lines actually, both are necessary. Yes.
That's right. Thank you for this explanation. So, Lana, have you got anything to add?
Yes, Mr. Renard and Doctor. The doctor correctly pointed out that one day the knowledge will be turned as wisdom. When you come, the knowledge will turn as wisdom, but not at once. That is also some portion.
Yes.
When your wisdom appears more than the knowledge, then you will experience. No one is experienced avadya. So knowledge is, you have to understand this thing because you have to listen Dhamma, because if we don't know this concept, we are not going to practice it. That's why the doctor correctly pointed out that. Isn't it, doctor?
Yes, yes, yes.
Both we have to do.
Mm. Mm.
So if listening, understanding, and you have to apply this thing into your day-to-day activities, then the knowledge turn as wisdom little by little.
That is in Pali, it's jnana, isn't it? Jnana
Jnana, yes,
in
yes,
Pali
doctor.
and Sinhala both.
Yes,
Yes.
but it takes time, doctor. It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
yes,
It doesn't matter.
yes, yes.
According to the person to person, it differ. It differ, doctor.
Mm. Yes.
That's why some are very knowledgeable, some are they have more wisdom, like that, rather than the other. It doesn't matter. One day, the realization comes within you. That is the most important part we have to understand when we are going on this path, doctor.
Yes. I think Lord Buddha's time there was an example where in a pond where there are some lotus buds. So some buds are right at the bottom, some are sort of very close to the level of water, and some already bloomed fully. So like that, different levels
as you said very correctly, different people, different levels,
Yes, as an
understanding.
example, Lord Buddha
Yes.
have said so,
Yes.
Doctor. Yes, correct, Doctor. Yes, yes. We need time, Doctor, even.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
We need time. There's no competition between us.
Yes. Yes.
There's no competition.
If you try to have a competition, I think you move away from the track, you lose the track, isn't
Doctor,
it?
yes, that's true,
Mm.
Doctor. But before we heard this Tamil, Doctor, we had a competition. I'm actually telling
Oh,
the truth, Doctor.
yes. Yes.
To understand more and
Mm.
more
It,
concepts than the others, like
mm,
that, Doctor. We feel
yes.
happiness even that I know something more than that person. Like that feeling came, no,
Mm,
Doctor. Honestly,
yes.
I'm telling, Doctor.
Yeah. Yes.
That means yourself.
Mm,
You are creating yourself more power and give more power to the yourself identification, Doctor. We didn't
yeah.
know about it. We did everything like this, Doctor. That concept
Mm,
behind us.
mm,
Even
mm,
it doesn't come out within us, it has. It has, Doctor.
yes.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I'm
Okay. Thank
leaving now,
you.
Doctor.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the
Okay,
contribution.
okay, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay.
Everyone.
Terwa Saranai. Okay, Mr. Bernard, if we do not have any more questions,
Yeah,
should
yeah.
we conclude the session?
Ms. Lalani emphasizes that the patience is needed. Patience is very
Oh,
important
yes.
here because people
Mm,
want to attain Nibbana within 2-3 days. So that is not possible actually.
yes.
So we
Okay,
have
then.
come to,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Yes, please go
we
ahead.
have come to the end of today's program, today's forum. So we'll meet tomorrow. Tiruvan Sarnai Aryan answer. We pay homage to you and Tiruvan Sarnai everybody, all Dhamma friends. Tiruvan Sarnai.
Okay, Terwa Sarana, everybody. Terwa Sarana, Aran
Buddothpado, Buddothpado. It's time to open your eyes. Open your eyes. It's time for Nibbana, for Nibbana. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Awake humans, be awakened humans. It's your liberation that comes through. Buddothpado, Buddothpado. The last breath will be so peaceful, so peaceful. With Buddothpado, Buddothpado. Wake up, wake up, wake up to the truth.
everybody. Let's continue with the book The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 25, second paragraph. At the end, everything is non-existent. Therefore, the teaching of the Buddha is called Shunya Patisanyutta Deshana, or the teaching of non-existence. The Buddha teaches the world something that no other has ever mentioned. Ye Dhamma Hetu Bhagava, Tesang Hetun Tathagato. The Buddha teaches us about Hetupala. It is also known as cause and effect. The Buddha does not teach about karma as the cause for rebirth. The Buddha said, finally, disciples, if we say that a cycle of cause and effect exists, it is incorrect. If we say that a cycle of cause and effect does not exist, that too is incorrect. Because if a world does not exist, what is there to compare things with? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir. Adam Maharshi. You are fortunate to hear this pure truth even for one day. May you realize the pure truth and may you come out of suffering. Thiruvan Saranai. Upasika. Thiruvan Saranai Adam Maharshi. May the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem be upon you. Aryan Mahanse, accomplished teacher. Madam, please think about this for a while. Please don't try to stop our conversation. You should not run away from the most important point. Please think well. Where are you? You think that this is my body. You think that this is my child. You think that this is my husband. You think that this is my house. Now where are you? Aren't you only a thought at this moment? You are only a thought. Now let us see where this thought comes from. A thought is also known as a siddha, upasika, lady. So there is no thought, Aryan Mahasi. A thought is a spark. A sound and a color comes together. It creates a spark. Upasika. Yes, it is only a spark. When a sound and a color comes together, it creates a spark. Aryan Mahasde. Is there a living thing in a spark? Upasika. Oh, I didn't understand, Honorable Sir. No, there isn't a life in it. Aryan Mahas. Okay, let me make it much easier for you. Does this thought have a life? Upasika. No. Upasika. Where is the life? Upasika. But there is no life, isn't it? Aryan Mahasi. If you think that this is your child, it is only a thought of a child. If you think that this is your body, it is also only a thought. You think that this is your body. Pasikav, yes. Aryan Mas, if you think that this is your husband, it is only a thought of a husband. If you think that this is your house, it is only a thought. Now, is there a life in a thought? There is no life. You found the Anatma Dharma, meaning there is no life form at all. Life does not exist. Upasika, there is no life. It is only that we believe that there is life. Aryan Vahasi. We thought that there is a life. It is only a thought. Aryan Vahasi. We only associate with the thought. It is the thought that says that this is a book. It is the thought that says this is your child. It is only a thought. It is a chitta, a thought stimulus that comes from the mano center, mind consciousness. It is only a thought stimulus. Later you will understand that there is nothing as thoughts either. A thought arises and disappears, or ceases immediately. A spark or stimulus always takes place at any one of our six senses. The six senses are seeing, hearing, taste, touch, smell, and mind consciousness. The mind consciousness is formed by the stimuli coming from five senses. But remember, a newborn baby does not have anything formed in his mind consciousness. A newborn baby comes to this world with a pure mind, an absolutely blank mind. He does not have any data in his mind. The stimuli that we receive from seeing, hearing, smell sense, taste sense, and touch sense form our mind consciousness. The mind consciousness sparks repeatedly at all times. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani.
Therwan Sana, Mr. Bernard.
Therwan Yeah. You read about the page. You read the page 25 and 26. Isn't that so?
Yes, 26 and 27.
Yeah.
Mr. Bernard, we can't
How
hear
the
you
thought
properly.
generates with the help of the mind sensor. So this is, as we always emphasize, this is very important point because we must. Can you? Hello.
There's a signal issue,
Kiran
Mr.
Sanai?
Bernard. Right?
Hello.
There's a signal issue, right?
You, yeah, yeah. All what you experience from your childhood your death is just understood at once. Even though keep on listening to through them, listening to through them only, you will get this puzzle solved. You have to understand how this sound or the vision or taste or your touch, the sensation starts. So just understanding one thought is enough to understand the process, how the mind works. That the mind consciousness produces thoughts. Ultimate, you feel something outside there. Actually, there isn't anything, but we assume, we perceive as things outside. They are real because we were introduced, we were given labels to each and every sound, each and every touch, each and every vision from our childhood when we had a radiant mind. Before that, we just felt something as it is. We didn't give labels. After that, when you are introducing the name and form, this is what you called to this particular thing. This is the sound of a bird. This is the sound of a motor vehicle, like that. That is what you see on the sky. That is a float in the sky, float in this cloud in the sky. So in this way, the child is introduced different things. So later on, he perceives these things as real. How does this happen? So we'll take this in this way, in a easier way. The thought, the all your senses, you have six senses. The senses tells you, you see some object, just see, just for an example, a gate. You see an object, but you call it a gate. How does that object become a gate? Because you were introduced.
Mr. Bernard, we can't hear you.
The object is, you recognize it as a gate, but how that gate comes into your mind, that was given, the label was given to your child at the beginning of the childhood. That is when he enters the kindergarten, the name and form is fed thoroughly into his mind, and he understands the world slowly, gradually in that way. Then whenever he sees a gate, he doesn't understand it as an object. He sees a gate, then the gate has become real. The real gate is there, and I am here. That is how the world goes on. That is how the human mind experiences the world. So what Lord Buddha says, this thought is not real, it is an illusion, just a thought. How do you understand that is a gate? That is our perception. It is an object. The perception is given at the childhood. So you continue saying that this is the gate, and gate is always there, and I am here. So the thought, how did this thought came into being? How is it created? So we have to understand that. I'll explain slowly. So in short, uh, when you see something, your eye catches something, then the spark starts. When a spark starts, you get just like a photo snap. Then with that, at that moment itself, the other faculties also uh, function. All the previous memories flood into mind. So what are these? Your touch sensation, smell, and the taste of it, and vision, the different kinds, and everything flood into your mind. So you with this vibration, when the vibration takes place, you get the previous memory telepathises, and you get that it as an gate. So actually there isn't a gate, there is an object outside. Your eye sees an object, but the mind consciousness with the telepathization, and you get the perception that there is a gate. Actually it is not a gate, it is an object, but you can't delete that data. Data is there, the data, trillions of data is there. So therefore you continue uh, chaining, coining these thoughts daily, day by day. So when as time passed, the child create his own world, Everybody in the world, all the people, all the population of the world, they create their own world with the help of these thoughts. But actually, the thoughts are not real; they are illusions. We will take only one part, that is thought. Thought, thought plays an important part in this process, in this life, in our life experience. So we always associate, we consume thoughts. Thoughts are our food. So mind wants thought, it generates thoughts, generates with the help of other senses, all five senses. And sometimes the mind sense itself reminds you certain things of your past things. With that sensation, it starts again to give another picture. Like this, the life goes on. So thought, when you see a gate there, as we said earlier, the gate, when you say gate, it has a value. See, just see that there is an valuable gate there, so expensive gate. So if somebody damages it, what happens? you feel that gate is damaged, so it is a crime. So there is a worth, there is some kind of value. Why we should destroy it? We should not damage it. So that is how you feel with the gate itself. You added some kind of a value is assumed. The value is assigned there. Value is always associated with that. So valuable. The value is there. When value is there, your defilement activates. You have some kind of attachment with that. So this sensation, this burning sensation, oh, my gate is damaged. Who has done this? So see how the thought works. So you always said it. So this is how it goes on and on. If something is not important to you, or if it is irritating you, there you see. So this is not good. This is not important. I hate it. But you have to understand that is your hatred towards that, dislike. But we always, when we live, we always carry these two bags. What are these two bags? Your aversion and hatred. You always collect these things. You always uh, associate, and you have value for something, and you have hatred towards others. So these are the defilement, because these two arise because of the illusion. Illusion is there. What is the illusion? World is real. The perception is real. What mind consciousness produce, you we uh, we very eagerly, enthusiastically, we embrace it. We see world is very important to me. This is important to me, but at the same time, the things are outside there, and you get the value for it. At the same time, here you get some kind of feeling that I want this or I don't want this. So that is the where the existence starts. Existence generates vibration. When vibration take place, you represent it. The mind represent it as this is this and this is this. So if that is not if that is not I mean, if somebody can't understand it this way, what we have to do is to just think of one sensor. Take one sensor. Yeah, take one eye or ear or nose. What then think? What kind of smell did you smell? I smell a perfume. Oh, you smell as perfume. Yeah. How did that smell become perfume? Because that label was given to you earlier. Then with all the sensation, all the data that is related to that particular perfume, that floods into your mind then and there, and you feel that particular perfume is there. At the same time, with with the speed vibration, there is another kind of thing take place that is existent. I feel it, me, it happens to me, or my, or this feeling comes. All these things are natural phenomena. actually nobody is there, but there's a feeling that we take it as real and we continue creating a person here and assume that ev- everything is outside there, but actually nothing exists out there and nobody is here. But it you can't understand it at once. We have to solve this problem in a methodical, gradual way. Then
Theruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. I think there is a signal issue. Miss Shani, can you hear me?
Everyone, Sarani Sundara, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I think Mr. Bernard is having a signal issue. So he might join. So until then, we can look at what he was trying to explain. He was very effectively uh, going into details in terms of the external world becoming real for all of us. I mean, a very important point was highlighted by Mr. Bernard that uh, the 8.2 billion people of the world perceives the world in 8.2 billion ways. So that is very important because before we uh, came across or before we came across before we listened to this never before heard Dhamma, we used to believe, we even didn't think about perceiving the world. World was so real to us, and the existence of self was so real. We did not have doubts about our existence. If somebody even implied that you live in an illusionary world, oh really? Are you crazy? That kind of thought, that kind of question might have come to our minds. But since our Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, after the demise of Gautama Buddha, rediscovered, re-explored what he found 2,500 years ago and revealed it to the people, we all, the moment we heard the first sermon itself, we all began to start kind of penetrative meditation. That's why he always mentions as this miraculous nature of sermons. He says it's so miraculous. Anybody who would listen to it for quite a time will come to certain realizations. And uh, that happens, that's self-evident. So, as Mr. Bernard pointed out, seeing the world, experiencing the world in 8.2 billion ways by whatever the number who live in the world. It is the truth. It is the truth. It is the first realization that we make after listening to this Dhamma. That's where one gets the first kind of shock or first shaken by this Dhamma. Is that so? So when the person fully understand this mechanism of the six sensory organs, today also going into details, taking diverse examples, Mr. Bernard was explaining. Actually, he was using this olfactory sensation today because we always focus on eye and the ear. So what understanding this mechanism of the truth, then when we hear, do you think the bee also experiences the world in the same way as you do? Or do you think a cow sees the world as you see? Or not? Don't need to go to animal world. Do you think all the people, even the people in your family, your sister, your brother, your parents see the same world in the same way as we see? So that comes as a kind of first shocking news. We were listening to them and we were quite comfortable. We listen to them, we maintain our image, we accumulate wealth, we want to be the most educated or the richest person in the world, and at the same time, as part-time or just to as a kind of pastime, we used to listen to certain sermons, just like listening to songs by famous singers. We used to listen to sermons, right? But that internal transformation or some sort of diminishing of defilements or some relaxation, tranquility, we did not feel anything like that. But for the short period that we listen to those sermons, we get some sort of temporary peace. So that is the life that we had, and before we understood this science. So the penetrative meditation, it is not only these Aryan Mahanse's very words, it's not only just trying to analyze the thought as sound and color, or just to, involved in walking meditation, taking it as another kind of strict plan for us to get rid of the suffering. What he mostly encourages is to see the Dhamma through yourself, exploit yourself, exploit yourself. Just take time to think about how we perceive the world, how others perceive the world, how a colorblind person perceives the world. If you see the shoe flower as red, the belief we had was, okay, I see the red shoe flower, so the entire world sees the red shoe flower. That is the illusionary world. But sometimes I actually have personal experience. On one sports meet in the school, people were wearing saris of different colors. So I was telling from a distance that sari is pink. It's actually pink. So another person was telling, no, it's maroon. And another person was telling it's magenta. So you all, how does it happen? So we used to argue ignorantly. Let's go closer and see. Let's try to get a better view of it, so on and so forth. But now we know that is the truth. That is the truth. It is truly magenta for someone else. It's truly maroon for another. It's pink or reddish pink for someone else. And going beyond the human world. Now, as we know, cow also has the sensory organs. A cow also experiences its world. So it's not multicolored, it's just red. And Aryan Mahansi takes examples like owl, these nocturnal animals. They have a proper eyesight during the night, those nocturnal birds and creatures. But we see it as dark, and the humans do not have the power to see through that dark. And the commonest example used by Arya Nohanse to explain that the world is not real is the world of termite, how it deals with mud and how it builds this anthill. Is it the same world? Now in a wet season, for example, when there are floods, do these insects, do these creatures experience the world in the same way as others do? So these are little things that helps us to understand or to liberate ourselves from this unreal world. And very recently, I think Miss Harshi has shared a beautiful post in the group, how the bee and the human perceives the same scenery, some flower. The bee's actually vision is the flower is of ultraviolet color, so bright, luminous. But to the human eye, it's white and yellow. So these are the real points, kind of eye openers for us to whoever is engaging in this insight meditation, penetrative meditation. It's not just sitting somewhere and keeping your eyes closed and experience the perfect silence always and kind of get rid of the surrounding, get rid of your family, get rid of your society, and to have peace. You definitely, in concentration meditation also, we have the peace when everybody's away from you. There is not to grow, as Mr. Bernard mentioned, this aversion and attachment. Nothing to attach to, nothing to be kind of grows aversion towards. So you think you have liberated. Now we are not getting angry, we are not jealous, we are not competitive because there is no one to compete with. There is no one to be envious or jealous of. So this practical approach, practical path recommended by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is to involve in insightful meditation, being in this world, living your normal life. Don't live your day-to-day life because every incident, every day-to-day incident becomes a point to contemplate. Although I say contemplate, it's a kamatahana. It's a meditative point. It's actually yesterday Dr. Kokila said it's a gem. Take them as gems, treasures when you encounter problems like that. So that's the best moment to look at your own mind, understand your mind, understand how the thoughts flow, understand how they lead to certain actions, how the mental formations, verbal formations, and bodily formations arise. So for that, that is the real penetrative meditation or insightful meditation. Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Teruvan Saranai, yes.
Are
You
you in a
clearly
position?
yeah, yeah.
Teruvan
Yeah.
Saranai, Mr. Are you in a position to continue, Mr. Bernard? Since I have to log out, is it all right? Hopefully,
Yes.
you have a
Yes.
signal issue,
Yes.
isn't it? You have a signal issue, isn't it?
So this yeah, yes, there is.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Bernard, let's see, probably others will also join. So until your problem, the signal issue settles, I'll try to continue, Mr. Bernard.
Teruvan Saranai, can you hear me?
Teruvan Saranai. Yes. Teruvan Saranai. Now it's clear. Now it's clear, Mr.
Yes.
Okay. Please go ahead,
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Bernard. Teruvan
Thank you very much,
Saranai.
Mr. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
So, yes, as she clearly explained that how our defilement arise and how the concentration meditation helps and how the penetrative or insight meditation helps for this particular uh, problem. So what is the problem? We have some kind of suffering. We suffers. The people suffer in the world. Why do we suffer? Because of aversion and attachment and disattachment over the aversion and hatred. Because of the illusion. The illusion takes place always. In every thought, the illusion is involved. We can't get rid of that. We live in an illusory world, and the thoughts are coined and chained all together, one by one after another. So therefore, we never understand it unless a noble teacher, a noble friend reveals it. So that is why everyone in this forum emphasizes that analyze a thought, just one thought, then you understand all the thoughts, how all thoughts work. Then you understand how your mind works. There is nothing called mind. The mind is always flooded with thoughts, then and there, momentarily get it and fades itself there itself. This is how it happens. Everyone, Sarna Shani, have you got any problem with you?
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Yeah.
So, in that book, it said a thought is a spark. When a sound and a color comes together, it creates a spark. So then Aryan Vasi has asked, is there a living thing in a spark? So can you explain it a bit
That
more?
is what that you just can't understand the vibration easily, because that is the the manifestation of vibration. The vibration takes place so fast because of the rapidness. We are not in a position to understand one particular thought. We can't analyze and investigate or detect one thought at once. All the whole process must be understood as the Arya Nancy explains. One spark takes place. Just you feel a sensation of say a pillow, a soft pillow. Uh, you feel that sensation. Now it is soothing. It's comfort me. So how did this thought come into your mind? You just touch on your skin felt it, but the perception is the pillow. The pillow is so comfortable. The touch is so soothing. So how did this happen? Because you you felt the sensation of your skin, something felt you, but all the previous memories with regard to that particular object, what is that? The pillow, the soft pillow, all these things flood into one previous memory, flood telepathizes. That is why we call it telepathizes. So then you feel something is there. Feel, I felt the touch of a pillow, the soothing touch. Oh, it comforts me. I like it. So something is outside there. Then and there, the other thing get starts with the rapid movement. I will say, we say the vibration, manifestation of vibration so fast. Then you feel there itself. The other thing you experience is, I feel. That is generally automatically generate produce itself there. That is the nature of your mind sensor. That is my mind sensor. Then you feel I am here, which I who lived who have been who has been living for such a long time. That person is still here. I feel that sensation is there. That perception you get then and there. You the whole picture is given. What is the whole picture? I felt a pillow, the touch of a pillow. It is so soothing and. Who felt it? I felt it. Then the thought is over. Then and the other thought is over. That's all. What we understand, only one thought. Then another thought uh, take place. Then another one will come. Another one. That is how it goes on and on and on. Do you want any further clarification or explanation for this? Teruvan Sarnai?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Um, it's better if you can give another example.
Another example. Yeah. Okay. Just see you are walking. You are walking on a meadow, grassland. You when you walk early in the morning, you feel the dews on the blade of grass touches you. The cool dews. Can you get the? Can you understand the example now?
Yes.
Yeah. Now you feel that. You feel what your feet touches the ground. Then you feel. I feel the cool dews. That is, you felt something. Something is there. You felt it in your the feet, but you take it as dews. I felt dews. How did it happen? Who told you that you felt dews or you felt grass? You are touching grass. Your feet is touching ground, grass. Nobody told this. How did this come? Previous thoughts, we said previous memory, telepathizes then and there. That is why we say all the mind create mental formation. We are associated mental formation. When we touches the ground, you feel grass. How did it feel? You that it just felt. You felt your feet, but you say grass. How did it happen? That telepathizes then and there. That telepathization brings you previous memory, and you call it I feel grass. I feel dews on the grass. Are given to you. You all are this learned thing. You learned this. The world is learned. You are given lot of words, labels, name and form. We associate in them. We call them mental fabrication or mental formation of your mind. Whatever we think, whatever we do, we associate mental formations. Those are created things, fabricated things, made up things, labeled things, given data in the kindergarten. And you kept on educating your life. You are experiencing life in this way. This is how it goes on. Do you hear something now? What do you hear, Shani, at the moment? Teran Sarnai,
Everyone, sunlight.
what do you
Uh,
hear?
I hear birds chirping.
Yeah. Now you hear a sound, then you perceive it as did your eye eardrum sound how it produces? It must touches the vibration must touches the eardrum. So did the eardrum said that it was chirping of birds?
No,
So did the birds say it?
no,
How do you say the birds chirping? How did this
because
bird chirp? Birds
because
and
we
chirping,
learn
the thing, the animal and the action is there. So how did these two things come into your mind? How did this come?
because we learned it before.
Yes, we learned it before. Not only that, when we hear a sound of a bird, the chirping, all the related sensation, your eye, mm, your ear, or when if you have ever touched a bird, those things, and if you have ever smell a bird, that thing, huh? You don't taste a bird, so that won't come. All the possible things, all the past experiences associated with the birds and what you have seen in the pictures, in the cartoons and in the movies, all those things telepathize us. That is a natural phenomenon, natural process, natural mechanism. So that is why we can't understand it then and there. Mind is so fast, working mechanism, the process is so fast. Because of this rapidness, we can't take each thought by each one separately. So that is generated then and there. Now it is not there. Is it there now? Now you are listening to my voice. Now it is there. Then it is also faded. Then again you hear a sound of a tractor. Then it fades there. So how it goes on and on. But you feel that I was there. I was listening to birds, and then I listened to sound of a bird, tractor, then the voice of that particular person. But one always, how it happens, one thought at a time. One thought at a time. That generates there, it gives some sensation, and you perceive it as this particular thing is there, and you experience the world. At the same time, in that process, the self evidence or the I am there, the feeling of I am here is also generated. That is a feeling. So that is not true. And then that thought is over. That thought is over, and you are no more there, and that particular thing is no more there. This is an illusion. Just generates then and there, it fades away. Generates then and there, and it fades. Can you understand one thought at least today? How one thought works, how one thought manifests, or how the process of one thought. Did you get it?
Yes,
Did you? I yes said that Did your ear say, you see, those are birds chirping? Now, Shani, tell birds. I tell you, these are birds. Okay, is that the way? Is that the way your mind works?
No.
No, because we label it. We said label. How did you get that birds chirping? Because of the previous memory. Do we think it? No, no, it automatically happened. That is telepathization. Telepathization take place then and there in every thought. Then you feel something is the itta sanya, there something is there, then something is there, someone, the existence of yourself is there. This is how it works. It start, your ear is silent there, no movement, but you hear a chirping sound, then it gets started. Okay, one organ, one faculty starts, so it generates sound, the sensation of sound. Then the mind sensor starts. When the mind sensor starts, it generates ultimately not the sound, not a sound, but a sound of birds, the chirping of birds. So ultimately you come a fabricated thing, not a sound. Every sound, every noise, every voice is a sound. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Yeah. Ultimately, we are taken to this particular point. So when here the problem is, I hear chirping of bird. So what is the problem? Okay, so you feel is chirping of bird soothe into your ear? Is it very interesting? Do you like it? Yes or no?
Yes.
I like to hear the chirping of birds early in the morning. I am fond of it. I love it very much. So what does it mean? Defilement, aversion starts. Aversion is there. When aversion is there, that means you are attached to this one. You have some kind of inside burning. Did you get the point here? Inside burning. I like it. If somebody goes to hunt those birds, bird hunting, do you like it then? Do you like it that action? Do you like that person's attitude?
No.
No, why? Because you are attached to these birds. They are innocent creatures, and everything telepathizes. And your world is created. Ah. Now think, you have got a brother or a sister hates animals, hate especially birds chirping in the morning. He said, disturbing my peace. I don't like chirping of birds. So he has some kind of hatred against that. So he also has some kind of burning there. It is a like bird. There's hatred. The totally uh, other side, opposite. So both you and your brother, that's your brother. Think of listen to the same chirping, but you have different feelings, aversion and hatred. But these two are in the same boat. That means it is defilement. They are defilement. Why this defilement starts? Because you perceive it as birds chirping. There isn't a bird. Who told you that these are birds that were given data, that were fed data into your mind? The chirping, the sound of chirping. Who bird didn't tell? Who told this? You learned it as this is the sound of bird chirping. So this telepathization, the previous memory plays a crucial role here. And they always keep on process like this. In every thought, this is how it happens. Nobody can get rid of it. This is how mind works. This is how we live. It is a dream world, isn't that so? We are talking about just a thought. This is how all the thoughts are. The same way it happens. Ultimately, you gave some perception, not a sensation, but a perception. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You hear a sound. Did you consider it as a sound and let go the other things? No. You try to you analyze it sometimes. Now sound, but it has become sound of birds, chirping of birds. You some kind of sensation. You felt some kind of sensation, and you are given labels to them. Name, what is it? Sound, chirping, sound. That is sound. The name, the form. This is how the mind works. This is one thought. The mind produces, mind consciousness produces mental images. So these chirping birds of this particular area also will get recorded in the memory. And you will again, when you hear the chirping, that new data also will telepathize us. So how is it a dream world, or is it a uh, fantasy, or is it an illusion? Is what is it? How do you feel it? How do you understand it? Yes.
So after the explanation, it feels like a illusion.
Yeah. Still not deeply, profoundly understood. But you just feel this is a kind of a nonsense, isn't that so? Sound, but you see a bird. Sound, you say it is a chirping. All these are telepathies, and we kept on living in this world, thinking this world is real, but actually it is not real. Why? Only a spark generates, and we experience a spark. Then and there, the starts and finishes, fades away. Then another one, then another one. So we feel it as a continuous process, a continuous life experience. When something is there, when you say bird, the bird, uh, the birds that I hear now, the bird that I heard earlier, and tomorrow also I will hear the bird. All three senses come into life. You experience all these three. So this is a continuation of illusion. But that is why we have to understand only one thought, one thought. Just an example, if there are 100 eggs, you just break one egg and see what it. You see some kind of yellow part is there, yolk and other thing. Will be. So do you want to break all the eggs, 100 eggs, to understand how the what the ingredients of, or what are the parts of this eggs are? Did you get the
No.
point?
Yeah.
No. You just,
Yeah.
that is what Lord Buddha, just understand one thought, one thought. Then when you understand one thought, you understand, this is how all the thoughts were generated. This natural phenomena is take place in this way. So life goes on without understanding this illusion. So we are wasting life. So generation and generation, they just died without understanding this illusion. They couldn't understand by themselves. This must be revealed only by a true, genuine, a noble friend. Then only we can understand. But it is not, uh, everybody can't do it. Only a noble friend should explain it. We have never heard this. That is what Lord Buddha said. This is never heard Dhamma, because nobody in the world has ever told this type of thing. they explain everything. They try to escape from the suffering, from finding solution in the illusory world. So they don't understand the world itself. What they see, all the senses they get uh, with their faculties, they are not true. That has not been revealed by anyone except Lord Buddha, and at the present time are announced. Yes, and the other important thoughts, whatever the thoughts we generate, we feel, we perceive, but you know that defilements are involved here. You see a cat, I am fond of cats, but when someone hurts it, when a cat meets it an accident, so I can't bear it. Why can't I bear it? Because I have some attachment to that particular object, particular animal. Why? Because that previous memory and the defilement you have created in your mind, fondness, aversion, hurts you. So this will gradually, slowly diminish. This will fades away as you understand true Dhamma. So what everyone has to do is to listen to true Dhamma, and practice. In the practice part, we have different objects: object one, object two, object three, and object four. There are four karmasthanas. So we call them in Sinhala is in karmasthana. So in first karmasthana, you try to understand this. You analyze and you examine, investigate your mind by yourself. This is your own experiment, own exploration. You explore by yourself. Nobody is helping. No one is coming to help you to understand your mind. What we have to do is to understand our mind by ourselves. So it is not difficult at present, because Aryan's advice, his guidance, his explanation is always with us. So it is very easy everybody to get rid of, say goodbye to this cycle of suffering, cycle of birth. We suffer. Why do we suffer? Everybody suffer. Why do we suffer? Because we have aversion and hatred. We cultivate these things. So they will get accumulated day by day. We collect them. Our likeness and our dislikes day by day piled up. So here Lord Buddha explained, understand your mind. Chitte niyat loke, he say. So all the things, what we think, what we assume, why do you cry? Why do you mourn? Why do you fight? Why do we have quarrel? Because we have defilements. We think these mental formation are real. The reality cannot be understood. It cannot be understood so easily, because they are chained, coined with each other, and that process is so fast. The manifestation of vibration, the vibrational function, vibrational mechanism is so fast. So the human mind, it is very difficult to catch this particular phenomena. So only a supreme uh, person, a person with supreme wisdom only can understand and reveal it to the world and guide the people. So listen to true Dharma is very important, because there we get the how this mind works, the process, the mechanism, and how we have suffered so far. So this is how we suffer. The explanation is given in this uh, true Dhamma. Then when you come to practice part, you understand how our defilement fades, and how we feel our transformation. Transformation means the sensation of burning inside, how it get fades away. It doesn't happen overnight. It will take some time. It usually gradually, it's a gradual process. And slowly, when you follow this practical part, the practical sessions, when you participate practical session, you will gradually, you will feel that your attachment and your hatred towards the things will diminish. It fades away. Why? You have the knowledge of true Dhamma, and you concentrate about it. You use insight meditation or penetrative meditation in the practical part. How our mind works. For example, when you take first object, first karmasthana, first part, we while we walk, for example, we walk, when we walk, you hear something, you feel something, you hear something. So you take one, you move forward, and just for an example, I feel the sensation of sunlight. So in the morning, it is comfortable, it is soothing, I like it. And it helps to generate vitamin D early in the morning. So all these things come into your mind. But what you do here is, I felt sunlight. Sunlight sensation is felt. How do you feel it? To your skin. To your skin, you feel it. That only. You hear a sound. You, I hear my ear tells me what? My ear tells me that it is a bird, not you. So this is how you goes on. You understand how your faculties work in the first part. In the first uh, practice part, you understand how your faculties work at a time. So you are concentrate about the thoughts. What you feel, the sensation, then they tell, not the perception. Here you felt, I felt something, I hear something. This is what, that's what. Not I. You don't say I hear. You say my ear catches. The chirping of bird is heard. Did I hear it? No. The ear. The chirping of bird is heard. The sensation of light is felt. The smell of flowers is felt. So concentrate. This is here you concentrate your yourself. Later on, when you come to certain stand, you understand. So this perception is illusion. So what I have uh, been experiencing so far is an illusion. It is a gradual process. That is how that is the first karmasthana. Then you can come to the second object, then the third. And any question regarding that? Teruvan Sarana Shani.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Mhm. Any question regarding to this?
No.
Did you understand how the illusion take place? Not you don't get the clear picture at once. That is what a continuation of listen to True Dhamma is very important.
Yes.
You can't solve this puzzle at once because there are certain gaps. So gap will be filled when you listen to Dhamma continuously.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you see the world now? Can you explain thought, how thought is generated, and is it an illusion or not?
Uh,
Yes,
so,
just use your own words. Use your own words.
uh, so I have heard it's illusion, but I haven't like experienced it myself yet. Like,
That's true. Yes, you have not experienced.
yeah,
Have you ever participated in practical sessions?
yes, just one, two.
Two times.
Yeah.
You have done. It won't. Result won't come when you take only two sessions. You have to. It depends on how the you have got. We have got piles and piles of this hatred and aversion, defilements. So it depends on the defilements. The volume of the defilement, the strength of the defilements uh, affects this. Uh,
Mr. Bernard, we can't hear you properly.
font everybody in the world, in the mundane world, they are fond of something and they hate because of the illusion. They don't understand the world. Yeah, people have defilements in the mundane world. Can you hear?
Yes,
You hear me?
yes.
Yeah. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Everyone, sir, Mr. Bernard. Yes.
Take part in
Yes.
participating in the practical sessions. Yes, yes, we are talking about this, how the thought is generated, and we were
Yeah.
discussing about the first karmasthana.
Yeah, I was listening to your explanation. That was great. So one little addition to that, what I thought I should make. So, what is the whole purpose of seeing this thought? So, what was the Buddha's message? Buddha's message is the message that he is the only one who announced this world that there is no person anywhere, no living being here. So, but we still feel that we are living. So, even though we how much tell there is no person here, so we tend to feel that we are living. So Shani is there on the other side of the phone, and Mr. Bernard is at the other end. So I myself uh, um, speaking from this side. So we feel like that we are living. So that is the problem. So uh, in order to do so, in order to understand that there is no person here, we have to understand the thought first. So thought is the main thing that brings about the feeling of the existence. So otherwise, without understanding this thought properly, we won't be able to get the proper message that is conveyed by Lord Buddha. So what Lord Buddha said was, there is no person here. So even though we tell it straight away, we won't be able to understand that. But in order to understand, there should be a kind of a gradual process of understanding. So one by one we have to understand. So in order to do so, we have to understand the thought. So that's why we have to understand how the anatomy of the thought, how it is made, how it is built up, how it is get created. So in that, if the thought becomes a real thing for you, that means involuntarily there is a person who is building up from the other side. So other than that, there will not be a person there. So if you assign any kind of a value to that thought in the sense that Ponant was talking about a bird chirping and all these things. So if you feel at any instance this the sound I heard from that bird is real, that is the very moment that you feel that you are the one who is hearing that. So involuntarily the yourself has been built, is getting built up. Oh, it is yeah, it is getting created. So it is a process. So it happens spontaneously. So if you understand the thought as the creation of the thought as a natural phenomena, so it is not under control of anybody else, not done by someone else or not done either by you. So then of course you will understand. So it's a natural phenomena. So creation of the self is also natural phenomena. So why should I bother about it? So let it happen. Let it go. So you don't feel like putting any kind of value to that thought. So yes, you can hear this sound. That's all right. So that is the moment your sound faculty got created. So that's all right. It is not. There is no you there. It's just a sensation. It's just a feeling. So we are the one who is assigning a word called sound. So there is no kind of sound either. So it is a creation of the faculty, um, ear faculty. So there is no person here. So what? So then, if you don't feel like exerting putting some kind of value to that sound, so then what you do what you do is just let the sound go. So you know the thoughts are not valuable and it is not done by you as well. It is a natural phenomena. So what you do is you just let them go. Then nothing to there would be no person to perceive that sound. So that is the message. That is the message that is given by Lord Buddha. There is no doer here. So 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 we have to be very skillful to see this truth. So just seeing there is nothing outside, then outside is an illusion is not enough. It is essential, but it is not enough. You should go beyond that to see, to understand that there is no person here as well. So the person who have already been assigned as self is also become a part of the external world as well. So same thing happens. So we have to very careful about that, and we have to. So I think all the things Bernard explained were very nice, and he explained it very clearly using that example. So I think for a beginner, so it is very important to look at this Dhamma from that angle. So unless you see this Dhamma with that particular angle, you won't be able to grab that truth. So, but the truth is the no person here. It is not another kind of a knowledge. It should be felt because we have been feeling that we are living for such a long period. So that is our samsaric cycle. That's why Lord Buddha said we have been roaming in this samsaric cycle for millions of years. That means, what does that mean? So we have been felt as existing for millions of years. But it is a fake feeling. It is a fake feeling. So we have to be awakened to the truth. Truth is the non-existence feel, a nothingness, feeling of the nothingness. So it is a feel, it is not a knowledge. So, but it does not come straight away. It has to come with the knowledge and the understanding. So from the understanding only you will be able to feel that the absolute truth. The truth is the nothingness. There is no person here. So that is the point that we have to see, we have to feel. That is the Dhamma. So Dhamma is concentrated in one single thought. So as Mr. Bernard said, all the three realms are there in one thought. The feeling of the I-ness, feeling of self. So in other words, as Bernard said, they are the defilements. So how much you feel that defilements are fading away, that much you feel that your I-ness, the notion of I is dissolving. That is the whole purpose of this entire activity, understanding that there is no person here. And also it will lead you to feel like there is no person here. Absolutely. That is the truth. That is the truth. So that's why we have been telling for these years and years. Also, Buddothpado say told these things for more than 5 years now. The truth is nothingness. There is no person here, no doer here, no so-called soul here. But we are not skillful enough to see this very quickly, grab this truth very quickly. It takes some time because we have been feeling a self for such a long time, not during this lifetime. For samsaric journey, we have been feeling that this existent field. That's why we are here. That's why you are struggling to overcome this field, the non-soul feeling. Yes, Shani, I think we are running out of time, the time allocated for this Zoom session, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? So, is
Yes, Dr. Ali. Yes, Dr.
yeah, yeah. Yes,
Thank you
we can
for
continue, isn't it?
explaining that, uh,
I think, Bernard, your voice, yeah,
continue continue this our forum tomorrow also. So today
yeah,
we conclude this. We pay homage to Aryanans. Can you
yes,
hear me,
Bernard.
Dr. Ravi? No?
Yes, now we
Sarnai?
can hear you. Yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you, Mr. Bernard.
So we
Yeah,
pay homage to our Aryanansi today, and we who participated today. We pay homage to Aryanansi, and we conclude our program today. And we will meet tomorrow again. And thank you for everybody who participated today. And Tirwan Sarnai.
Mr. Bernard, Tirvansana, Miss Shani, Tirvansana, Yaran, Tirvansana, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Everyone, Sunday, everyone, Sunday, all Dhamma friends. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Let's observe quietly right now. Something is happening. Observe it. Maybe a sound is heard. Maybe a color is seen. Maybe a sensation is felt. And it feels like a world is already there. Objects, meanings, things, solid, 3D, space. But today we observe, we slow down everything we see, everything we know, to see how a single thought is actually created. Before any content, before any thought, there is this pure sense of content. Sense of contents are in different ways, mainly 5 ways. Seeing. In seeing, we see colors, hearing, sound, sound vibration, touch, sensations, taste, smell, these different sensations, different vibrations. So at this stage, it's simple, just a color, just a sound, just a sensation, just some vibration. That's it. So at this stage, there's no object, no name, no meaning, just raw signal, separate, simple, light, not complicated at all. And that also not lasting. They appear and disappear, changing each and every moment. We see colors, not objects, different variations, colors in the scene, like a drawing, like a picture. That's it. Different colors in it. So that's how simple these sensor contacts are, but it doesn't stop there because now our sixth sensor it's work. So this mind, it works. It gives thoughts. Now thoughts appears automatically because that's how we used to. That's how we did this whole time. Now thoughts come immediately. When we get a sensor contact, immediately the thought related to it resonate with. So now it's not simple, it's slowly getting complicated. Now we see the vision, we hear the sound, this contact appears and it triggers this resonance. And suddenly those patterns start activating like a tuning fork. This one vibration, this sound vibration of this sense of contact or color, these vibrations, when they vibrate, that vibration similar to these sensor contacts, this vibration of these sensor contacts also start to vibrate, resonance happens. And now suddenly a thought appears that, well, how this thought appears, even though it's just a sound, then shouldn't a sound only vibrates? No, the thing is, no, that sound is not allowed. We have created a thought before this happens in the past moment. So we have used sound, color, smell, taste, and all these senses, sensor contacts, and with the combination of them, we have created the thought before. So now, when only just one of those sensor contacts that used to make that thought appear, trigger, or vibrate, it trigger the previous thought. So now, just not only that same sensor contact comes, but it comes with this whole combination, this whole package, this whole bunch of sensor contacts, which means a thought with the thought. So now, what happens is, you see, let's take the vision. So you see some bunch of colors, and then suddenly this bunch of colors triggers the previous thought of this shape, these colors, and suddenly those colors bring the thought. So no any thought comes from the past itself. It's something was triggered at that past created. So now something similar to that was recreated in this moment. That's what happens. This sensor contact trigger the previous thought. Now something similar to that thought is created at this moment. It's not past thought came itself from past to this moment. It's he recreated something similar to that in this moment with the help of the past one, with the help of that resonance. So now it's not just this bunch of colors. Now it's a thought, which means an object. So this thought was activated, just like, as we said, how that tuning fork works. It triggered that similar frequency. And now a thought is here, right at this moment. It's not stored anywhere. There's no place. It was reconstructed, rebuilt at this moment with the help of that resonance. That's it. So what really happens here is now is when one sense a content, a vision, some bunch of colors were activated here. Were activated here, and that triggers the previous thought that once resonance with. Now something similar to that previous thought was recreated at this moment, because that previous thought, it's not stored anywhere. It cannot come to this moment, but it appeared and disappeared at some point. It's not existing, but it was created at that moment. So now, because it was strong enough, so now something similar to that frequency is recreated at this moment. This thought is new, fresh, not the past thought itself, but something similar to what was created before. Because past thought, it appeared and disappeared. It's not existing anymore. But it has this power, this frequency. So what really happens was something that's similar, that frequency was made as a thought. So now when you see something, when a vision of when you see some bunch of colors, suddenly a thought appears. You start to name it, you start to objectify these colors as a chair, as a book, as a table, as a bottle. So this thought comes not from this past or anywhere. It is not the past thought itself. It is something similar to that past thought was recreated at this moment. Because that past thought, it's not anywhere. It's not stored anywhere. It appeared and disappeared at that moment. So it's not available now. But what really happens is it was triggered something similar to that frequency. So it was recreated at this moment as a fresh new thought. But it's similar to the previous one because it was powerful enough. But we misunderstand this and we think we are thinking about this same exact past. We are blindly believing this is the same past thing. That past itself came to this moment, but it's not. Each and every thought is recreating, rebuilding, constructing at this right moment. But it helps, it gets help, not like it get triggers like resonating with the previous ones. Just that previous ones are not coming, but it resonates and creating a new one right at this moment. So each and every thought is not related to any timeline. They are recreated at each moment, right now, right at this moment. So that's how a simple sense of contact has triggered a thought from thought appear because of a simple sense of content. As we know, now it's not simple anymore. Now it's complicated. This thought, it doesn't come single-handed. It comes with lot more things with that. Not just only a sense of context used to construct this thought, but also with other thoughts linked to it, other whole network linked to this. So that's why just not only, let's say, we get a thought of a chair, so we just doesn't stop there at the chair. We get more thoughts about the chair and how they are made, any other colors, maybe any past memory, a person, an object itself, or an animal related to that chair. The more thoughts followed by this thought now. Now it creates this whole network of thoughts. These network, these thoughts, it comes as a whole continuous story. Now, if you believe each and every thought, if you taken them as the reality, now there is this illusion created, and we are stuck in this illusion, this thought, this story created by our mind. Then we are creating more thoughts. Each thought triggers more thoughts, more story, more into this illusion. So we don't stay awakened to this moment. Instead, we are driven by this illusion, by these thoughts. We have gone far away, maybe deep to the past, maybe deep to the future, maybe imagining things, many things with these thoughts, with this illusion. So that's why we have to understand this truth, this Dhamma, how these thoughts are made, how these thoughts feel real, how these thoughts feel as if it came from the past and feel as if they are continuous. How they feel strong, feel solid, feel real. We have to understand how this illusion works and see this illusion as that illusion itself. Then only we can get away from this illusion. Otherwise, we will driven by thoughts, by this illusion, more deep into this illusion. And it doesn't stop there. We start to suffer because of how I see now how thoughts are created. Thoughts on something existing, a reality. Thoughts are a construction, a combination of different sense of content. at least two, but there can be more sense contents too. So suddenly we feel it as real, something, a thing, an object. It's not simple anymore. Really feeling a 3D solid object. It gives that feeling. The thought gives that feeling. Not the sense of content itself, but the thought. For example, we don't feel it as a thing if we just take it from the sense layer. Let's say we see some bunch of colors. That's it. But if it becomes a thought, if it becomes a chair, no, suddenly it has that 3D thing like feeling, a solid feeling in it. It feels like a real object, a known thing, something solid, with the depth, with the height, the width. But it was built, this thought was built, thought was created, but it was powerful enough to make it feel as if real. But if we separate this feel, this thought, the only thing we get in the end is some combined fragments, some sense of impact. That's it. But somehow, with this combination, this thought has power of its own. And not only that, it feels real because it's powerful enough. We feel as if it's real. We believe it's real. We blindly believe. We somehow given the power to this thought, and now it automatically comes as if real. Like we didn't even struggle hard to make it believe as if it's real. It comes automatically as if it's real. So that's how these thoughts are created. That's how this illusion is created from this mind. This mind creates whole thought, this whole real like feel world, but it's not the truth. Even though that's how this mind is used to work, but that's not the truth. It's an illusion created by this mind, not the absolute truth, not the absolute reality. Just only bunch of sensor contacts, but somehow combination of these sensor contacts have created a thought, and somehow this thought feels as if it's real. It's not coming from the outside. It's from the mind. Mind is the one who's doing this trick. Mind makes us believe it's real. Mind gives us a feeling that it's real, obvious, solid thing there. Because of the power of this thought, and also because of the several sense contacts in it feels vivid, which makes this illusion stronger. It makes it feels like a thing. This solid, real 3D feeling. Because of these many symbols, it becomes one experience. somehow mind combines them to create this as an experience. So, as whole, as we know, this mind always skip certain parts and link it, make it smooth and continuous. So likewise, this mind, it skips right the fact that these are the combination of sense contents. Instead, it combines them together, make it one smooth final object. So now it comes as an object. That's why we are unable to see the thought as combination of sense content. Instead, we see it as a one single thing. It is the illusion played by this mind, trick done by this mind. This mind combine those and make us see as a single final object. Though it feels whole, vivid, stable, true, it feels obvious. There is definitely an object here. That's how this mind feels it. It's really even makes us hard to question this reality. Because that's how strong and real this illusion feels. So as soon as a thought appears, it comes as not just simple thought, but as a strong thought that this thing, there's a thing, and this world is a real thing. But if we can slow down each and every process of this, we can notice these are little fragments, combination of these little fragments. We see color. Suddenly, this color trigger resonates with the previous thought. Now that previous thought is occurring, appearing right at this moment, but not that previous thought itself, but something similar to that thought was recreated at this moment. Suddenly, it's not the colors anymore, it's the thing, an object, 3D, or vivid. um, So that object doesn't stop there. With that thought of this object comes more thoughts which was linked with that. Like how this simple thought was triggered by this vision. A whole network of thoughts were triggered by this simple thought now. If we're driven by these thoughts each and every one, then we are trapped in this illusion. But if we see through this, we see it just only as a thought. If we have this awareness of this thought, then we are not driven by the illusion anymore. Yet thought appears, but we know, we see the thought as thoughts. Each and every thought feels independent. The thought feels like its own thing, separate, independent, existing on its own. Look how carefully this illusion was created. with his mind. But actually, everything is a whole thing. We are the ones separating. These thoughts are the ones that separate each other. But in a vision, it's just some colors, everything together, like a painting, not separate. But from mind, from those thoughts, we separate each and everything as objects, things. From this mind, we create this whole 3D space in it. You can observe it yourself. You can notice it yourself, whether there is an actual 3D world or we are making that 3D world inside this mind from these thoughts. So, without these sense of contents, there's not even a thought. And without these thoughts, there's not even this illusion, this world. We are going in a cycle, same cycle. We are using same sense of content to create a thought, and we are using that same thought to interpret those sense of contents again. We are going forth and backward in the same illusion. We are stuck between sense of contact and thought. This process repeats again and again and again. That's how this illusion was created. That's how these thoughts are created. That's how we are trapped in this continuous story. Same pattern activate, similar combinations. Thoughts appears. One thought appears and disappears, and another thought appears and disappears. It feels stable. It feels continuous because this mind skips the fact these thoughts disappear. We never see the disappearance of a thought. We just only see the appearance. So we think there's this continuous story in here, but it's not. Each and every thought appears and disappears each and every moment. They are not continuous. But this mind creates another illusion, make it seem as it's continuous. So it feels stable. It feels a consistent world. But each and every moment, every thought is revealed and fresh, not good. Even the sense of contact, each and every sense of contact is recreating, happening right at this moment. Well, if suddenly I stop working, then this whole world starts to collapse. So this sense of contact working each and every moment, rebuilding, recreating each and every sense of contact. With those sense of contact, thoughts are triggered, previous patterns activate, and similar to that moment, that is infinite thought. It's not simple, strong, it feels to make us feel nice things outside. That's how powerful these created thoughts are. So that's how we are trapped in these thoughts. That's how we are trapped in this illusion. Uh, We can observe ourselves. You can slow this down. You can slow this process and observe how this illusion will be. You have to try to see yourself within yourself, not because someone saying, not by blindly believing this, but try to experience, try to observe, try to see to yourself, see within you. Is this really true? Is this how actually this whole illusion works? appears. Is this how thoughts work? Is this how thoughts appears? Just get the idea from this knowledge and then try to see it yourself. Think, think and try to understand this philosophy yourself. Not just taken as a knowledge, but take it, use it for deep understanding. Try to see it yourself. Try to observe. Try to observe. When a sense of contact appears, try to notice it, how simple it is, as it is. Just pick any sense of contact, maybe a color, maybe a sound, maybe a sensation, maybe both. Then try to notice, try to observe within yourself how this sense of contact triggers and how a suddenly thought appears. Try to notice yourself how this simple vision, this color, or how this sound not comes as just a sound, comes as a thing now, an object, how it happened, how this sound, from this sound, simple sound, born something, a thing, an object. Nobody said it, but it was created in our own mind. Try to notice that and try to understand how this thought appeared. It was nowhere stored. There's no location for thoughts. This thought appears right at this moment, but it comes as something we know. If it is created right at this moment, how do we get the feeling of knowingness? We know this thought. There was this thought before. So try to observe how that happened. How this sense of concept triggered a previous thought. But that thought was appeared and disappeared. So the power of it, that frequency of it, it was recreated right at this moment that day. It happens so fast. We don't notice it. It happens so fast that we see only the thought itself. When we see, get a vision or a sound, we just don't even notice the sound or the vision. We immediately see it as an object, which means the thought. Look how fast it is. It's happening in a quick second.